strong lightning split the black sky directly above the house. Among these lightning bolts, as if nothing had happened, there were two men in the air. The guy with blue hair noted that today the heavens will punish the clan and this is their chance. At the same moment, the blonde man answered him, saying that he had already gathered people, and as soon as the heavenly punishment descends, they will take all their possessions for themselves. At the same time, there was a lot of hype and hubbub in the house. Everyone was fussing and shouting. A beautiful woman was screaming on the bed from unbearable pain. The servants ran around her. The midwife asked her to push. In response, the woman screamed. The first thoughts began to appear in the darkness. The child, who is about to be born, thought about where he is. He reflected that he had to be reborn. The light blinded the child, and he realized that he was not mistaken and was reborn. Overjoyed, the newborn launched into memories. His name was Qingtian. He remembered that he had lived in this world a long time ago. However, at another time, I remembered that at that time I had an accident and died, but they gave him another chance. Qingtian also recalled how he was lying on the road hit by a car and how people were fussing around him. Someone was calling an ambulance, and someone was wailing about how young he was. He thought that despite his expectations, he had not moved to a parallel world or to the past. He was moved to hell. The situation has changed. There was no more rain and crowds of people. Now, various creatures were looking at Qingtian, preparing to attack at any moment. Qingtian stood, frowning at the monsters. I was thinking about a plan. Evaluated opponents. Behind him stood a beautiful long-haired girl. She grinned and suggested that he kill them quickly. Like any hero in a similar situation, Qingtian also had his own system of purging hell. Qingtian remembered being told that in order to leave this place and return to the human world, he needed to kill every single one and earn 1 trillion attribute points. He, in turn, was thinking about how beautiful the girl in front of him was. He killed everyone in the underworld, from the little infuriates to the big bosses. And finally, he was returned to the human world. Lightning continued to cut through the sky. A new life was being born in the room. Suddenly, lightning struck right into the house and the maids all fell at once. The young lady screamed and fainted. At the same time, a battle was brewing in front of the house. A lot of young soldiers froze in anticipation. The young man, Jiefeng, raised his sword into the sky and let out a battle cry, calling everyone to follow him. Jiefeng and the young guys rushed into the sky. They shouted that the heavens would bend. They called everyone forward. After a while, with screams and sighs of pain, they all began to fall rapidly as well. Lightning struck the sky, thickening over the house. The main character thought that he would not wait until his mother and his clan were killed. In the bright light, an angry Qingtian flew out of the house and rushed into the sky. Caught in the middle of the action, Qingtian asked who was in charge here. He demanded to come out and accept death. A man with long hair that fluttered behind him like a train approached him. Thunder and lightning thundered behind the man's back. Outwardly he was calm, but his eyes were burning with rage. Angrily, he asked how dare he look down on the sky. Who is he? Qingtian told him that it didn't matter who he was. What mattered was that his opponent had attacked his mother and his clan. At the same time, Qingtian began to pull a long whip in his hand that looked like lightning and sparkled as if it really was her. His opponent asked in shock, where did he get the whip of subjugation of the gods? How can he wield the instrument of the Lord of Heaven? The main character unleashed a series of blows on his opponent. He appealed to his master with a request to save him. At the same moment, a particularly powerful lightning struck him in the chest. His strength was replenished, and he soared into the sky again. His eyes were already burning in a different way. In a different voice he asked how an insignificant mortal dared to challenge the heavens. Qingtian squinted and asked if the Lord of Heaven was in front of him. He concluded that he was the most important one here. Making a complicated sign with his hands, the opponent shouted for Qingtian to die, and a huge force flew straight at the hero. Closing his eyes and taking out a small wand, Qingtian chuckled and said that his opponent's attack was childish tricks. At the same moment, he swung the enlarged weapon. Defending himself, his opponent wondered where he got the Staff of Ascension, the tool of the Monkey King. He asked who was in front of him, striking another crushing blow. With burning eyes, Qingtian called himself his daddy. Defending himself, the heavenly warrior thought that the insolent man was casting a shadow on the power of heaven. He was overpowering him. He realized that he would have to resort to forbidden techniques. Gathering the remnants of his strength, he directed everything at the hero's house. A lot of lightning started crashing into Qingtian's house. Stones were flying, windows were breaking. The hero was seriously scared, because his family is there. There was fear in his eyes for his family and mother. He thought about the fact that the enemy could not defeat him and took up his family. He wasn't going to forgive that. Swiftly he began to descend down to the house. Qingtian thought, Who would he be if any heavenly brute could abuse his family with impunity? This thought prompted him to gather his last strength and release a huge amount of energy from himself, thereby protecting his home from the attacks of the heavenly enemy. The lightning disappears. Qingtian cursed, calling the opponent a vile scum. Pointing at him with his finger, he was indignant that the warrior could not overcome him and took up his family. In turn, his opponent wondered how he managed to resist the heavenly punishment. Grinning, the warrior said that this was not the end. Qingtian felt that this bastard had done something to his body. Inwardly, his opponent rejoiced that he had put the seals of the 9 heavens on him. Even if Qingtian is born, he won't live long. He gloated and thought about what awaits the one who goes against the heavens. With an evil laugh, the warrior disappeared. Qingtian exclaimed into the void that the bastard had disappeared after all. He will meet him again. The man with black hair exhaled heavily when he suddenly heard a child crying. He was glad that his son was born and exclaimed. A little boy, lying in his crib, thought about what his new house looks like. Numbers began to appear above the child. His glasses were decreasing. A notification appeared in front of his eyes that printing rings had been detected. Printing functions were disabled. A table with its characteristics opened. Qingtian got angry and cursed whoever was doing this to him. He thought that it was good that he still had attribute points. He demanded the system to show him how many points are available for use. A beautiful girl appeared in front of him and was indignant. Why shout like that? Because he scared her. She reported that he also had 1 trillion attribute points left, but they were sealed. Qingtian got angry and decided that he would bring this bastard to his knees. The girl told him that he was losing blood and his vital energy was fading, but she will help him by giving him medicine. Although the system is still sealed, he still has access to the system storage and some items stored there. The girl offered to drink medicine and the internal hemorrhage will stop. She poured medicine into his mouth, and he saw an alert that the blood loss was stopped. Qingtian exhaled and demanded that the system pick up a technique for him that he can practice right now. He said that people here live by the law of the jungle, and the strongest will survive. The girl next to him informed him that he now has 0 attribute points and cultivation is not available to him. But she has something for him that doesn't require glasses. These are the pupils of a despot. She told him that with the help of despot glasses, you can penetrate into the very soul of an opponent in the form of a beast. By penetrating the enemy's soul, you can destroy his consciousness and gain control over his body. Suddenly, the child's father burst in, calling the mother by name. He asked, "How is she feeling?" Touching her forehead, he calmed down when he saw that his wife was fine. He noted that she had simply fainted. Paying attention to the child, the father was surprised. Is this his son? The boy looked at his father and thought, is that his father? But now, the father picked up the child in his arms and laughed that he had an heir. The girl standing behind thought about what a cute scene she was in front of and that she would like to rejoice with them. He would not see her father. The boy's father coughed. Qingtian thought that it looked like his father's internal organs were badly damaged. Qingtian also thought that the medicine he took quickly helped him and should help his father. The child began to cry loudly, spraying tears around so that they fell on his father's face. The father was surprised and asked why he was crying. At the same moment, the child calmed down and his father thought that his organs seemed to have healed. At that moment, my father's brother burst into the house, shouting that the people of the 4 great clans wanted to cut out their entire family and take possession of their lands. The father was indignant, asking how many lives these bastards have, since they dared to challenge the clan. The same 2 men were coming down. One of them said that the clan had come to an end and asked why they continued to cling to an illusory hope. The second ordered to bow before them. The warriors began to fall. They were angry that the suppressive magic was too strong. The first man's name was Dongfan Hod, the second was Bing Chang King. Dongfang Hod exclaimed that the Yi clan had suffered countless losses, their leader was badly injured and they no longer had the strength to resist them. Bing Chang King laughed, saying that finally the rich southern land would belong to them. Today, the clan will drown in its own blood. He Jiefeng appeared, shouting that the fate of his clan would definitely not depend on 2 rats like them. Both men wondered how he was able to protect everyone. The blonde-haired man wondered if Yi Jiefeng had been injured. How did he manage to release the power at the peak level of the Overlord stage? The man began to defend himself, noting that the head was not even injured. Attacking and holding the child in his arms, Yi Jiefeng unleashed all his power on them and said that they did not yet know the power of heaven. He were dumbfounded. They realized that it was a trap. The clan members pretended to be weakened and lured these men here, does not suffer defeat and leaves. Yi Jiefeng was indignant. They dared to come after his family, and they think he will let them go. The blonde man was surprised by his speed. Shouting that he would kill him, Jiefeng cut off his hand. He was surprised that there was absolutely no one to entrust this case. He couldn't believe they had sent this loser here. The sufferer begged for help and called the elder. The old man who appeared called his predecessor an idiot. The baby in his father's arms realized that the old man was from the dragon and tiger sect, that he was much stronger than his father. The old man offered him to end his life, if not. In turn, Yi Jiefeng thought that he was very strong and was not surprised that he belonged to a strong sect. He was thinking that his opponent was very powerful, just a level weaker than the god of war. His brother asked what they should do. Now the one-armed warrior laughed and said that the end of the chapter was near. He told him that the elder was the strongest of the dragon and tiger sect. He would crush him with one finger. Yi Jiefeng told the old man that his family had never offended the dragon and tiger sect. The old man told him that he did not know what was good and what was bad and ordered him to fall on his knees. Yi Jiefeng knelt down. The child was surprised that the old man succeeded. He decided that this bastard should die. He was standing tall again. He shouted to the old man that he would destroy his soul. The old man didn't understand what was going on. He felt that someone had penetrated his mind. Qingtian stood astride the huge creature and ordered the old man to kneel in front of him now. The one-armed warrior was surprised and asked why the elder was silent. After the second order and the use of force, the elder fell to his knees. The blonde warrior shouted at the elder to kill Yi Jiefeng. The elder was on his knees and calling Qingtian the emperor, asking him for mercy. He asked to save his life. He promised never to set foot on their family's territory again. And Jiefeng decided that the old man had gone mad, because where did the emperor come from in their clan? At the same time, the old man lamented that he did not want to come here, said that this was an assignment from the heavenly kingdom and he had to fulfill it. Qingtian replied that he didn't care where the elder came from. Anyone who dared to offend him should die. Using his power, he killed the elder. The blonde-haired man was surprised. He realized that in their family there was really a person of the imperial level. But he didn't believe it. He thought it was impossible. That was his last thought. With the words that his master died and he was also supposed to, the man was pierced in the chest by a warrior. Looking at his son, the father informed him that everything was over. But then he noticed that something was wrong with his son and ordered to call a doctor. An alarm was ringing above Qingtian's head. There was an alert that health points are at a critically low level. He needs to stop the bleeding while he's alive. His father panicked and shouted that he would not let anything happen to him. Qingtian himself was angry that he was constantly losing blood. Suddenly, the same beautiful girl who helped Qingtian by giving him medicine again appeared again. Qingtian realized that if there was no medicine, he would have already died. The bleeding was stopped. Jiefeng's brother appeared at the door, bringing Dr. Huang Longxi and his granddaughter. The father asked to cure his son because he vomited blood. The doctor reassured the father, saying that he would not allow anything bad to happen to the child. Suddenly, the doctor was very surprised by something. The father asked what's wrong with his son, is his life in danger? The doctor convinced him that his son's life was safe, but he was born with blocked meridians and an undeveloped physique. The doctor told him not to get upset ahead of time. He remembered that in an ancient book there is a scripture that says that you can use the blood of the king to unlock the meridians. The child thought that the old man is not an ordinary person. He was upset that the royal blood would not help him. Jiefeng's brother said that they would have to divorce if the child couldn't train because he couldn't cultivate. Jiefeng himself said that they would not cancel the marriage while he was here. The doctor offered to leave his granddaughter as a maid for the child. His father objected, saying that this was not child's play. But Master Huang asked him, because he gives his granddaughter in gratitude for saving him. The girl fell to her knees, swearing that she was ready to take care of the young master for the rest of his life. The child liked this idea. The patriarch allowed it, promising that the family would take care of her. The doctor reminded that the child should be given a name. Jiefeng noted that with the appearance of his son, the family will become stronger. He gave him the name Qingtian. The girl liked the name of her master. She rocked him in her arms and sang him a song. Qingtian appeared next to the same beautiful girl. In front of him was a golden ball with numbers. There was 1 point missing. The girl said that he was lucky to have met a born reader. Qingtian asked, and she told him that the 9 seals correspond to the 9 heavenly books. To remove the seals, you need to find readers who can create energy inside it. Qingtian realized that it would only take him 18 years to break the first seal. On the street, people noticed that the divine light was heading towards the 4 families. 4 daughters were born to these families and there should be a rare battle line. The head of the Eastern family reflected that it was time for their 4 families to rise to power. He gloated, because he believed that the Yi family could not protect the southern region if their son was born with a sacred body, and without heritage. His son has an emaciated body, and the young ladies from their families all have rare streaks in martial arts. The heads of the 4 families discussed that the southern region is a rich and beautiful place. The family doesn't deserve that either. The head of the eastern family noted that 18 years is a sufficient period for the creation of elite forces. He believed that the family would not have the strength to resist. 18 years have passed. Qingtian was lying on his maid's lap. He told her that he almost died from a deadly weapon. The girl was scared and asked where the deadly weapon was. Laughing, Qingtian pointed towards the girl's heart. She was outraged because he scared her, and if he keeps joking like that, he won't sing to him anymore. He objected to her, saying how can he joke with her? She would be his first woman, and he wouldn't mind if he died in bed with her. The girl doubtfully asked if he was telling the truth. Qingtian reassured her, saying that he always keeps his words. Yao objected to him, saying that she was only a servant and unworthy of him. Qingtian laughed again and replied that she was his future first wife and the one who would be the mother of his children. Qingtian thought that Yao had been with him for 18 years and every day she sang him ballads from the heavenly book. He had 98 points left to break the first seal. Over the past 18 years, a willow tree has been planted. Qingtian hatched a golden-winged bird and raised a dog. The dog's physique was similar to that of a human. The dog turned to Qingtian and reported his discovery. He told the host that the Demon King he resurrected has been revealed and Qingtian's father is heading to the Demon King to get his blood and unlock the meridians. Qingtian reflected that his father was a persistent person. He realized that he had to go there soon so that there would be no problems. Qingtian and Yao were standing astride the bird. He was holding it so that it would not fall. He promised to keep her. Somewhere in the dense forest, Qingtian's father was looking for the trail of the Demon King. The servant informed him that they were finally on his trail. The patriarch praised the servant and reminded everyone that they had to get his blood to cure his son. Suddenly, branches began to crawl to the feet of the warriors. Jiafeng realized that they were trapped. Liu Feng from Qingjiang's sword sect appeared in front of him. He told him that even though the patriarch had received information about the Demon King, he would stay with him. An old man was standing next to him. Pointing the branches at the warriors, Liu Feng shouted to them that they must die. Qingtian heard his father's scream. Yao was scared. He was angry that someone dared to attack his father and ordered the bird to fly forward. The Monkey King appeared in front of the warriors and attacked the opponents of Father Qingtian. He grabbed the old man by the leg and threw him up. They all begged for mercy from the monster. Liu Feng recognized the monster as the Demon King. He decided to kill him, because if he killed him, he would become a disciple of the sword sect. With these thoughts, Liu Feng attacked the king, but not even his sword helped him. The monster knocked him to the ground. Liu Feng's sword stuck into the ground in front of Jiafeng. He decided it was time to get blood for his son, but he wondered if he could do it. At the same time, Qingtian ordered the monkey to give his blood without hesitation. The monster obeyed the order and cut his paw. Jiafeng didn't understand what he was doing. The servants pointed out to him that the monkey gives his blood himself. After giving the bucket of blood, he left. Jiafeng decided that he was crazy, but it didn't matter as long as the king was real. They left, and at that time an old man crawled out from behind a stone. Qingtian and Yao appeared in front of him. Qingtian noted that the old man did not die, because how can a person practicing the tree technique die? The girl replied that the young master was very smart. The old man was offended and shouted that Qingtian would die if he bullied him. Qingtian moved towards the old man, and the girl asked him to be careful. Qingtian replied that such childish amusements did not affect him. The old man fell under the power of Qingtian and dropped the token on which was written Heavenly Kingdom. He noted that these are people from the Heavenly Kingdom again. Yao called the gentleman home to return, and he agreed, noting that most likely his father was already looking for him. He will consider the Heavenly Temple as time will be. Jiafeng ordered his son to be found before the blood cooled. Qingtian came by himself, asking what his father wanted from him. His uncle replied to him that he would be able to unlock the meridians. Jiafeng handed him a bowl, offering to drink royal blood, promising to become a powerful cultivator. Qingtian objected to him, saying that it might not help him. The father replied that it doesn't matter if it works or not, you still need to check. Qingtian still agreed, but on the condition that his father and the rest of the family should do it too. The father agreed and ordered everyone to be called. Qingtian also thought that he did not need royal blood, but it would help the family to become stronger. Half an hour later, Jiafeng raised his glass to his son, and everyone around followed his example. Imperceptibly, Qingtian threw a small ball into the bowl of blood. He decided to take the opportunity to help his father. Handing the cup to his father, he offered him to drink from it and let the father drink from his son's cup. Jiafeng accepted the cup and praised his son for his thoughtfulness. When the father drank, Qingtian noted that the ability would appear soon. Suddenly, Jiafeng was relieved. My son's medicine worked. He had a breakthrough to the god of war level. At the same time, the leader of the Eastern family felt it. A servant rushed into Jiafeng and Qingtian's room with a report that 4 families were already entering the city. Jiafeng said they came too fast. His son's awakening ceremony is approaching. Qingtian grabbed Yaoyao's hand and told him to follow him. She asked where they were going. Qingtian replied that they were going to the east entrance. The girl was scared, asking what they would do there. But the young man replied that they would only watch. The warrior standing in front of the carriage was indignant. Why is no one meeting them? He was angry and offended, calling it arrogance on the part of Jiafeng. An old man appeared in front of him with an armful of firewood and scolded him for calling the lord of the city by name. The man got angry and swung to kill the old man. But suddenly, his sword crumbled into stones. Qingtian was standing in front of him. Behind the youth, Yaoya was helping the old man up. The warrior was indignant. How dare he stop him? Qingtian also advised that from now on he should choose a worthy opponent. The warrior now swung at the young man. Yaoya was scared and shouted at him to be careful. The warrior again failed to attack, and he fell to the ground in front of the young man. Stepping on top of him, Qingtian remembered what he had said about his family. He told him that this blow was his punishment for all the words about the family, and suddenly, 4 beautiful girls appeared in front of them. A blonde girl from an Eastern family was outraged that the family was uncultured. She demanded that all family members come out and meet them properly. She threatened otherwise, and Jiafeng would be removed from his position. Yaoyao came forward and asked if they knew where they were. The princess was offended by this and called the servant of Qingtian a creature because she decided to talk to her. The guard who appeared in front of Yaoyao laughed. Qingtian didn't like it and, using dominance, forced the guard to fall to his knees and cough up blood. The young man turned to the girls, specifying that apparently they were all his brides. He noted that they are all beautiful girls. A girl from an Eastern family angrily asked who he was. Another girl from another family also asked who he was, but unlike her friend, she asked politely and calmly. Qingtian introduced himself to them, saying that he would be her fiancé in the future and promised to take care of her. The princess from the Eastern family was outraged. How dare he talk to her like that? She ordered the guards to kill him. A steady squad of servants moved towards Qingtian. Qingtian laughed, and Yaoya was scared, because they want to kill him, and he just stands there. Qingtian replied to her that the princess was arrogant and he would not rush. The princess screamed her order with renewed vigor. Haifeng appeared in front of them, with an order to stop. He was outraged. As it was, they dared to attack the young gentleman in his own house. The princess asked who he was and why he wasn't kneeling in front of her. The man told her that if she wasn't Qingtian's fiancé, he would have slapped her twice. Turning towards the carriage, the princess turned to her uncle, saying that on her return, she would ask her father to send troops to level this place. Dong Fanjian came out of the carriage chuckling. He apologized for the princess, saying that she was young. Haifeng replied that he understood everything perfectly, because she would be his daughter-in-law. Suddenly, the girl screamed that she did not want to be the bride of this garbage. Haifeng threatened that if she said the word trash again, she would be finished. Out of spite, the princess said it several more times. This time, Haifeng kept his promise and slapped the princess so that she fell. He ordered her to be silent. The princess was in complete shock and threatened that when her father found out about it, he would be finished. The princess's uncle was outraged that Haifeng had hit her. In turn, he replied that his uncle would suffer the same fate and even worse if he insulted the young master. But Dong Fanjian clarified that the young man was born with a weakened body. Haifeng replied that the only way to find out was to wait for awakening, and even if he was born with an emaciated body, don't tell Dong Fanjian about it. The princess's uncle turned around and ordered everyone to leave. The princess didn't understand what was going on. She asked her uncle why they were leaving. Her uncle told her that they would wait for the awakening ceremony, and then the family would answer for everything. Qingtian thought that his fiancée was rude, arrogant, and overbearing. But if you train her, she will be perfect for him. About the second princess, he thought that she was like an iceberg, with a complex character. About the last two, he concluded that one is just beautiful, and the second is boring. In the end, he liked them all. At the same time, in the company of friends, Dong Fanjian was outraged that his princess had been hit. He talked about the fact that the family had completely dispersed. He said he would like to see the guy's abilities. His interlocutor told him that when he passed the gate, he saw that the boy's meridians were blocked. He doubted that anything could awaken in him. Dong Fanjian confirmed his words, said that if the awakening fails, he has the right to refuse marriage. When that happens, Jiafeng will step down from his post. His second interlocutor said that his son was walking around the city, and they could take the opportunity to kill Qingtian. Suddenly, a man entered the room and asked if they had seen the 4 princesses. They asked if the princesses had disappeared. The second man suggested that they were attacked by the family but Dong Fanjian replied that there was no reason for the family to act so meanly on their territory. At the same time, in his house, Qingtian was lying next to his maid and humming a song. A notification appeared that the first seal, which has only 98 points, will soon be unlocked. Qingtian praised Yao for his efforts, but the girl was in doubt because tomorrow is the day of awakening. What will he do? They will refuse the marriage if the Qingtian cultivation does not awaken. Qingtian drooped and asked what they could do. The same sad girl replied that she did not know. Suddenly, Qingtian hugged the girl and told her that they could get married and have a baby. Yao was surprised at first, and then decided that it was a joke and called Mr. Annoying. A servant came in and told them that someone wanted to see the master. Qingtian asked who it was, but the servant replied that he did not see the face. The young man said he was coming out now. Yao asked to go with him, but Qingtian told her to stay here and rest. When he returns, she will sing him a ballad. The unknown visitor turned out to be Qingtian's fiancé. He asked why she decided to visit him. The girl came to apologize for the day's incident. She said she understood that since they were engaged, it was fate. The other sisters understood it too. She hugged Qingtian and asked for permission to invite him to meet them. Qingtian asked where they were and got the answer that they were in the mountains. He agreed to go with her. When he came to the girls, he smiled at them. They started flirting with him, hugging him. They did not noticeably bring him to the edge of a very high mountain. Suddenly, with insults about garbage, the girl pushed Qingtian off a cliff. There was fear and misunderstanding in his eyes. The other girl doubted whether they had done the right thing. But the main one replied that now they would not be able to get married because he was dead. Qingtian lay on the grass and thought that his wives were very boring. He didn't understand why they would kill him. When he returns, he will give them a lesson. Qingtian stood up and walked over to the tree. A dog came running to him and said that he had voiced a group of mercenaries for the Ai family. The young man asked how many of them there were. The dog told him that there were 438 of them. He said they were waiting for an order to kill his family. Suddenly there was a scream. The girl was screaming and looking for the master. Qingtian recognized Yao's voice. He couldn't believe she'd found her way here. Yao came running all in tears. She was looking for him everywhere. She blamed herself for what had happened. She had to go with him. He came up to her and laughed at the fact that she was crying. After all, he's not dead. Yao hugged Qingtian, saying that it was good that he hadn't died, that everything was fine with him. A golden-winged bird descended from the sky. Qingtian comforted Yao and hurried her, because the ceremony would begin soon. Yao, in turn, promised that she would never leave him alone again. A crowd of people gathered in the square. Everyone was waiting for the ceremony to begin. There was also a princess with her uncle. Her uncle asked where she had been at night. Suddenly the family offended her, but the girl replied that she was walking with her sisters and everything was fine. Jiafeng and his brother appeared in front of the people. His brother informed him that Qingtian had disappeared last night, but he sent people to look for him, but they haven't found him yet. Jiafeng got angry and thought that this was the work of 4 families. He ordered a better search and said that if something happened to his son, 4 families would not get away with it. The princess sat and gloated. The show is about to start and she wants to see how it ends for their family. A man laughed and asked the patriarch why the awakening ceremony did not begin, because it was time for a long time. Another man laughed that someone was too scared to come to the revival. The first man replied to him that it was a shame to come to the awakening ceremony with blocked meridians. He added that he would not have come to Qingtian's place either. People were laughing. They told the family not to waste time if they were afraid of embarrassing themselves. Another said he hoped to see how useless he was and was disappointed that Qingtian didn't even come. A third wondered how such trash could be worthy of their princesses. They shouted at the patriarch to get out of the marriage. They laughed at their family. Jiafeng was furious. Was he shouting about how dare they make fun of his son in public? They want to die. Suddenly, Qingtian appeared among the crowd. People whispered with renewed vigor. They considered him unworthy of their princesses. They called him trash. The princess was in shock. She thought he was dead and didn't understand how he survived. He fell from such a great height. Her uncle's eyes narrowed. He believed that there was nothing wrong with the fact that he had returned. They still had the opportunity to refuse this marriage, because his exhausted body would not be able to awaken. Qingtian went up to his father. His father said he scared him, to which Qingtian replied that his father should not worry. He was just walking around his territory. The father laughed with relief and said that it was very good. The princess saw it all and did not understand why he lied to his father. The head of the Eastern family addressed the patriarch and reminded him that the ceremony could begin. The young man standing behind him laughed, saying that the young master of the family should awaken his strength, and joking that he would be stronger than all the members of the Eastern family. Hugging his father, Qingtian turned to him, offering to start the ceremony. His father agreed, but reminded him not to get upset, even if he could not awaken his meridians in martial arts, because there are many ways to learn martial arts and you can always find one that will suit him. Qingtian agreed with him. They were climbing a high staircase and Yaya was following them silently. Standing up, Qingtian touched the stone. He asked Yaya to sing him a ballad again. Yaya was glad to oblige, so she agreed. She began to sing and immediately Qingtian's glasses began to hug, the shackles fell. The seal has been unblocked. After dripping blood onto the stone, Qingtian exclaimed that the heavens would no longer be able to seal it. The sky erupted with lightning again. It began to rain. Like 18 years ago, Qingtian, looking at the sky, said that they would not be able to kill him anymore, they would no longer have such a chance. He demanded the system to find out how many attribute points were unlocked when the first seal was destroyed. The answer to him was 1 billion. A beautiful girl appeared in front of him again. Qingtian was dissatisfied with the amount and demanded to add these points to his health. The girl followed his order and his health began to grow. Qingtian was delighted and reported that he was invincible. Now no one is his equal. He stood before the altar like a king. Suddenly, a strong lightning struck the altar. She was so strong that she smashed half of the altar into small stones. Qingtian thought that heaven had decided to attack him again. But then he noticed that this force was not a heavenly punishment, it was something else. But he didn't understand what it was. He assumed it had something to do with his blood. He asked the girl if she could see what was happening. The girl asked what exactly she should see. She clarified that he was talking about his level of martial art. An inscription appeared on the altar, the first level of martial arts. The crowd cheered and laughed. One person said that this is the level of martial arts that Garbage deserves. Another said he had never seen such a lousy level of martial arts. The young men standing next to the princess's uncle were also laughing. The first one said that even his dog has a higher level than Qingtian. The second one laughed that now that the family has lost its power, anyone can defeat them. However, Dong Fanjian was not happy. He didn't understand how he could have made a mistake, because it was impossible. How could a youth with an emaciated body be able to awaken the first level of martial arts? At the same time, the princesses were discussing what they had seen. One of them said that there are 9 classes of martial arts. The strongest of them is the 9th. The second princess claimed that he couldn't even lick their feet. The princess of the eastern country noticed that Garbage remains Garbage. She said that he had hoped in vain that he would be their husband. However, Qingtian was thinking of something else. It seemed strange to him that he only unlocked the first seal, and the other 8 seals blocked all his talents. It is quite logical that it is impossible to awaken the normal level of martial arts. He demanded that the system look at the properties panel again. The girl agreed and showed him this panel. Also, the synthesis of his energy has been completed. On the panel, he saw his skills in martial art. He was surprised that he had an additional cauldron of life, because he only has the first level of martial arts. He asked the system what it meant and she told him that she didn't know for sure, but assumed that it was related to Qingtian's new body. At the same time, people on the street shouted at him to come down, not to make a mockery of himself, called him Garbage. They said that he was not worthy to marry even one princess. They said it was a shame. Qingtian's uncle took off from the spot. He was outraged. How dare they mock his nephew? Do they really want to die? He had the 9th level of martial arts. He was a martial emperor. The servants of the head of the eastern family laughed. They asked Heifeng how he could not laugh at such a level and what he wanted to do. After all, the first level is too humiliating. They had to give up the marriage. The princess's uncle also caught fire. He confirmed the servants' words. They should give up the marriage. Heifeng attacked the old man, wondering at his audacity. All 3 of them flew back. Holding out his hand, Jiefeng said that even if his son couldn't cultivate, they wouldn't give up on the marriage. Qingtian called his father doubtfully. He tried to stop him. Dong Fanjian replied to him that this was arrogance and a war of families could begin. Jiefeng chuckled and asked again, are they threatening him with war? Does he think Jiefeng is afraid of him? The guards of the family were ready and stood in front of the opponents, ready to protect their masters at any moment. The people of the eastern family were at a loss. The princess's uncle counted among them 8 people with the rank of Emperor of War, 39 with the rank of Warriors of War, and 70 people with the rank of Kings of War. He did not believe. He believed that this could not be, because he had clearly counted the strongest members of the family. Qingtian remembered that all the clan members had drunk the king's blood and their cultivation had improved significantly. Some clans can't even match such strength. He moved forward and asked his father for permission to deal with the problem young. His father looked at him with pride. Yao ran up to Qingtian and asked him to be careful. Qingtian promised to be careful. Qingtian turned to the princesses, saying that he was also a reasonable person, and if they can kill him at the moment, then the wedding will be annulled. The girls pretended not to understand what he was talking about and looked at him with contempt. Yaya was scared and reminded him that they were all at high levels of martial arts, and he was only at the first and he could not fight with them. She was genuinely scared for him. The princess of the Eastern family shouted that she would kill him and that he would say goodbye to his life, and attacked Qingtian with a weapon. She plunged the weapon right into his head. His uncle and father watched this and simultaneously cried out in fear for the young man. Yaya was also terribly scared because she was standing next to her. There was a hole in Qingtian's head, it was crooked. His health was rapidly falling by 1,000 points. He turned to his uncle, father and Yaya, telling them not to worry because everything is fine with him. Suddenly, Qingtian's wound healed right in front of everyone. He told his fiancée that it was very weak and advised her to try again. The girl did not understand how this was possible. She was shocked because she had just pierced him with a sword. Qingtian chuckled and clarified that since she couldn't make up her mind, he would help her, and he stepped forward and ran into a sword. He walked with a sword in his chest until he reached the princess and hugged her. A huge part of the sword was sticking out of his back, with only the hilt sticking out of his chest. He joked at her, saying that it was still a little weak and she should try harder. Standing right next to her, he enjoyed her scent. Everyone around didn't understand what was going on. The princess herself decided that it was a ghost in front of her. With a cry of fear and a cry, she took the weapon out of him. But there was no trace on his chest and back that he had just had a sword up to the hilt. She threatened that if he approached her again, she would kill him. Qingtian chuckled. He told her that she couldn't kill him alone if she still wanted to, but they could try to do it together. The second princess accepted the challenge. With the words that he asked for it, she attacked him. She pierced him with a sword. His health points began to decrease rapidly by 1,000. The girl believed that he could not resist her technique and would surely die. However, Qingtian was still standing. He didn't even have any wounds. He asked if his fiancée decided to tickle him. After all, what she did didn't hurt at all. She attacked again. Qingtian noticed that he liked their evil faces. This time he lost 25,000 health points, and suddenly, with a sword in his stomach, he hugged her. Qingtian said he wanted to hug her. The princess didn't like it. People didn't understand anything. They discussed that he should have died, but he didn't. They thought that there was a great force behind him, because after such blows and attacks, he was alive and stood as if nothing had happened. His uncle and father also didn't understand what was going on here. Uncle suggested that Qingtian had awakened something in himself because it was too powerful. They thought they had lost the young man, but it is not so. He is alive and standing as he stood. Yao praised the young man. She said it was very impressive. At the same time, the princess escaped from Qingtian's arms. She said she would never marry him no matter what. Qingtian asked why she wanted to give up the marriage. Didn't she see a future with him? To which the princess replied that when he was 4, he came to a brothel run by the family and molested those who were older. Qingtian laughed and asked about her stalking him. The princess answered him that she had nothing to do with it. Everyone knows that. Qingtian noted that she was investigating him because she was interested in him after all. The princess was angry. Suddenly, the princess's uncle shouted that he didn't care what trick he used. They should abandon the marriage now. The young man's father appeared in front of him and asked if he would really threaten war otherwise. His opponent replied so that Jiafeng would not think that he was in charge here. He informed him that as soon as he gave the signal, hundreds of mercenaries would kill their entire family. Therefore, he has no choice but to abandon the marriage. Jiafeng narrowed his eyes and said that they wouldn't give up on this marriage anyway. The old man exclaimed so that in that case, Jiafeng would not blame him for the death of the whole family. Fireworks began to beat over their heads. Jiafeng ordered the army to prepare for battle. At the same time, in the courtyard, a dog was sitting among the corpses and laughing. He said he was bored and that these people were so weak. After 15 minutes, Jiafeng turned to Dong Fanjiang with the question, "Where are his mercenaries? Enough time has passed, and they are still not there." Dong Fanjiang did not understand how such a thing was possible. Suddenly it dawned on him that it was Qingtian who had killed all his soldiers. He blamed Qingtian for this and he did not deny it. Dong Fanjiang shouted that he underestimated him and allowed him to do it. At the same time, members of other families complained about the situation. They said the only ones who were strong were the princesses. They were supposed to be the glory of the world. It was said that for all the time since the Yi family was punished, there was not a single person of the 7th rank in the martial arts family. They were indignant, saying that he could not take their children with him, because he had angered the gods. After all, he will only drag them down if he does not refuse the marriage. The family members were in despair. They did not know what to do, how to help them. They believed that the patriarch should think again carefully. Angered by their words, their insolence and unsolicited advice, Jiafeng shouted that he had thought well. Suddenly, a maid came running to him, shouting that his wife was giving birth. Jiafeng was surprised that his wife was already giving birth today. The maid told him that he must want to be near her at this moment. Jiafeng turned to his brother and said he would go to his wife. He ordered him to keep a good eye on his son and not let anyone leave here without his permission. Heifeng obeyed. Dong Fanjian, hearing that the patriarch's wife was giving birth again, expressed his opinion, believing that the same garbage would be born. Someone from the family suggested that if a genius was born, Dong Fan replied that in that case, he would not give up the marriage and everything would be in force. But he doubted if such a thing was possible. Qingtian assured him that of course it was possible. Squinting, Dong Fan told Qingtian not to regret what he said. Members of different families began to complain again and indignantly discuss it. They laughed at the fact that the family is trying to give birth to a genius. They think that family members are stupid and do not understand that this is impossible. If the patriarch's wife gave birth for the first time to a boy with an emaciated body, then the second time will be the same infirm. They laughed and gloated, as they believed that the family and would anger the heavens even more. Listening to all this, Qingtian said that they would see what would happen. The sky darkened again. Lightning began to rumble over the house. It got cold. Dong Fanjian was grinning, indicating that the family had angered the heavens again. He believed that garbage would be born again for the second time. Qingtian chuckled and clarified, will they anger the heavens? He advised Don Fan to take a closer look at the sky. In the sky, among the lightning and thunder, a huge and beautiful green dragon appeared. He was spinning in the sky like a kitten and growling very loudly. Everyone present was surprised. How did the dragon get here? After all, there have never been dragon veins in the earthly kingdom. They read that it was impossible. Qingtian was proud. He told everyone to remember the moment when the veins of the green dragon appeared in the family. He himself thought that thanks to him, the birth of a line of martial arts of 4 ancestors turned out. He had been drugging his father with all kinds of ancient spirit pills for a long time and injected 4 ancestral battle veins for 3 whole years to complete this plan. He remembered asking the system to find a way to deliver all the elixirs to the dish. The system agreed with him and promised to help. At the same time, the princesses were very surprised that the baby was born strong. They understood that compared to the 4 ancient beasts, they were all worthless. Dong Fan fell to the ground. They all shouted that it was over. It was said that it was impossible that someone could appear with a fool of a martial emperor at birth, and even with 4 ancestors. Heifeng laughed, saying that the 4 divine beasts born in the body of a martial emperor were a blessing for his family. Yaya was also happy that the young master had a strong brother. The people of the family and rejoiced. They laughed at other families, asking why they were silenced, although they drowned their family very much. Now no one will dare to call the family garbage. They laughed that because of what happened, everyone's jaws dropped. At the same time, the heads of different families in heaven discussed what had happened. Someone wanted to celebrate, and someone with renewed vigor wanted to kill the family and... In the blue, clear sky, a bell rang. Qingtian and Yao turned around. The young man asked what that sound was. People around realized that the heavenly bell was sounding. A scroll descended in front of them. The servants told Qingtian that something was wrong. It was a universal call. It has been more than 10 years since this order appeared in the Tianluo kingdom and no one understood why it appeared today. Dong Fanjian pointed out the contents of the scroll to everyone. There was written an order for the mobilization of 10,000 kingdoms. The names listed below were Jiafeng, and Heifeng, and Kun, and Xiangxing, and Jiangdan, and Shan, and Heichao, and Heiyang, and Heizhong, and Heiyi, and Hanqian, and Hanwen, and Qianliang, and Hansu, and Jiashu, and Henyang, and Hao, and Heabo, and Heiachu, and Heiaj, and Heiguang, and Haimiao, and Heiaki. These were all the names of the Yi family. Dong Fanjian was jubilant. He said that it was very good, because heaven was watching them and as punishment, the whole family would be drafted into the heavenly army. Qingtian asked what kind of heavenly order it was, and Yao explained to him that the summoning order was tantamount to forcibly capturing a strong person and those on the list would be teleported to the battlefield of the 10,000 realms, wherever they were. The princess who came up confirmed the girl's words. She also added that the Battle of the Worlds is a place where all worlds fight and mix. When martial artists from lower realms such as the Tianluo realm come there, they can only serve as cannon fodder and are unlikely to survive. Qingtian was angry because heaven was playing dirty games by doing this to his family. His father, looking at the sky, exclaimed, "Why is heaven punishing his family?" His brother also shouted and asked what wrong his family had done to heaven, what was the punishment for. The people of the family also shouted, insulting the heavens and lamenting that they could not do anything about this trouble. Qingtian reached out to the system and asked if they could make a deal. The girl specified what kind of deal he wants to make. Qingtian replied that he wanted to awaken a new system with 1 trillion attribute points. But the system replied that unfortunately, the transaction is impossible. Qingtian was angry. He was dissatisfied with the situation of his family. The veins on his arms were swollen. Yaya was crying softly behind his back. The princess and her uncle gloated. The princess wanted to see what he would do now. Her uncle said that the strongest members of the family were drafted into the army and inevitably turned from a first-class family into a third-rate one. He promised to kill Qingtian when the time came. The princess replied that she would order her father to level the place with the help of his troops. Suddenly, an old man called the princess's uncle. Dong Fangjian recognized him as Huang Longxi. Huang chuckled, because Dong Fan did not think that he would stay alive. Dong Fan was angry. He said that Huang was supposed to die, and after so many years, he didn't think that Huang would be hiding here. He remembered that he had been ordered to slaughter their residents in order to destroy the remnants of the previous dynasty. But Huang was the only one who survived and escaped. Taking out his weapon, Dong Fangjian said that today he would finish what he started a long time ago. Huang also took out his weapon, shouting that they would look at it again, attacked Dong Fangjian. Dong Fan shouted that he was not his equal then, and will not be his equal now. They clashed and one of them said he wasn't going to kill the other, but would fight. There was an explosion, and Huang shouted that he would not die alone. Qingtian and Yaya rushed to the falling Huang and picked him up. Yaya begged not to leave her, and the doctor shouted that he had avenged his family, avenged his father, mother, Zuer and Nai Nai. Yaya cried bitterly, and Qingtian comforted her, saying that this was the best end for her grandfather. Handing an object to Qingtian, Huang told him that he trusted Yaoyao young master, and this pendant he handed him was jade. It was left over from Yaoyao's infancy, in the form of a jade pendant that was the exclusive property of the northern Manga imperial family. He asked, if possible, to take Yaoyao to her biological parents. Qingtian agreed. He'll take her. Huang told him that there was another secret he wanted to reveal to him. Qingtian bent down, and the old man whispered to him that there was a secret room under the imperial temple of the Tianluo dynasty, which contained an ancient heavenly book and a 10,000-year-old demonic beast. He clarified that this is top-secret information of the dynasty, and he tells it to Qingtian as a reward for the kindness of their family to him and his granddaughter. After saying the last words, Grandpa went limp and died. Yaoyao cried and screamed for Grandpa not to leave her. She couldn't believe what had happened. At the same time, Qingtian was thinking about the heavenly book. Was this really the book he needed? The princess saw her uncle's death. She couldn't believe, was he really dead? Other family members discussed that not only had the family hidden the descendants of the last dynasty, but now they had also killed Dong Fangjian. They also said that very soon this place would be razed to the ground. But this does not concern them anymore. They were about to leave. Everyone turned around and walked in the other direction, discussing that the engagement was over and no one believed that Qingtian would be able to get into the Qingtian sword sect. They didn't want to mess around here anymore. The emperor and his retinue had to deal with the rest. One princess stood and looked at the corpse of her uncle. Angrily, she promised that she would order her father to avenge his death. Turning to the servants, she ordered them to leave this place. Everyone obeyed, and they left the family's territory. At the same time, Qingtian hugged and comforted Yaoyao, who was crying bitterly for her grandfather. He was telling her to accept the loss. He said that the family would take care of Elder Huang. But Yaoyao continued to cry, and Qingtian told her that even though her grandfather had died, she still had him. He would protect her and not let anyone touch her. The next day there was a funeral. There was a wooden coffin in the middle of the room. In front of him, Qingtian, Jiefeng and Heifeng stood in a bow of respect. Yaoyao was sitting on her knees by the coffin and crying. A little later, Jiefeng called his son and said he wanted to ask a question. He asked about what happened at the Awakening Arena yesterday. What happened to the 10,000 Immortal Swords technique? Qingtian hesitated, wondering what to say to his father. He pretended to be thinking and suddenly seemed to remember how the ancestor of the clan secretly helped him. The father and uncle were shocked and asked if he meant exactly what he said. Qingtian chuckled and said that the progenitor had also helped him get rid of the secret child of the 4 great families. He offered to call him here if they didn't believe him. He said that no one should know about it either. At that moment, Qingtian himself was thinking about whether his uncle and father would understand if he invaded their consciousness with the help of the despot's pupils and turned into a progenitor. His father clarified whether he could really summon the progenitor. His uncle didn't believe him at all. He had never heard of a living progenitor in the family. Qingtian still decided to try to do what he had planned, and suddenly the 2 men were in the air. They were scared and didn't understand what was going on. They turned around and there was a huge dragon in front of them. He introduced himself as the progenitor of the Yi family and said that he heard Qingtian calling him. Jiafeng was shocked, and Heifeng doubtfully asked who was in front of them, because there is no living progenitor in the family. The progenitor seemed offended. He asked how dare they question his identity. He said that many experienced grandparents came out of the family and he is one of them. Putting his hand to his chest, Jiafeng apologized for his brother, saying that he did not understand what he was carrying. He knelt down himself and pushed his brother, ordering him to quickly kneel down and admit his mistake. Heifeng obeyed and also asked for mercy. Qingtian, in the guise of the progenitor, felt ashamed. He couldn't watch his father and uncle kneel in front of him, but such times and he couldn't do anything about it. He told them that he had heard that their family had been called to the battlefield of 10,000 worlds. He said that he came for this. He handed them a huge pile of gold, jewelry, dishes and other treasures. They were in shock. It was said that this was impossible, because the rarest treasures lay in front of them. The progenitor said that there are still a lot of artifacts in this pile. He took them with him, but he also warned that they should not be used in any case, otherwise their kingdom would not survive. Jiafeng got emotional, believed that he was alive and said that he would definitely not let his descendants die, so as not to put him to shame. The progenitor smiled and pointed the fire blade at Jiafeng, saying that he had prepared it especially for him. He ordered that if he ever met a person who recognized this sword, he asked if he remembered Daminghu Lake and the promise he made at the 18th level of hell. He also ordered him to be sure to carry a willow branch with him, because at a crucial moment, it could save his life. Jiafeng swore that he remembered everything and thanked him, but then he found that he was already bowing to Qingtian. Qingtian, as if he didn't know anything, asked if his father had seen the progenitor. The father hesitated and replied that he had seen, and that the ancestor had told him a lot and given him a lot of things. His father told him that he would take his son to a certain place. The son asked where he wanted to take him. His father told him that he would take his son to their secret enterprise. My son liked how it sounded, and he asked where this place is. The father happily replied that it was a Tinkyu brothel. Qingtian was sitting opposite the young man, and the young man thanked him for the food, saying that it was very tasty. The young man's name was Zhang Daolin, and he swore that he was not deceiving anyone and would exchange the breath of the scorching sun for food. He gave the book to Qingtian and cheerfully went about his business. Qingtian looked after him and did not think anything good. Looking at the book, Qingtian thought about where he had heard his name, and suddenly he remembered that the first genius of the Tianluo world is called Zhang Daolin. He remembered that when he was only a year old, he awakened martial arts in himself, entered the celestial realm at the age of 8 and reached the stage of the god of war at the age of 20. Most likely, by the age of 30, he had reached the emperor stage. In an instant, Qingtian blew up and asked the young man to stop. He turned with fear and shouted that he would not be able to return the pie he had eaten. Qingtian laughed and said he didn't need pies. He asked me to read what is written in the book. The man doubtfully asked Qingtian what he needed. Realizing this, he proudly exclaimed that he had memorized the entire book long ago. Intoning, he began to quote the book. Qingtian squeezed his eyes shut, waiting for the energy to form, but there was none. He didn't understand what was going on. The system said he was a reader, so why is nothing working? Suddenly the man was scared by a dog. With fear, he pushed her aside with his strength. Suddenly, the energy he had been waiting for appeared. He laughed and rejoiced. This Kai was stronger than last time by as much as 5 times. Qingtian thought that if it was always like this, it would only take 2 years to open the second seal. Also, Qingtian was thinking that there might be a problem with the reader. He had to come up with some reason for him to stay. At the same time, Zhang Daolin was sitting on the ground and asked the dog not to come near him, but she kept barking at him. Qingtian remembered that the breath of the scorching sun was created by the great mentor of the first generation Zhang Tianwei. When he was in the hell of 1,000 worlds, he told him something. Unexpectedly, the system turned to Qingtian and said that his memory had failed him. The breath of the scorching sun that Zhang Tianwei gave him was always in his inventory, and it was not a copy, but the original version. Qingtian had completely forgotten about it. I thought that it turns out that the breath of the scorching sun had been with him all this time. Finally, he figured out what to do with this guy. He approached the monk and said that his book was a fake. He looked up from the dog and was surprised. The monk objected, saying that he could doubt anything but the breath of the scorching sun. This book is real. The dog in the background kept barking at him. He smiled and said that then it was his duty to show him the real breath of the scorching sun. Qingtian retold a few lines to him and the monk was surprised. He cried out that he knew that there were more than 20 levels in the breath of the scorching sun, and it was no wonder that he believed that Golden Kai was not the limit. It turns out that she has been with Qingtian all this time. He asked the prince if he remembered what he was going on. He replied that he remembered. Zhang Dalin swore that he would not remain in debt. He only needed to say what Qingtian needed, and if he had it, he would give it to Qingtian. Qingtian asked again, is he sure he will give anything? The monk replied that he would give everything he had. Qingtian said he wanted him. Qingtian explained that he needed to be by his side for 2 years and constantly cultivate the breath of the scorching sun. The monk replied that cultivating the breath of the scorching sun for 2 years was not a problem for him. Qingtian noted that the monk is very funny. He told him that he would take him to the clan and introduced himself as the young master of the clan. Also, he said that he would be given a decent reception. But suddenly, the monk stopped and asked again, is the young man really from the Yi clan? Qingtian confirmed it and asked, what's wrong? The monk looked very angry. He asked if this clan had killed his brother mentor 10 years ago. He demanded to know why he was killed. Qingtian remembered an old man and said that his father had killed him. Then the monk demanded to call his father to him. Qingtian replied that he had been called up a few days ago and had gone to the battlefield of 10,000 worlds. Instantly the monk became kinder. He said that he is a man of principles. The one who killed his mentor should die. But if he went to the battlefield of 10,000 worlds, then he will come for him next time. Qingtian was shocked and offered to take him to his home. The monk agreed. Qingtian threw him a book and said that his ancestor had written it and he would find the remaining lines inside. A year later, in the imperial palace, in the capital, the emperor was indignant and angry at his servants. A whole year has passed. 150,000 of their best warriors have been defeated near the city of Nanshan. The servants explained to him that they had sent 3 squads of the best soldiers this year, but they were all facing an unknown enemy, especially with that huge monkey in the mountains and the frightening willow thickets. He said that he barely had the opportunity to grab from Sasu, but they are of no use. He can't give up, she'll be there for him. The servant said he had a plan. The emperor told him to speak. They can figure out how to get Wu Suzu to cross the South Sea with 4 children and come here. Without her and the 4 great guardians of the clan, they are worthless. The emperor asked, how do they get her to come here? The servant told him about the Wu clan. At the same time, the servant informed that Lady Wu Suzu had received a letter from the Wu clan. She asked who the letter came from. The servant handed her the letter and she took it in her hands. The servant also informed the lady that the emperor had attacked the Wu clan. The clan has lost. They are suffering serious losses. The lady began to cry. She read that the letter said that her mother was dying and wanted the lady to visit her with her children. She remembered that when, contrary to her family, she married Jiefeng and not Dong Fan Hong, her family abandoned her. And now that they're in trouble, she can't just sit and watch it. The lady ordered the ship to be prepared. She and the children are heading to them. The servant obeyed her order. Yao Yao and Qingtian were flying on a golden-winged bird. Qingtian asked the girl when the monk had last eaten. The girl replied that the monk had eaten for the last time 17 days ago. Qingtian said that if this continues, he will go so crazy. And he himself thought that his seal had only 23,380,000 points left in a year. He believed that he was lucky to find such a treasure, because if this continues, he will break the seal in half a year. Suddenly, Qingtian heard a scream. He looked down and wondered who might have invaded the territory, and he told his bird to go down and see what was going on. One of the 4 princesses was hiding behind a tree below. She was being chased for the purpose of rape by some guy. He cornered her and then the frightened princess threatened to kill herself, but the guy told her that it wouldn't stop him. Qingtian appeared in front of him and attacked him, thus protecting the princess. The man who was chasing the girl decided to attack the young gentleman now. A monk appeared in front of Qingtian and threw the offender on his back with his strength. He defended him and told the abuser that whoever dares to touch the boss will deal with him. Falling to his knees, the man asked for forgiveness. He said that he was a disciple from the Sword Palace and he made a mistake, asked for mercy on him. The monk laughed and asked if Qingtian could see that the man had called him master. In the Dragon and Tiger sect, everyone called him mentor, and this is the first time he hears this. He was laughing, looking at the young man lying on his knees in front of him. Qingtian felt that there was no cultivator aura emanating from him. Also, he was thinking about the fact that he called an elder from the Dragon and Tiger sect master. Who is he? Aloud, he said that such garbage has nothing to walk on the ground, it needs to be killed. The monk laughed. He listened to his master and killed the young man. Leaving, Qingtian said that even with his death, he would not atone for all his sins and called the monk to follow him. Suddenly, the rescued girl clung to him. She had been given something to drink and now she was obsessed. She was lying on Qingtian and Yao saw it. She was angry. Qingtian gave her medicine and the girl calmed down. After 2 hours, she woke up and did not understand where she was and what was happening. Yao came up to her and told her to calm down, because nothing had been done to her. The girl replied with gratitude for the help. Yao told her to thank the young master, but so that she wouldn't misunderstand him, he just gave her a pill. Qingtian confirmed that he really hadn't done anything. The girl introduced herself. Her name was Qingtian from the Manhwa sect. She thanked him again for his help. Qingtian clarified that there are only girls in the Manhwa sect. He asked if she knew Xuanyuan Lolo. The girl replied that she was a celestial from their sect and asked if he knew her. Qingtian said she was his fiancée. The girl was very surprised by this. Suddenly, she pulled out a weapon and screamed that anyone who abused the celestial should die. Qingtian didn't understand what was going on and why. All of a sudden, the sweet girl became so aggressive. He told the girl that he was very devoted to the princess. She tried to attack him, but missed. The young man laughed and said that he liked it when a girl protects her masters like that. He pinned her against a tree and stopped the attack. Yao got angry and asked what was wrong with her, because the young master saved her, and she decided to pay him like this. The monk thought about it and said that his mentor was right, women are still those animals. The girl got angry and asked who allowed him to insult the celestial. Qingtian objected to her, saying that he had not insulted her. He said that if the girl did not believe, let her ask the princess herself. Let him ask if she was engaged to the Yi clan. The girl still didn't believe him and asked his age. She said that the celestial is at least 10 years older than him. But Qingtian laughed and said that he liked older. The girl got even more angry and called him a scoundrel. He laughed kindly and said he was joking. He asked her what was she doing in his clan's territory. The girl replied that she had been ordered to find the 4 divine beasts. Qingtian was surprised that she had been ordered to find his siblings. He informed her that the 4 divine beasts were his brothers and sisters. The girl did not believe him, because it could not be that a person of the first rank had brothers and sisters from the genus of divine beasts. He laughed at that and invited her to bet that he was telling the truth. He suggested to her that if his brothers and sisters really had the blood of the 4 divine beasts, then she would become his 51st wife. The girl reasoned that she had nothing to fear, because she believed that he was wrong and agreed. The monk was surprised and asked if the 4 divine beasts were really brothers and sisters of Qingtian. The monk said that if they could join the Dragon and Tiger sect and if the Lord was willing, then he could choose someone from his sect as a wife. The girls watched this with laughter. Turning to the girl, Qingtian said that since she agreed to the dispute, he would take her to his brothers and sisters and introduce them to them. The girl thought that she did not know what this guy was like, but she reasoned that since the monk called him master, she would look forward to meeting his brothers and sisters. If that was true, of course. Qingtian said they were going there right now. After returning home, Qingtian called his mother, but the servant told him that the lady had received news from the Wu clan and had gone there with her children. The young master was surprised by this decision. He suspected something was wrong, because his grandfather never liked the Yi clan. He told Yao that he would need to visit the Wu clan, and she should stay here and guard. He ordered not to leave the house until he returned. He assured her that as long as the clan was here, no one would harm her. Yao understood him. The monk said that the master's mother is also his mother, and he Zhang Dalin will also go. The girl asked to go with them too. Qingtian agreed and said she would have to wait. He called his dog, and the dog came running, sat on his knee and waited for the order. Qingtian ordered him to protect the clan, and if anyone tries to break in here, kill him immediately. The dog promised that he would carry out his master's orders. When the monk saw the dog, he was scared and called him a demon. The girl felt a very strong pressure. Qingtian summoned his bird and ordered him to be taken to the Wu clan. The golden-winged bird landed, raising a pile of wind and dust with it. The monk was surprised again, thinking how strong his master was, that he could tame even the strongest demons. A day later, a group of people tried to get through the wall into the house, and one man said that his majesty had ordered the entire clan to be slaughtered. The second one told him that now was the best opportunity, because the lady took the 4 divine beasts and went to the Wu clan. There is not a single strong cultivator in this clan. They jumped over the wall and were going to destroy them, but they were already waiting there. They were met by a dog and said that they were very brave, since they dared to invade the Yi clan. The main one and the attackers were very surprised and asked who was in front of him. The dog, as if nothing had happened, was lying and chewing grapes. One of the warriors suggested that the Lord just kill him, and he agreed, saying that there was no one else strong in the clan anyway. A very strong energy came from the dog, which scattered all the warriors around the yard. He laughed, asking how such trash dared to come to the Yi clan. Before his death, their main warrior said that it was impossible, because we're in the clan and such a strong warrior. At the same time, the lady came to the Wu clan. She stood with 4 children in front of the house and told the children that this was their grandfather's house. The children asked why they came here, because grandpa doesn't like them. The lady thought about it, because the letter said that the emperor attacked the Wu clan, and they died. Everything was quiet in the estate, nothing was destroyed. She called the children and said they needed to find grandpa. 2 warriors met a woman and laughed, calling her a traitor to the clan. One of them said that the owner is smart and he really was able to deceive the girl. The gates closed and the girl was met by her father. He asked, did she miss home? The woman got angry. She realized that her father had deceived her. The children were afraid and held on to their mother. The woman was angry and told her father that he had never treated her as his daughter and had always only used her. The children hugged her, asked her not to cry and convinced her that they would help her. She went on to say that for the benefit of the clan, he sold her to the palace. She remembered how she defended herself, shouting that they wouldn't get her and that she only loved Jaifeng. Fortunately, she was able to get out of there. With tears in her eyes, she asked, why did her father treat her like this? Her father replied that if she had not refused to marry the emperor, the other houses would not have looked at them with contempt and would not have mocked them for so many years. The girl didn't understand if she was just a tool for him. The father said that from the moment she got married, she ceased to be his daughter. He told her that this time he had summoned her not only to marry her off, but also to take away the children and use them for the purposes of the clan. The men pounced on her and pinned her in a circle, but the children, as promised, protected their mother. They released a huge force wave, and the soldiers scattered to different sides. The servants were surprised that these children are nothing, but they are already at the stage of the emperors of war. They understood why the head tried so hard to lure them here. They are very valuable to him. The woman ordered the elder to take his brothers and sisters away from here. But the children shouted that they would not go anywhere, they would protect her. She shouted at them to obey her and leave, and she attacked her father. He struck his daughter with force, and she fell to her knees. The children, not listening to her, ran to her. Suddenly, Qingtian appeared on the golden-winged bird. The woman was surprised that someone was controlling a demon, because it was impossible. She hasn't recognized her son yet. Qingtian went down to them. The children saw Qingtian and were very happy. They stretched out their hands to him and jumped joyfully. Qingtian approached his mother and asked if she was all right. The woman replied that she was fine and told her son to pick up his brothers and sisters as soon as possible and leave here. She was holding his hands and trembling. Qingtian was approached by his grandfather, calling him a loser from the Yi clan. He laughed, saying that someone like him could not save someone. Qingtian got angry and ordered his grandfather to kneel down and apologize to his mother. Grandpa didn't like it. He asked how he dared to order his grandfather. Qingtian applied his demon pupils and made grandfather fall to his knees. The man fell to his knees. Qingtian also ordered him to lower his head to the floor. The old man, led by an unprecedented force, did this too. He didn't understand how this was possible. The servants didn't understand what was going on. They did not understand why the owner was bowing to the floor to those whom he had ordered to be killed a few minutes ago. They were thinking, did the kid really master some kind of technique? But this is impossible, because he is only the first rank. He can't even master simple techniques. Qingtian stood over his grandfather and ordered him to continue bowing. The head of the Wu clan was angry at his servants and ordered them to help him up. The servants all ran to Qingtian at once. A monk stood in front of them and, angry that they dared to attack the master, threw them back. The servants were surprised that an elder from the dragon and tiger sect called Qingtian master. Why would he call a loser that? Meanwhile, an unknown man in a raincoat was looking at them from above. She said it was almost time and everyone was there. Suddenly, the Wu clan was attacked by an imperial squad. Qingtian wondered where they were from. The servants did not understand anything and decided that the emperor wanted to help them. But they were very wrong. They realized this when the warriors started slaughtering their comrades. The warriors said that no one would leave this place alive. The head of the Wu clan asked the man what it all meant. But the man replied that the head was only a pawn in the hands of the emperor. Grandfather didn't believe it. The man also said that the emperor's goal had been achieved and the pawns were no longer needed. He pierced the head with force, to death. Qingtian thought he felt a familiar feeling. He realized that the man was from the heavenly palace. The monk asked if this was the heavenly palace built by 10,000 gods, omnipotent and omnipresent. The man laughed and said that there was a drop of intelligence in Qingtian, but it was too late. Chen Xuan stood in front of them. He had the emperor stage. Going to Chen, the monk said that since childhood he had wanted to fight with God and find out how strong they were. He attacked him by applying separation. Defending himself, the man said that the monk did not know his place. Unfortunately, he killed him. Before his death, the monk saw that the face of a skeleton was hiding under the hood. The man said that he was lucky to see the body of God. He told him that in this lower world, the gods are invincible. Folding his hands, he ordered them to feel the power of the gods. The story continues in the imperial palace. Emperor Dongfang Hong sat on his throne and listened to the report of his advisors. He was told that their best warriors had been defeated, and those who had infiltrated the clan's estate would never return. The emperor lowered his head in disappointment. He thought for a while and jumped up from his throne. Dongfang Wang stood in front of his advisors with his arms outstretched. He shouted loudly that they were useless. All the strongest warriors of the Yi clan went to the battlefield of 10,000 worlds, but his soldiers still failed. Emperor Dongfang Wang angrily asked why they were trying to mock him. The counselors sat on their knees in front of the emperor and loudly replied that they would not dare. One of the advisors got up from his knees and said that the clan is not as simple as it seems. They hid a huge power. As far as he knows, Qingtian is being guarded by the elder of the Dragon and Tiger sect, Zhang Daolin. Emperor Dongfang Hong asked that Zhao Daoling is the first genius. The advisor shouted loudly that this was true. The first genius of Tianluo. He is also accompanied by disciples of the Miaoyan sect named King Zhu, and the emperor said irritably that it was impossible. A man entered the throne room with the words that the sect of the dragon and the tiger had caused him problems. Emperor Dongfang Hong looked at the man and asked that Mentor Zhu himself was standing in front of him. Mentor Zhu came closer to the emperor. Zhu Daoming turned out to be an old man. He had a long beard of light brown color. He was dressed in traditional clothes, and 2 red and yellow amulets hung on his belt. Zhu was one of the 4 highest mentors of the Dragon and Tiger sect. Zhu Daoming angrily told the emperor that Zhang Daoling dared to unite with some weakling. For such a disgrace he would be destroyed. A few hours later, at the estate of the Yi Huang clan, Yao Yao was clutching a piece of paper in her hands. She sadly and anxiously said, "How is the young master? He has been gone for a very long time." At that moment, Qingtian, Wu Su, Zhang Daolin, and Zhu and Qi and Hu and Lun entered the room. And Qingtian held the hand of Yilongyi and Hu. He shouted loudly that he was back. Yao Yao shouted in surprise that the gentleman had returned. The girl ran to Qingtian and hugged him tightly. She buried her nose in his chest and shouted joyfully, "Sir." And Qingtian looked at Huang Yao Yao with a smile and asked why she was so excited. Huang Yao Yao released Qingtian and awkwardly said that she was very glad that Mr. had returned unharmed. She also needs to talk to the young master about something. And Qingtian looked at Huang Yao Yao in surprise and asked what about. The girl lowered her eyes to the floor and replied that the Tink brothel had sent something, told her to give it only to the young master. Huang Yao Yao held out the very sheet she had been clutching before meeting Qingtian. She held it in her hands, waiting for the young master to take it. She loudly told him to take the sheet. The guy took the sheet in his hands, and Qingtian looked at the sheet in his hands and said tensely that since the Tink brothel had sent the message itself, something must have happened. And Qingtian started to leave, but before that, he told Yao Yao and mother to wait for him at home. Wu Su looked at her son in surprise and asked him if he was really leaving already. And Qingtian continued to leave without answering his mother. And Qingtian came to the territory of the brothel. One girl greeted him and told him to come inside. Another girl invited him to have fun together. And Qingtian went inside and sat on a chair. Immediately he was surrounded by girls and began to massage his hands and feet. The girl in the pink dress asked if it hurt him. Her friend decided to clarify whether the young gentleman was pleased. And Qingtian said in a relaxed manner that he was very well, but he wanted to know why to call him. The girl in the pink dress laughed and shouted loudly that it wasn't them who called him. Her friend said with a smile that they were only ordered to do it, he should be careful. And Qingtian asked in surprise why he needed to be careful. And Qingtian was sitting in the same room, but there wasn't a soul around. He was looking at the street through the open door. Suddenly, Qingtian jumped up from his chair and looked angrily into the distance. He thought tensely that he felt a thirst for murder. A girl in a black dress and masks flew in through the open door, holding a knife in her hands, which she pointed at Qingtian. The young master looked with composure at the knife that was approaching his face. The weapon almost touched Qingtian's forehead, but he deftly intercepted the knife with 2 fingers and glared at the girl. And Qingtian released the energy, but he kept holding the attacker's knife. He looked into her eyes and asked that her name was Zai Qin, if he was not mistaken. The girl held onto the handle of the knife and asked Qingtian in surprise how he knew her. The young master broke the knife into small pieces and threw the girl away with great might. And Qingtian answered the girl's question. What is the stage of the god of war, the purple robe? Who could it be, other than the head of Jia Qin? The girl raised her head with screams and looked at Qingtian in surprise. She hugged herself around the waist and said with fear that she thought he was a fool, but it turns out he is quite observant. And Qingtian sternly looked at Jia Qin with his red eyes. And Qingtian used his power and made the girl motionless. The young master loudly said that she was the first one who dared to say so to the master. She should kneel in front of him. Jia Qin resisted the great might of Qingtian with all her might. She screamed at him not to overdo it. Even his father didn't dare to order her. And Qingtian rudely replied to her that it was better for her not to anger him, but to immediately kneel down. And Qingtian looked at the girl with a stern look and thought that when faced with such a strong subordinate, you need to knock off his self-confidence so that he respects you. Jia Qin's strength was already running out. She resisted in every possible way, but soon fell to her knees with a cry that she was greeting the Lord. The girl lowered her head low and looked only at her knees, and Qingtian looked at her and said that was right. They should get down to business. Why did she call him? Jia Qin was holding a piece of paper with a message for the young master. The girl continued to kneel in front of Qingtian. The girl with her eyes closed said that before Patriarchy left the clan, he ordered him to enroll in the Kanglan Academy. In her hands is a certificate of admission. Jia Qin went on to say that if he went there, then the Dongfan clan wouldn't be able to do anything to him anymore. The academy will protect him. And Qingtian looked through the letter and insensitively replied that his father was very worried about him. There must be a hidden meaning at his disposal. It was the middle of the night. The moon shone brightly all around. In the silence of the night, only one phrase was heard, that it would be necessary to prepare. And Qingtian returned to the estate when it was already light. And Qingtian shouted at Su that he was at home. At this time, his mother was playing with his brothers and sisters, and not far away Huang Yaoyao was chatting merrily with Zhang Daolin. Wu Su approached her son and asked if everything was okay. And Qingtian looked at the woman and replied with a kind smile that he was going to the Kanglan Academy. My father ordered it. Wu Su asked in surprise if Kanglan Academy was right. And Qinlan confidently replied that yes. He thinks that his father had his own reasons for this, so he has to go. Zhang Daoling, who had overheard the entire conversation, asked the young master when he was going to the Kanglan Academy. And Qingtian calmly replied that the start of his studies was already close. We have to leave tomorrow. He and Huang Yaoyao should also prepare. They will go with him. Huang Yaoyao approached both Qingtian and Zhang Daoling and said that she would go anywhere if she stayed by the master's side. Zhang Daoling asked in surprise that everything would happen so quickly. Wu Su anxiously looked at her son and said that he should take good care of himself. And Long sadly said that she would miss her brother, and Ziyuan said that she would miss it too. And Qingtian replied to his mother that there was no need to worry, he would take care of himself. The young master patted Yilong on the head and told his sisters to obey their mother, and Ziyuan happily replied that she would obey. Yilong looked at her brother sadly and said that he shouldn't worry, they would obey. And Qingtian said it was great, but it was time for him to get ready. The next day, the city of Tianluo, 2 guys and a girl were walking down the street and looking around the neighborhood. And Qingtian said that Tianluo city looks good. Zhang Daoling said that since the academy is located in such a place, it is definitely not a bad institution. Both Qingtian and Huang Yaoyao were standing in front of a clothing store. The guy put his arm around the girl's waist and said that there are very beautiful clothes here. They should go and buy her something. Huang Yaoyao looked at the young master in surprise and asked why he would buy her clothes. And Qingtian grabbed Huang Yaoyao by the hand and led him to the store with the words that you need to look more decent in the city. They have to go quickly. Huang Yaoyao and Qingtian entered the store. The young man led the girl to the dresses and told her to choose whatever she wanted. Huang Yaoyao replied awkwardly and in amazement that she didn't know what to buy for her. And Qingtian told her to try on whatever she liked. An old man approached the young people, who turned out to be the owner of the store. He mockingly asked Qingtian if he knew how much the clothes cost here. If they mess up something, they won't be able to pay. A man came into the store and said that if this beauty wanted something, he would pay. The shop owner bowed and called the man Mr. Feng, and he is also very glad that he came. And Qingtian thought angrily how this snob dared to meddle with his Yao Yao. He'll show him now. And Qingtian picked up the blue dress and told Huang Yaoyao that since that gentleman was paying, he would choose this. Wang Yaoyao awkwardly replied to the young master that these clothes looked expensive, and Qingtian sneeringly said that there is no difference if this rich man pays. The owner told Mr. Feng with a smile that in the whole city, one of them is worth 8,000 gold. Will he buy this dress? Feng shouted in shock that it was really 8,000, and Qingtian asked with a grin if he didn't have enough money. Feng angrily asked if he dared to insult him, and Qingtian replied that he just called him a rich man. Where is the insult here? Mr. Feng furiously asked if he knew who he was, and Qingtian looked at him intently and replied that it didn't matter who he was. If he can't buy, then let him go. Mr. Feng shouted to his people to teach this guy a lesson. The two assistants threw their fists at Qingtian. The young master easily dodged the blow and his eyes glittered with anger, and Qingtian, with the help of his strength, defeated two of Feng's assistants without a single touch. People fell to the floor in pain, and Qingtian grabbed Feng by the collar and asked if he really wanted to teach him a lesson. Mr. Feng shouted to be released and not to approach him again, and Qingtian shouted how dare he, and then threw Feng out of the store with great force. And Qingtian shouted after Feng that if he saw him again, there would be big trouble. Feng fell on the road, and people looked at Mr. Feng in surprise. The owner pointed his finger at Feng and loudly told Qingtian that he was in big trouble. This guy is the younger brother of the current emperor Dong Feng Hong. And Qingtian asked in surprise that that guy was the emperor's younger brother. The owner of the clothing store replied that he finally understood, but it was too late. And Qingtian happily said that then his subordinate would deal with Feng. And Qingtian ordered Zhang Daolin to defeat Feng. Zhang Daoling sternly replied to the gentleman that everything would be done. Zhang Daoling went outside and shouted in frustration that Feng was running fast. He's nowhere to be seen. And Qingtian put his hands on Wang Yaoyao's shoulders and with a smile told her not to pay attention to this strange man. Now they have to choose her clothes. The girl looked at him in surprise. The owner of the clothing store shouted at Qingtian that he and his girlfriend needed to leave as soon as possible. If the gentleman comes, he will have big problems. And Qingtian threw a bag of money in the owner's face. The young gentleman looked at the old man and asked if 10,000 was enough for him to buy clothes. The owner with a bruised cheek happily smiled and politely said that he had had enough. He also asks for forgiveness. He did not immediately understand who was in front of him. He didn't realize that the man in front of him was rich. Wang Yaoyao came out and into the fitting room in a beautiful orange dress. She blushed and awkwardly asked the young gentleman how his dress was. And Qingtian was shocked by the beauty of the girl and shouted that it was beautiful, too beautiful. It's like a virgin stepped out of a painting. Zhang Daoling also couldn't take his eyes off Wang Yaoyao. The shop owner gave a thumbs up and said with a smile that her beauty was breathtaking. If she decides to participate in the annual beauty contest, she will get into Volume 3. Wang Yaoyao looked at the old man in surprise and asked with interest what kind of beauty contest. The owner of the clothing store began to explain that the competition in which the residents of Tianluo compete in beauty. The prize is 30,000 gold, and you can also have dinner with the emperor. And Qingtian started to leave the store saying that she was not interested. They have to go, things are not waiting. Wang Yaoyao replied that everything would be as the Lord wished. The girl followed the young master and Zhang Daolin. Outside, Zhang Daolin asked where they were going, and Qingtian replied with a smile that they were going where a man should go. Wang Yaoyao, dressed in a new dress, asked if it wasn't better for them to go to the academy, and Qingtian calmly replied that it wasn't the time yet. They shouldn't be in a hurry. Zhang Daoling felt the dark energy. Qingtian noticed the change in his companion and asked what happened. Zhang Daolin looked angrily into the distance and replied to the young gentleman that he felt a thirst for murder nearby, and quite strong. And Qingtian asked in surprise that the major really wants revenge. Zhao Daoling replied with a serious face that it didn't look like it. She's already gone. He doesn't know if they wanted to kill them. And Qingtian told Zhao Daolin not to worry. No matter who he is, if he decides to attack him, then he can easily win. Zhao Daoling, Qingtian and Wang Yaoyao continued on their way. They reached the Flower Pavilion, one of Tianluo's 4 main brothels. In this place, the guys and the girl decided to stop. Inside, 2 people were shouting that there were terrible girls here. How could they call him 50-year-olds? They should learn from the Red Pavilion opposite. Their girls were called water maidens. The girls here are too ugly. The men started to leave. One of them shouted that he had no words. He won't come here again. The manager shouted in frustration that the gentleman did not leave. And Qingtian pointed to the Flower Pavilion and said that this is where they will rest. Zhao Daoling said that he had not been to such places yet. And Qingtian shouted at his comrade that he was a man. What was he afraid of? Wang Yaoyao asked Wu and Qingtian why they had come. The manager met them and pointed with her hand to let them pass. The manager told her girls to greet the guests. Girls with an unattractive appearance shouted for the gentleman to choose them. And Qingtian said in shock that he was in a park with dinosaurs. Zhao Daoling was surrounded by unusual girls and shouted with delight that they were very good. Qingtian couldn't believe it and looked at his comrade in surprise. And Qingtian told the manager that he was not looking for a girlfriend. He asked to call Sister Hong. The woman asked in surprise that he knew Sister Hong, as well as who he was. And Qingtian replied with a grin that she didn't need to know. She should just call Sister Hong. The manager angrily asked if he was really looking for problems, and then called the guys to teach Qingtian a lesson. A group of guys began to approach Qingtian. The young master covered Huang Yaoyao with his hand. Zhao Daoling took up a fighting stance. The guys did not have time to approach the trio, as someone shouted for them to stop. A guy in a white coat came into the room and shouted that he was asking them to stop. A group of guys immediately stopped and looked in surprise at the person who came. This guy's name is Gui. He bowed and shouted that he was greeting the host. And Qingtian ordered Gui to find him a couple of rooms. He's staying here for a while. The manager, surprised and stammering, asked that he was the manager. Gui knelt down and shouted as the owner wished. Qingtian looked at the girls here and asked Gui what was going on in the flower pavilion and what happened to the girls. Gui, without getting up from his knees, said that they were oppressed by the red pavilion. The pavilion of the spring wind and the white garden. Many girls have gone to them. Half a month ago, the girls fell ill with some kind of illness and can no longer accept clients. And Qingtian asked in disbelief what the disease was. Gui shouted that it was syphilis. The young gentleman angrily asked that everything was fine. Then where did the syphilis come from? Gui got up from his knees and looked into Qingtian's eyes. He said he suspected that it was the work of the other pavilions. And Qingtian thought for a while and told Gui to take him to the sick. He will decide how to heal them. Gui replied that he would do everything and opened the door. Huang Yaoyao excitedly said that it was dangerous for the gentleman to approach them. Zhang Daoling asked in fright if it was really necessary to go. And Qingtian didn't say anything, but just followed Gui. Gui opened one of the rooms with the words that they were here. There were girls inside who were constantly coughing, and they also had a high fever. And Qingtian was surprised to say that, really, someone is capable of such a crime. Gui looked at the girls and replied that he had invited talented healers from everywhere, but they could not do anything. Maybe the owner knows how to cure them. And Qingtian ordered the system to get a cure for syphilis. The system handed out a red box with the words that everything is ready. And Qingtian handed the box to Gui with the words that there was medicine inside. It should be dissolved in water and given to them to drink. Gui asked in surprise if it could help. All the girls drank their medicine. One of them dropped her cup in surprise. She laughed with happiness and said that she felt better. She drank the medicine and was cured. Gui poured the medicine into cups, saying that the master's medicine really worked. The girls shouted that it helped them and thanked the young gentleman. And Qingtian asked Gui why the rest of the brothels were united against the 100 Flowers Pavilion. Gui replied to the young gentleman that the beauty contest was to blame in 2 days. The Pavilion of 100 Flowers has won it for 2 years in a row. Gui went on to say that if they won again, then the rest of the brothels would have business problems. And Qingtian angrily thought that because of this, he was trying his best to eliminate them. Out of Qingtian's thoughts came shouts and questions if anyone was here. The young gentleman asked what was there. He was told that judging by the voice, someone had come to swear. A young guy who was constantly fanning himself entered the room. He asked with a laugh why one of the 4 great brothels looked more like a haunted house. The guards stood in front of him with the words that if the gentleman came here for entertainment, then welcome. Otherwise, they apologized for being rude. The guards of the uninvited guests were bigger and stronger than the guards of the brothel. 2 strong and tall men laughed and asked that the girls had all left, and only the guys remained. The guy with the fan said mockingly that he wanted to see if there were any beautiful girls left in the flower pavilion. His companion, who was standing next to him all the time, laughed softly. And Qingtian, Huang Yaoyao and Zhang Daoling came out to the uninvited guests. The young gentleman asked if they were looking for someone. The guards looked at Huang Yaoyao and said with a smile that she was too beautiful. The companion of the uninvited guest thought with disappointment where such a beautiful girl came from in the flower pavilion. Did they miss someone? The guard laughed and said he would take the girl in the orange dress. Huang Yaoyao said in disgust that it was terrible. Qingtian angrily kicked the guard, who shouted out of surprise. The guard rushed at Qingtian, and Qingtian caught the fist that was coming at him, and then began to twist the guard's arm. Zhang Daoling watched this and shouted that Mr. Cool, and Qingtian threw the guard to the floor. The guy with the fan shouted, "How dare this man attack his people, and let him tell his name right now." And Qingtian shouted that he was his dad. The guy ran with a fan at Qingtian, but the young master did not budge. He used his inner strength. The guy stopped and angrily thought that his god's heart was attacked. The girl looked at the defeated colleague and thought that even Xu Sheng had lost. It was time to leave. Zhang Daoling grabbed the girl by the shoulder and angrily said that his master did not allow her to leave. The girl said with fear that she just came for company. She gathered all her courage and shouted loudly that she would only let him try to touch her. Zhang Daoling got angry from such impudence and gave the girl a strong slap in the face. He shouted at her to get out of sight. She was a disgrace to them. The girl fell under Qingtian's feet as well. The young gentleman looked at the girl with pink hair and asked who ordered her to come. The girl looked at Qingtian with fear and replied that she didn't know what he was talking about. She just came to see the repose. And Qingtian got angry and put his foot on the pink-haired woman's head. The young master repeated his question, who ordered her to come? The girl moaned painfully. Suddenly, the young guy jumped up and pointed his fan at Qingtian, saying that he was going to teach him a lesson. The young gentleman froze in surprise for a second, but immediately he gathered himself and parried the blow with the words that it was low to attack from behind. Qingtian's opponent fell to the floor and laughed angrily. He wiped his face and said with a grin that Qingtian had also contracted a disease for which there was no cure. He must prepare for death. At that moment, Qingtian also grimaced in pain. Huang Yaoyao and Zhang Daoling held the young master so that he would not fall. The girl anxiously asked if he was okay. Zhang Daoling angrily said that even the emperor could not resist this disease. And Qingtian felt like he was losing his life points and thought irritably that he was infected after all. The guy with the fan laughed angrily and said that there was no antidote for this poison. He's doomed. And Qingtian saw his inner vessel, with which he was sucking in the green liquid. And Qingtian wondered why the vessel in his body was shaking. The young gentleman was surprised to think that the vessel was absorbing poison. The vessel lit up and replenished the health and blood of the young gentleman by 100 million points, and Qingtian looked at his hands with surprised eyes and thought that a vein of the first rank could absorb poison, as well as replenish blood. He has a transformation of himself. And Qingtian looked at the guy who was lying on the floor and said that he was really cruel once he used poison. The young master's enemy said in horror that he was able to heal, but it was impossible. Zhang Daoling happily said that the Lord had transformed. The guy continued to lie on the floor and could not move from shock and fear. He began to expect what would happen to him next. And Qingtian angrily asked his enemy that he was upset that he could not defeat him. The young gentleman looked at the guy who continued to sit on the floor and thought that there was definitely someone behind this guy. It is not necessary to get rid of it yet, but it is better to pull out some information. The guy in fear stretched out his hands in front of him and asked how he was able to heal. After all, this poison can't have an antidote. And Qingtian sternly asked if he was sure that he had not been given a fake. And Qingtian went on to say that he was just assigned to do the dirty work. He was just sent to the slaughter. The guy hysterically shouted that no, His Highness could not deceive him. The young master asked in surprise that the Dongfan clan had sent him. The guy jumped up from the floor in horror and shouted that he had blabbed. He decided to defeat Qingtian again and rushed at him. And Qingtian used his power, as evidenced by the bright shining red eyes. The young gentleman shouted for him to lie down. His wish was fulfilled, and the uninvited guest fell to the floor. He groaned painfully. Qingtian crouched down in front of his enemy and rudely asked if he had poisoned the girls in the flower pavilion. The guy was lying on the floor and looking at the ceiling. He asked with a distraught look where he got it from. And Qingtian got angry and stepped on his enemy's chest with great force. The guy screamed in pain and shouted several times that he would say everything. The guy, stuttering, began his story. He nervously said that it was Mistress Zhang who allowed him to do this for a whole month. The guy got scared and started shouting again to let him go. His father is the mentor of the court. If he gets killed, and Qingtian won't survive tomorrow. Huang Yaoyao and Qingtian looked at the guy who worked in the brothel. The young master flashed his red eyes and asked if the mentor was really that cool. The employee replied that the tutor of the court is the first teacher of the crown prince, and his daughter is one of the best teachers at the Kanglan Academy. The family is one of the most respected clans. This man's name is Tian Yu. He is a disciple of Kanglan Academy. The guy lying on the floor grinned angrily at the servant. And Qingtian stepped on his enemy with great force that the head was imprinted on the floor and left cracks. And Qingtian, without taking his foot off the guy, said that he didn't care who he was. If he wanted to harm his youth, then he must die. The guy shouted loudly to be released. And Qingtian looked at the pink-haired girl who was sitting on the floor playing a game. The young master asked her if she was Mistress Zhang. The girl was scared of Qingtian and couldn't say anything because of her stuttering. And Qingtian came closer to the girl, and in the same second she fell to her knees in front of him. The young lord stared at the girl and asked who ordered her, also the imperial clan. The girl, without raising her eyes from Qingtian, stammered that there was no forgiveness for her. One girl advised her to poison the pavilion. She didn't know her, but she didn't look like one of the city people. Her mind was clouded, and she poisoned everyone to become the best courtesan. And Qingtian listened to the girl and ordered his employees to take her to the backyard. The workers laughed happily and said they would take good care of her. The workers grabbed the girl by the arms and dragged her to the exit. She screamed to be let go, but the workers were adamant. She looked at Qingtian with a pitiful look, but the guy didn't want to help her. And Qingtian began to reason that now he has two guesses why they did it. The first is the Dongfang clan, who wants to kill him. The second is the fight at the competition. What do beauty contests hide? And Qingtian continued to argue that a few 100,000 gold is worth poisoning everyone. But somehow a girl who is not from this city does not stick with it. Huang Yaoyao distracted Qingtian from his reasoning. She said that in addition to the monetary reward, he would also get fame. The shop owner also said that the winner gets dinner with the emperor. And Qingtian looked at Huang Yaoyao with interest and said that did someone really want to get dinner with the emperor and get close to Dongfang Hong? And Qingtian turned away from the girl and thought. He made a serious face and began to reason why the Dongfang clan would kill him with heavenly powder. There is no need to use such a powerful poison for its cultivation in vain. Zhang Daoling approached Qingtian from behind and called out to him. The young gentleman came out of his thoughts and asked his colleague what it was. Zhang Daoling wept bitterly, his tears flowing in rivers down his cheeks. And Qingtian was shocked by this behavior of his brother, but waited for an explanation. Zhang Daoling continued to cry, but he was able to say that his parents died because of this powder. And Qingtian looked regretfully at Zhang Daoling and asked for forgiveness for raising a sore subject. Zhang Daoling glared at the young master and hurried out into the street. He shouted loudly that there was only one person in this world who could cook poison. He will go to the palace and find out everything. And Qingtian stretched out his hand and tried to stop Zhang Daoling. And Qingtian caught up with Zhang Daolin and told him to stay calm. The imperial palace is surrounded by a protective field. With Zhang Daoling's strength, it would be too dangerous to break in there. They have to come up with another way. Zhang Daoling rudely asked what the method was. And Qingtian looked at the evil Zhang Daoling and said that to take part in a beauty contest, win and get into the palace. The manager came into the room with the girls, who looked healthy but tired. The manager told Qingtian sadly that their girls had just recovered. They were too weak to participate. And Qingtian said with full confidence that it was okay. He had someone to choose. The manager was making a questioning sound, waiting for an explanation from Qingtian. The young master did not explain anything, but gently took Huang Yaoyao's hand. The girl looked at Qingtian in surprise. She expected everything except what Qingtian would say now. The young gentleman smiled sweetly and said loudly that he was asking Yaoyao to take part in a beauty contest. Huang Yaoyao suddenly screamed loudly in incomprehension. The Palace of Truth, the peak of the first Jan. Under the yin-yang sign sat a man who was meditating. He called Zhang Daoling to himself and asked how he would overcome the threat. A messenger came to the emperor's palace. He knelt down in front of Dongfang Hong and began his report. He said that Qingtian was also in the city, but the powder was useless. They couldn't kill. Emperor Dongfang Hong incredulously asked how it was possible that the heavenly powder did not work. Mentor Zhu sat on a small chair and listened to the messenger's report. The mentor turned his head towards Emperor Dongfang Hong and said that it didn't matter, his real target was Zhang Daoling. Zhu smiled slyly and continued to speak. When he sees the powder, he will immediately take action. Mentor Zhu continued to tell his plan. He said that he would send a criminal to him at the emperor's stage, and then he would definitely not interfere anymore. Without Zhang Daolin and Qingtian is just a pathetic loser. He won't be in the way for long. Emperor Dongfang Huang smiled angrily, and there were lights in his eyes that did not bode well. He told Mentor Zhu that he was right as always. At this time, both Qingtian and Huang Yaoyao continued to talk. The girl was wearing a new, red dress. She looked great, and Qingtian looked at the girl from all sides and said that in such clothes Yaoyao would definitely be able to win the competition. Huang Yaoyao blushed and replied with an awkward smile that the main thing was that the young master liked it. The manager ran into the room and shouted with concern that there was a disaster. She pointed her finger at the street and explained that Zhang Daoling had gone to the palace alone. And Qingtian asked in disbelief how such a thing could happen. The young master did not listen to anything further and headed for the exit. While he was walking furiously, he said that this guy was acting too carelessly. He's definitely going to do something, so he's going after him. Huang Yaoyao followed Qingtian without hesitation. She said worriedly that she would follow the gentleman anywhere. It was already night, and in the light of the moon, Zhang Daoling was jumping on the roofs of houses. He came to the imperial house with the words that he was asking for forgiveness from his master. In the silence of the night, he told the only listener, Luna, that today he must definitely get into the palace and find out who created this powder. He can't let his father die for nothing. Zhang Daoling ran to the courtyard with full confidence, but suddenly he crashed into the protective dome. He hit hard and began to fall to the ground, coughing from a strong impact on the dome. Zhang Daoling was sitting on his knees and resting his hands on the ground. He looked at the dome in front of him and thought angrily that there was a very strong pure force in this protective field. A circle with various symbols formed around Zhang Daoling. The guy coughed and thought in horror that he had stumbled upon the writings of this protective field, and they had penetrated his body. Even cultivation at the 7th level God of War stage feels the pressure. He broke away and went around thinking that it was nothing. The great mentor said that there is a loophole in any field. Zhang Daoling struck at the protected area, shouting that if he hit hard, he could destroy the heavens. The power of the protective field and the power of Zhang Daoling collided. But unfortunately the guy could not resist and fell to the ground screaming. The strength of the protective field is so high that after throwing Zhang Daoling away, he left a hole on the ground. Zhang Daoling recalled a moment from his childhood when he saw his parents defeated. He shouted angrily that he couldn't even avenge his parents. Zhang Daoling was so angry that he released all his strength. He laughed hysterically and shouted that he would never calm down. A man who was standing on one of the balconies of the imperial palace ordered the fighters to deal with Zhang Daoling. The fighters, shouting, yes, started jumping off the balcony and running at Zhang Daoling. The guy noticed the attackers and got into a fighting pose. The guy suddenly shouted ambush. Zhang Daoling dodged the blows. He asked the fighters who they were. They shouted that they were the ones who would defeat him. Zhang Daoling used the yin-yang force and the fighters were thrown back with great force. The man on the balcony with a malicious smile said that it was not for nothing that he was nicknamed the first genius of Tianluo, Zhang Daoling. Even though the field is holding him back, he is strong. It is a pity that he will die today. The man jumped off the balcony. Zhang Daoling noticed him and asked who he was. The man replied that he would ask his parents soon. Zhang Daoling stammered and asked that he was the murderer of his parents. The man took off his hood and directed streams of energy at Zhang Daoling. The strange man shouted that he had already told him to go to hell and ask them. Zhang Daoling put up a shield and restrained the attacker. He shouted that he had to find out everything. The hooded man asked that he had already developed the scorching sun breathing technique to level 20. The man created a huge ice sword and pointed it at Zhang Daoling. He said it wasn't bad. The strongest elder of the dragon and tiger sect is worthy to fight with him. Zhang Daoling saw the magic weapon and stammered that it was the emperor stage. The sword struck Zhang Daoling precisely in the chest. The guy screamed in pain. Zhang Daoling's face expressed great pain and sorrow. He shouted that an emperor stage cultivator had appeared here. The man smiled happily and looked at Zhang Daoling. He told him to leave this world quietly. Zhang Daoling was lying on the ground and with the last of his strength asked who he was. The man said he wouldn't say anything. Zhang Daoling asked if he had defeated his parents. The man said no. The guy asked if there was really someone behind the nickname. He was told that he talks too much. The man took out a small sword and pointed it at Zhang Daoling. The guy, frightened, asked him to wait a little. The man asked in surprise what he wanted. Zhang Daoling replied with fear that he wanted to wait for one person. His master will come and help him. The man asked with a laugh that this man was of the first rank. He will come only to his own destruction. A hole was formed in the sky from behind, from which the demon dog began to come out. He looked at the man who was holding a sword over Zhang Daoling's head. He only wanted to strike when his sword broke. The demon dog stood in front of Zhang Daoling. The guy asked in shock what was going on. The demon blocked the guy with his hand and replied that the owner said to save Zhang Daoling. Zhang Daoling asked the demon in surprise that he had come from the Lord. The startled man looked at his sword, which had become several times shorter. The angry Qingtian and the agitated Huang Yaoyao walked with rapid steps to the place of advent. Zhang Daoling shouted joyfully that it was very good that the Lord had come. The villain was enveloped in blue energy, which he released from rage. He shouted that Qingtian had dared to show up after all. He uses a technique suppression. The enemy continued to reveal his sinister plan. He said that since Qingtian had come, he would destroy him. The emperor wanted to get rid of him anyway, and Qingtian didn't even move from the villain's strength. He answered without surprise that this means how. The villain stared in shock at Qingtian, who easily fought off his strength. The enemy shouted that it was impossible. He didn't even move. Zhang Daoling happily blew up and shouted loudly, which was expected from the master. Didn't flinch even before the emperor stage. The villain asked in amazement what was wrong with this girl. She's too calm, too. He was referring to Huang Yaoyao, who stared at the man intently and without a drop of fear. The enemy thought a little and awkwardly said that he had also dragged the girl here. What does he think he is? The villain released the maximum amount of power, and because of this, he began to release blue lightning. The villain shouted loudly and furiously that it was impossible. He is a cultivator at the emperor stage. A person like Qingtian is nothing to him. He shouted loudly, showing how strong he was. The enemy strained as much as possible and said loudly that he would increase the suppression and destroy it. A strong wind rose from the huge force, which developed the hair of the heroes in the wind. Zhang Daoling asked what this man was doing, and Qingtian replied that he had no idea. Maybe he's constipated. Zhang Daolin asked if it really hurt that much, and Qingtian thought about it and said in a joking way that perhaps he also had hemorrhoids. The villain was really very tense. His pupil completely absorbed the iris of his eye. The villain was straining harder and harder. His eyes had acquired a reddish hue, and his forehead was completely covered with veins. Drops of sweat dripped down his face, which was also wetted by his long hair. He shouted in a rage, "How can this even be?" And Qingtian doesn't care about his power at all. The young master summoned a scarlet sword that hovered over his hand, and Qingtian smiled slyly and said with a laugh that since he was so constipated, he would have to help him recover. And Qingtian enlarged his sword, which became the size of the villain's ice weapon. And Qingtian pointed the scarlet sword at the enemy and shouted for him to open his eyes. The villain put his hands in front of him and said in horror how he could exude such terrifying power. The enemy didn't blink at Qingtian and wondered if he wasn't a weakling. The young master swung the ball and dozens of fire waves headed for the villain. The enemy was struck in the chest and screamed heart-rendingly. Messages came from the system. It contained a warning that the owner was losing a lot of blood. Please restore your health. And Qingtian frowned at his sword, which was full of cracks. He thought irritably that the blade really requires a lot of strength. This is a problem. And Qingtian called the system and ordered to give him blood. The girl happily put a pill in the young master's mouth. She held a small chest in her hands and said that she would do everything for the master, but here is his pill. And Qingtian opened his mouth wide and stretched out the sound of a. He grimaced and closed his eyes to regain his senses. He received a message that the health of the owner has been restored. Huang Yaoyao looked in surprise at the young master and at his face, which expressed unpleasant feelings. Zhang Daoling was injured and fell to the ground. His clothes were stained with dust and his own blood. Qingtian looked worriedly at his comrade and shouted at him not to move, otherwise his wound would open. Huang Yaoyao stood next to the young master and looked at Zhang Daoling with regret and concern. Zhang Daoling lifted himself up slightly from the ground and painfully whispered to the young master that he was sorry. He disobeyed the master and went to the palace and got into trouble. Zhang Daoling looked sadly at Huang Yaoyao and said that he had forced her to come too. And Qingtian knelt down in front of Zhang Daolin and said that he was his master, which meant he had to come. And Qingtian looked into Zhang Daoling's eyes and handed him a golden pill, telling him to get up and drink the pill. It will help him heal his wounds faster. Zhang Daoling asked if it would really cure faster, but without waiting for an answer, he put the pill in his mouth. Zhang Daolin was illuminated by a green light, and he cried out in amazement that he was healthy. And Qingtian turned around, but with one eye he was still spying on Zhang Daolin. The young master said they were coming back because it wasn't safe here. Zhang Daoling looked at Qingtian with admiration and said that the gentleman was very cool. He thinks that even he cannot create such a pill. Mentor Zhu came out of the palace gate and saw his colleague who was lying on the ground and was defeated by Qingtian, the guy he disliked so much. Zhu turned his fighter into a dog with red and black fur. The mentor grabbed the animal by the back and dragged it along the ground. Zhu dragged the dog and told him how useless he was. Mentor Zhu threw the animal next to the clothes, the former man. The emperor looked at the animal, as well as at the robe, and angrily said that the emperor could not cope even with a small weakling. Mentor Zhu used his power to remove the spirit of the dog from the human body. He said he had a new plan. Today he would give him another chance. If he fails again, he will execute him himself. The soul moved into the bodies of the magic dog, and at the same moment the animal opened its eyes, which shone red. The dog bared its mouth, which was already ready to tear someone. In the imperial palace, the emperor listened to the report of his advisor. The man sat down on his knees in front of Dongfang Hun and began to tell the news that he had recently received. He said that the 6 masters were defeated by Zhang Daoling. The demon emperor was also defeated. The emperor, who did not expect such news, shouted in surprise, "How is this possible?" Emperor Dongfang Hong looked at his advisor with crazy eyes and said that even the emperor stage could not kill Zhang Daoling. If he gets to him, then he will be finished. It turns out, Princess Dongfang Ping entered the room. She curtsied in a new dress and said with a smile that she wanted to be in this pink and blue dress at the beauty contest tomorrow. Emperor Dongfang Hong made a frowning face and lowered his eyes. He replied to his daughter that she would not participate in the beauty contest tomorrow. The girl with the same smile asked why. Dongfang Hong shouted back to her that there was no why, because he said so. Mentor Zhu entered the room with the words that the emperor should allow her to participate. Dongfang Ping greeted him joyfully. The emperor was surprised by the appearance of Mentor Zhu. The girl ran up to Zhu and grabbed him by the sleeve of his robe. She made a sad and pleading face. Dongfang Ping told the mentor that her father did not allow her to participate. The emperor wanted to object to his daughter's claim, but Zhu did not let him say anything. The mentor slyly narrowed his eyes and said, looking into the eyes of Emperor Dongfang Ping, that he had a new plan. They will act according to his plan. Huang Yaoyao and Qingtian and Zhang Daoling returned to the flower pavilion. The young gentleman held the girl's hand and told his companion that he should not go to the palace himself. The only way to get there is to win a beauty contest. Zhang Daoling awkwardly said that he agreed with the lord, but after the battle, he feels that he is not so strong. Zhang Daoling made a sad face and anxiously asked that the gentleman would help him. And Qingtian hit Zhang Daoling in the face with an open book and told him to go and read it. Zhang Daoling looked at the book and said in surprise that it was the true way. And Qingtian looked at Zhang Daoling with a neutral expression and said that this was not the true way. He must read the title of the book correctly. Zhang Daoling awkwardly looked at the young master and shifted his gaze to the book. He looked at it carefully and said that the book was called The Technique of the True Divine Tao. Zhang Daoling laughed at his mistake and loudly said that it was the same technique of the True Divine Tao. He almost made a mistake. In order to master this book, you need to have a Tao heart, and it must be strong. And Qingtian looked with a smile at Zhang Daoling, who was surrounded by girls, and said that if Zhang Daoling did everything right, he would reach the emperor stage. Zhang Daoling tried to free himself from the grip of beautiful girls, but he does not really succeed. He shouted at Qingtian what was he trying to do to him. And Qingtian, with a smile and a sneer, told the beauties to take good care of Zhang Daoling tonight. And Qingtian left the room, and the girls did not let Zhang Daoling go. He was shocked by such attention from the girls and shouted loudly for the young master to save him. And Qingtian was already in his room when the girl with lilac hair came in. And Qingtian looked at her waiting for information about the beauty contest. The girl took her hands behind her back and began to tell that the beauty contest would begin tomorrow. She went on to explain that it consists of 2 stages, the struggle of readers and the battle of talents. She bought some poems from the genius of poetry Lai Qinghe, and Qingtian listened to her carefully. The girl came closer to Qingtian and asked with a sweet smile, he didn't need them. The young gentleman replied that no, he writes poetry well himself. He doesn't need strangers. The girl asked admiringly if it was true, and Qingtian replied that of course. And Qingtian remembered that he had learned a lot of poetry on earth. If there is such a stage in the competition, then you can show off. Huang Yaoyao approached Qingtian to also listen about the beauty contest. The girl continued to explain the rules of the contest. She said that besides poetry, there is also a battle of talents. They should teach Huang Yaoyao some crafts. Qingtian grabbed Huang Yaoyao's hand and dragged her towards his room. He said he would teach her a trade. Huang Yaoyao asked in surprise which one, and Qingtian led the girl to his room and said that she should come in and find out everything. Huang Yaoyao excitedly followed Qingtian. The door slammed shut with a loud bang. Zhang Daoling was meditating surrounded by girls. They offered the guy to spend a long night of fun with him. Zhang Daoling blushed and replayed a thought in his head. Zhang Daoling thought that he should pass this test. His Dao heart should not waver. The guy gritted his teeth and tried to concentrate. Zhang Daoling's ears caught some melody. He listened attentively and tried to understand what kind of sound it was. Memories from his past began to surface in Zhang Daoling's mind. Zhang Daoling recalled seeing his defeated father, who whispered that he should avenge his mother. The guy recalled all the horror that he had to experience. Zhang Daoling shouted loudly. His eyes turned red, and a scarlet symbol appeared on his forehead. His face was covered with veins that symbolized their master's rage. The guy shouted loudly, "Father and mother." The man in the raincoat was holding a flute in his hands. He looked at her with an evil smile and said that the seeds of evil had already been sown. He can go back and report to Mentor Zhu. The next day, and Qingtian was talking to Huang Yaoyao. He told her not to worry. She must do as he said, and she will definitely take first place. The girl clenched her hands into fists and boldly said that she would trust the young gentleman. And Qingtian put Huang Yaoyao in a small house carried by 4 men. He told them they could leave. A man was watching Qingtian and Huang Yaoyao from the balcony. He turned out to be the owner of the Wang Chunfeng Spring Wind Pavilion. He asked his friends if she had heard of Qingtian. A girl named Qin Baobao, who is the mistress of the White Garden, replied that the young master of the Yi clan is the biggest loser. She looked at her hands, indicating that she wasn't interested in talking about this person. A guy named Yu King, who owns the Red Pavilion, said that it was really him. He was wondering why his name sounds so familiar. It turns out it's that loser. Wang Chunfeng smiled slyly and told his friends that he had heard that the Flower Pavilion was an enterprise of the Yi clan to keep an eye on what was happening in the capital. He did not expect that he would come and immediately reveal that the pavilion had been handed over to him. Yu Qin folded his hands and looked at Wang Chunfeng. He said that he should send a palanquin from the Palace of 1,000 Flowers. They will see how long this Qingtian will last. Qin Baobao picked up a mug of tea and smiled slyly, and Qingtian walked in front of the palanquin in which Huang Yaoyao was sitting. People were whispering in surprise. They said it was the red palanquin of the Flower Pavilion. People excitedly asked what kind of person was walking in front of him. They've never seen him. Someone said that the palanquin from the 1,000 Flower Palace had also arrived. A passerby said it looked like he was blocking their way. Everything is very interesting. It looks like the competition is already starting. And Qingtian was looking at the palanquin that blocked their way. Zhang Daoling angrily whispered to Qingtian that it was a flower palanquin from the Palace of 1,000 Flowers. It is headed by Lin Wu, the holder of the highest academic degree. He is an outstanding student at Kanglan Academy. Zhang Daoling anxiously told the gentleman to be careful. This man is treacherous. A passerby said in surprise that he did not expect Lin Wu to lead the palanquin. He is a genius from Jiangnan. Last year his poem Flower of Love made a splash. His girlfriend also said in surprise that she had never heard the name of the one who heads the palanquin of the Flower Pavilion. He has to give way to a more famous person. He was told he must have heard of him. This is also Qingtian's first loser Tian Luo. Lin Wu approached Qingtian with a haughty smile, about whom the passers-by and Zhang Daolin spoke. Lin Wu rudely and jokingly asked Qingtian that all the people in the House of Venus had died out, since they decided to take the first loser to lead the palanquin. Zhang Daoling pointed his finger at Ling Wu and ordered him to watch his words. Lin Wu haughtily asked Zhang Daolin if he really wanted to fight with him. He's ready to fight. Just let him try to attack, and he can say goodbye to the competition. Zhang Daolin was furious and wanted to say what he was thinking, but Qingtian stopped him. The young gentleman indifferently asked if he was a loser, and then he asked what kind of fruit. And Qingtian went on to tell Lin Wu that the great disciple and the outstanding disciple of the academy had problems with his studies and he ran to lead the carriage for the girls. He probably studies for them. And Qingtian purposely started asking more and more questions to annoy Lin Wu. He asked if his parents knew, and his teacher. How can he embarrass everyone like that? Lin Wu was shocked and angrily shouted at him to stop talking with his tongue. According to the rules, he stopped his palanquin to challenge the readers to him. Only someone like him is able to write a poem at all. Lin Wu gritted his teeth and pointed his finger at Qingtian. The guy gloatingly thought that he did not believe that the first loser had a talent in writing poetry. He's finished. And Qingtian made a thoughtful look and said that he needed to think about which verse was better to read. Lin Wu laughed and pointed his finger at Qingtian. He haughtily asked what he could not read, and Qingtian shouted loudly for him to listen carefully. The young master smiled and spread his hands to the side. He started reciting a verse for Lin Wu. It sounded like this: clouds with openwork fabric. The stars are falling like tears. The river is silver in the sky. The crossing is dark at night. The wind carries the gold. The dew will fall like white jasper. Let them have only one meeting among thousands of her equals. Passers-by gasped in surprise. The man said that the lines about shooting stars and the silver river were amazing. He has a good imagination. Another guy shouted loudly that it was very cool. And Qingtian continued to tell the verse. Feelings are gentle as water, a moment, beautiful as a vision. How to endure, not to look back, leaving the Sorachi Bridge. If the feelings of two lovers continue through time, so what if it's impossible to be around all day and night? After hearing Qingtian's verse, everyone stopped to enjoy the young master's talent. Huang Yaoyao also looked out of the palanquin in surprise to see Qingtian, who was reciting a verse in person. A couple of young people were walking down the street. They stopped to enjoy the performance. The girl was so moved that she began to cry. She cried and said admiringly that it was very touching. Wang Yaoyao's eyes also filled with tears. She looked out from behind the screen and thought that if the feelings of two lovers continue through time, so what if it's impossible to be around all day and night? She's been waiting for this for so long. Lin Wu shouted in shock that it wasn't Qingtian's verse either. Lai King must have sold him a poem. And Qingtian smiled triumphantly and said that if Lin Wu couldn't write something better, then why blame him? It's pointless. A girl leaned out of Lin Wu's palanquin. She lifted the curtain and told Lin Wu that Qingtian's poems were really beautiful. They have to give way. Lin Wu looked at his ward in surprise and didn't know what to say. And Qingtian said a big thank you to the girl with a smile. The girl also gave him her smile and asked him the name of the verse that he had just read. And Qingtian shouted to her that the verse was called Magpie Bridge. The girl pronounced the title and replied to Qingtian that the title was very good, as was the verse itself. Dong Fangping was riding in her palanquin and saw Qingtian. She shouted to him that they hadn't seen each other for a long time and she was greeting him. The young master looked at the girl in surprise and excitedly thought that it was Dong Fangping. The princess's escort told her that it was the Flower Pavilion's palanquin. Dong Fangping smiled and ordered the guy to fight Qingtian to embarrass him. The guy shouted that he was listening to the princess. He went to the center of the street and proudly stood up for everyone to see. People cried out in surprise. One guy exclaimed admiringly that Lai King he was no match for anyone. Lai King folded his fan and smugly pointed them at Qingtian. He asked the young master with disdain why he didn't bow when he saw the princess palanquin. And Qingtian slyly looked at him and said that he was the one selling poetry for money. Stop causing fears here. A drop of sweat rolled down Lai King's cheek in surprise. He looked closely at Qingtian and thought that he was too stubborn. He needs to be shown who's in charge here. Lai King opened his fan and covered the lower half of his face. He loudly told Qingtian that he was wrong. Unless the Sorachi bridge, which he sold to him, did not like people. People looked at Qingtian in surprise and started whispering that he had bought a poem. One guy loudly said that he was a loser and how could they write such a verse. Someone said that Lai King he wrote a poem. Then everything is clear. Qingtian looked at Lai King and smiled slyly. People continued to follow the exchange of the two guys with interest. And Qingtian thought that since they were playing dirty, okay, then he'll play along. One man shouted furiously that it was a disgrace, and Qingtian is just a thief. His friend loudly said that he thought he really had talent, but he just bought poems. Qingtian folded his arms across his chest and made a neutral expression. Wang Chunfeng, Qin Baobao and Yu King continued to watch Qingtian from the balcony. The owner of the Spring Wind Pavilion said with an evil smile that he was a loser. If you don't know how to write poetry, then why do you participate in the competition? Yu King laughed angrily and said that he had encountered the real author of the verse. What a shame. Qin Baobao happily said that the Flower Pavilion won the last competition, but she is afraid that this year it will not get into the top 16. This is their chance. Dong Fanpai asked Lai King he in surprise if he really wrote the Magpie Bridge. The guy looked at the princess and proudly replied that he wrote it in his early years, but never published it. This time the Flower Pavilion needed a verse, so he sold it. Dong Fangping laughed happily and shouted loudly what she had said. How can such a loser write poetry? She is now wondering what he will say now. Lai King covered his evil smile with a fan and asked if Qingtian would continue the battle now. He's up to it, like walking to the moon. Lai King was confident of his victory, and Qingtian folded his arms on his chest and angrily said that Lai King had no conscience at all. This is the first time he meets such a person. Lai King he waved his fan and said that Qingtian could not say something about conscience, because he stole the verse. And Qingtian loudly told the crowd that they should decide which one of them really has no conscience. All the people pointed their fingers at Qingtian and shouted that he had no conscience. He's shameless. And Qingtian was not upset, but more angry. Lai King he loudly asked Qingtian who he thought he was. Lai King he is not your level. Lai King he came close to Qingtian's face and whispered, so what if it was the young master who wrote it? Now it's his verse. Qingtian's face showed no emotion. Lai King put his hand on the young master's shoulder and said loudly so that all people could hear that stealing is bad. You don't have to do that next time. Qingtian raised his head up and laughed loudly. Lai King asked in surprise what he was laughing at. Fashion Lord he tilted his head and looked closely at Lai King he, and then said that Lai King he is a genius of poetry. He wants to listen. Lai King unfolded the fan completely and asked in shock what he wanted. And Qingtian began to recite the verse loudly. It sounded like this: on the night of the Lantern Festival, the east wind blows through the trees burning with fire. And Qingtian stood in front of the huge crowd and continued to recite the verse. The road is filled with fragrant smells from an expensive wagon. The melodious sounds of the flute are heard everywhere, and the bright moon is leaning towards the east, while the lanterns dance all night long. The beauty, sparkling with jewelry, passes with the crowd, laughing, exuding a pleasant fragrance. Many times I try to see her in the crowd. I turn my head, and there she is, standing in the light of a lantern. The man shouted in admiration that it was very beautiful. That's just fine. This verse was created in heaven. The guy wondered why the poems in Qingtian make him bow. A passerby loudly said that the verse was simply incredible. And Qingtian read out another verse with a smile and a laugh. Like pearls of tears, the moon gives the wave, the sun warms the jade haze, and as I keep love in my memory, I regret everything about the past. Like King, he screamed in horror and surprise that he was reciting another verse. And Qingtian continued, "Those who have been on the turquoise sea will not call other waters water. Only the clouds on which mountain deserve to be called clouds. I wander aimlessly among the flowers, not having the strength to hold my gaze, partly because of my hermit, partly because of you." Lai King dropped his fan and fell to the ground in amazement. And Qingtian smugly towered over Lai King. He and ironically asked him that these were his poems. Lai King could only utter a surprised awe. He tried to justify himself, but Qingtian also read the verse again. "Strands like radiant snow that are on mountain peaks, like moonlight flickering between clouds. I found out about my master's duplicity. That's why I break with him forever and ever." A passerby shouted in surprise that wow. And Qingtian immediately read 3-4 verses. The man hesitantly said that he was not a loser, and Qingtian suddenly became a genius. Lai King clutched his stomach, feeling the pain of his defeat in it. And Qingtian looked angrily at Lai King, he lying on the ground, and said that he also calls himself a genius of poetry. The guy shouted angrily that Qingtian was also a genius of poetry. He has great poems. The old man was confused and asked that King he had defeated Lai King. And Qingtian walked up to Huang Yaoyao's palanquin and told her that they were moving on. The young master shouted to the passers-by to make way for them. No one dared to disobey. Dong Fan Pai didn't even look at Lai Qinghe, who was lying on the floor and wasn't going to get up. She angrily shouted to him that he was terrible. Even Qingtian did not overcome. The girl shouted to the guard that she no longer wanted Lai King to catch her eye. The guard bowed and said loudly as the princess wished. Wang Chunfeng shouted angrily that Qingtian had also won. Yu King tried to calm him down and said nothing. The struggle of readers is arranged for fun, a real competition in beauty and talents. Wang Chunfeng folded his hands and confidently told his friends that no one could beat the overseas beauties they had invited. He is looking forward to the beauty contest. Tianluoyu Square. People were rushing to see the beauty contests. The young guy said that the beauty contest would start soon. He was wondering who would win this year. The elderly man tried his best to walk faster so as not to be late. He shouted loudly that you can't miss the beauty contest, which takes place once a year. The host started announcing the girls. He shouted that the first beauty of the Phoenix Court, Kai Feng, was coming. The girl was walking with her maid. Kai Feng was wearing a black short dress and a cape with a floral pattern. People started whispering that she was very beautiful. The Phoenix Court has a good chance of winning. The host announced that Princess Dong Fan Ping was coming. Behind the girl were the maids. They were twins. The princess was dressed in a magnificent dress that resembled the plumage of birds. The outfit was white, lilac, and turquoise. On his head was a hairpin in the shape of a blue bird. The audience said she was beautiful. No wonder she is called a princess. It was as if the queen had descended to them. The next participants were 3 beauties from the White Garden, the Red Pavilion, and the Spring Wind Pavilion. The 2 girls were wearing identical dresses. The outfits were white flowers with red ornaments. Their outfits were accentuated by white and black knee socks, and blue and yellow beads were on their necks. The 3rd girl was wearing a black dress with a gray ornament. She didn't wear knee socks, but she was wearing red beads. People shouted in surprise that triplets came at once. They look interesting. Maybe they're not from here. Huang Yaoyao gave her hand to Qingtian and asked uncertainly if she had a chance. All the girls are so beautiful. Young Master Yi replied with a smile so that she wouldn't worry. They are worthless. Huang Yaoyao was wearing a red and white dress with long sleeves. There was a yellow flower-shaped hairpin in her hair. She put on white shoes on her feet. The host hit the gong and shouted that all 38 participants were assembled. It's time to start. In the next test, the participants need to show their beauty. Also, everyone should demonstrate their talents. You can dance, play instruments, sing and so on. No restrictions. The presenter continued to explain the rules. He said that each stage is evaluated by the judges. The one who gets the highest marks becomes the winner. A couple of friends were discussing the contest. One of the guys said he was impatient. He had heard that the winner would get a chance to enter the palace and have dinner with the emperor. His friend replied with a terrible smile that the flower pavilion won last time. But their girls have been sick lately. This time they will lose. And Qingtian patted Huang Yao Yao on the head and with a soft smile said that if she did as he said, she would definitely win. The girl blushed and awkwardly told young Master Yi that it was good. She will do everything. Zhang Daoling was still sitting in the room with the girls who were hugging him. The beauty with blue hair looked at the guy's face and told her friend that she was tired. They have to leave him. Zhang Daoling paid no attention to them. He was reading every word of the book that Qingtian had given him. Suddenly, he saw something and his eyes widened. He laughed joyfully and shouted that he had finally succeeded. Tianlo Square. Kai Feng sat on her lap on an unusual musical instrument for the crowd to show off her talent. The guy screamed in fascination that he had fallen in love with her to death. The bald man mumbled happily and said that the Phoenix courtyard was full of charm. Dong Fan Pai performed a number with swords. She elegantly tossed them from one hand to the other. The crowd shouted enthusiastically that the princess was still very beautiful. One guy loudly said that she was not only beautiful, but also talented. She will definitely win this contest. It was Huang Yao Yao's turn. She went on stage, and Qingtian shouted after her that he wished her good luck. She had to do as he said, and everything would be fine. Huang Yao Yao began to take off her skirt, saying that she would not let the young master down. The crowd began to whisper. The guy shouted that it was a girl from the flower pavilion. His friend asked if the flower pavilion was even involved. His question was ignored. He only heard a phrase from his interlocutor that she was also beautiful. Huang Yao Yao completely took off her skirt, under which there was a light tutu resembling a flower. Everyone shouted in surprise. No one understood what she was going to do. And Qingtian proudly looked at Huang Yao Yao and thought that he would open everyone's eyes today. Behind him sat girls with musical instruments, and Qingtian snapped his fingers and ordered them to play. The girls began to play, and Huang Yao Yao began to dance, striking everyone with her beauty. One guy asked what kind of art it was. The other guy exclaimed admiringly that it was incredible. It seems to him that he has fallen in love again, like the first time. Hua Yao Yao continued to dance and delight the crowd. Someone shouted that it was a virgin from dreams. The girl smiled sweetly, and all the guys fell from her beauty. They shouted that they had seen the celestial. Their life is not lived in vain. At that time, 3 girls were performing on another stage, but everyone started to leave. The guy shouted that the girl from the flower pavilion was so beautiful. Another spectator loudly told him to move away. He also wanted to watch. One girl from the trio shouted angrily that they were completely eclipsed. And Qingtian thought with a kind smile that no one in this world knows about models and fashion shows, so it's easiest to outshine them. An hour later, the presenter hit the gong and shouted that all the stages of the competition had passed. The man stood on the stage with a piece of paper and said that now they would find out the judges' scores. The host began to say that the winner of the 100th beauty contest is Huang Yao Yao from the flower pavilion. The girl came on stage and joyfully shouted to the young gentleman and that she had won. The whole crowd was chanting her name. Dong Fan Pai fiercely threw down her sword and angrily said that she had lost. One girl from the trio asked what they would do if their plan was pretended. Her colleague replied that they couldn't just give up. We need to come up with something. She left, but before that she shouted to her sisters to wait for her. She'll figure it out completely. The girl approached Qingtian. Young Master Yi coldly asked her why she was going. Will he really be outraged by their victory in the competition? The girl had a small knife in her hands. She pointed sharper at Qingtian and shouted that she had to win this competition, so he had to give up. She will give him the money, and he can choose any of them as his girlfriend. And Qingtian grabbed her wrists with a smile and lowered the knife to the bottom. He told her to put the knife away. The girl looked at the hand and Qingtian in surprise and waited for what would happen next. And Qingtian said that the offer was very good, but he refused. The girl angrily asked if he was sure. Young Master Yi folded his arms on his chest and replied without a drop of malice that of course. Then Qingtian continued to explain to her. The young master said that she thought he was some kind of animal to choose one of. The girl interrupted him. She asked him again if he was sure. If he died, she would win. Qingtian flashed his red eyes and asked what she was threatening him with. The girl clutched her chest and screamed. At this time, Dong Fan Pai was walking with her guard. She ordered him to defeat Qingtian so that she could win the beauty contest. The warrior angrily thought that today's winner was connected with the emperor's plan. He grabbed his sword and ran at Qingtian with the thought that everyone else should be defeated. The warrior shouted for them to step aside, and the trio that had reunited jumped away from the sword. And Qingtian wondered what kind of business was going on here. The warrior pointed the tip of his sword at the trio and shouted that they were sentenced to death for attempting to falsify the results of the competition. The girls screamed in fear. One of the girls told her sister, who was trying to bribe Qingtian, that the warrior was from the palace. They'd better leave or they'll be discovered. Another sister told her that this was the right decision. The main goal is above all. For now, they have to let them go. The trio has gone somewhere. Dong Fangpai looked at Qingtian and thought in surprise that Kaijin had gone against her orders. She also told him to defeat Qingtian, not to save him. And Qingtian scratched his head and wondered what was wrong with this guy. Huang Yaoyao walked up to him and shouted joyfully that she had won. The young gentleman grabbed her hands and looked into her eyes, and Qingtian told the girl that she was amazing today. She didn't disappoint him one bit. When Zhang Daoling finds out, he will thank her. Huang Yaoyao blushed slightly and replied with embarrassment that the main thing was for the gentleman to be happy. Suddenly, Zhang Daoling appeared with the words that he had come, and Qingtian said that they only remembered him, whether he was able to master the technique or gave up. Zhang Daoling laughed and said loudly that he had already mastered it. Zhang Daolin became serious and asked Wu Qingtian how the situation was. The young gentleman smiled and told him to guess. Zhang Daoling did not have time to answer anything, as the presenter came up. He handed Qingtian a bag with the words that he congratulated him on his victory. Here is his cash prize, 30,000 gold. In the evening, he will be able to enter the palace and eat with the emperor. Zhang Daoling widened his eyes in shock and shouted what happened. The guy became more serious and said loudly that this time he would find out who created the heavenly powder. Huang Yaoyao told Qingtian to enter the palace. The fashion master looked at her and said that there was no need to hurry. First you need to do one thing. And Qingtian shouted, "Blackie, go ahead." A demon appeared and ran somewhere shouting, "There is a master." The dog came to Qin Baobao, Yu King and Wang Chunfeng and dealt with them. The imperial palace. Mentor Zhu was meditating and thought that he had finally appeared. And Qingtian stood in front of the gates of the imperial palace and said that they had come here too easily. Something was wrong. Huang Yaoyao grabbed his hand and asked him if it wasn't good that they got here without any problems. And Qingtian replied that, knowing the character of the Dongfan clan, he would never let them just walk in here. It's a trap. And Qingtian remembered about the warrior who attacked the trio and thought, even that guard. It seems he deliberately let them win. The young master told Zhang Daolin to be careful. Zhang Daoling said tensely that he had been feeling the familiar thirst of the assassin ever since he entered the palace. And Qingtian asked if anyone was going to die at the banquet today. Zhang Daoling replied that it made no difference. He has to find out who killed his parents. And Qingtian ordered him not to move and look him in the eye. Zhang Daoling replied that he understood. The heroes went inside and were greeted by Yi Tai Fu, Dun Fan Xin and Dun Fan Ping. And Qingtian looked at them and thought that today he would find out what kind of trap feast they had prepared. The emperor entered the room and everyone fell to their knees except Huang Yaoyao and Qingtian and Zhang Daolin. The emperor saw the young master inside in surprise, and Tai Fu pointed his finger at Qingtian and shouted how he dared not bow his head before the emperor. Young Master Yi firmly replied that their clan only bowed to their ancestors. Even if it is God himself, no one will bow down. Dong Fangping pointed her finger at Qingtian and shouted how dare he. Such behavior is punishable by death. Huang Yaoyao addressed the emperor with the words that he should not be angry. She began to bow instead of her master, and Qingtian didn't let her do it. He told her not to pay attention. She shouldn't bow. Dong Fangping asked Huang Yaoyao who she was, and Qingtian shouted furiously so that she would only try to say it again. Dong Fangping shouted that she didn't say anything like that. Huang Yaoyao is an impudent girl who was picked up in the forest, and Qingtian slapped the princess and told her to apologize. The girl screamed and asked in shock that Qingtian had just hit her. She screamed for the guards to overpower him, and Qingtian asked what they thought they would be able to kill him. On the princess's orders, the guards attacked Qingtian. Young Master Yi hugged Huang Yaoyao and told her not to be afraid of anything, because he was nearby. The guards' spears broke into small pieces on the shield and Qingtian. The guys in armor screamed in horror when they saw how the iron tip of their weapons began to melt and break. Zhang Daoling shouted angrily, how dare they attack his master? He shot golden arrows at the guards, which left behind a golden trail. The guards fell to the floor screaming. Dong Fanpai did not pay attention to her subjects who were lying wounded on the floor. The girl shouted in shock that Qingtian was also Zhang Daolin's master. Emperor Dongfang Hong angrily shouted that he had indeed attracted Zhang Daoling to his side, and Qingtian needs to be destroyed as soon as possible so that he does not cause problems. And Qingtian put his foot on the shoulder of Dongfang Pai, who was sitting on the floor. He started shouting that she hadn't apologized to Huang Yao Yao yet. He pushed her and shouted even louder for her to apologize. Dongfang Pai screamed. She loudly asked her father to help her. Emperor Dongfang Hong released a golden dragon with his power, which headed for Qingtian. Dongfang Hong shouted to Qingtian to stop, and Qingtian put his hand forward and left clouds of fire from the dragon. The young master didn't even notice that he had lost 1,000 blood points. Emperor Dongfang Hong shouted in horror that this was impossible. He attacked with all his might. Is this the power of the ancestor of the Yi clan? And Qingtian flashed his red eyes. Young Master Yi stepped on Dongfang Pai's head, and Qingtian shouted at her to apologize. The girl was sitting on her knees and crying with shame. Her eyes were full of tears. Dongfang Pai fell to her knees in front of Huang Yao Yao and loudly apologized. And Qingtian looked at her and said, "That's right. I would have apologized earlier and wouldn't have had to go through all this." Emperor Dongfang Hong clenched his hands into fists in anger and shouted at Qingtian to just wait at his place. He would make him beg for mercy. The emperor was already shaking with anger. Yi Taifu looked at Qingtian and asked what he needed. Young Master Yi asked Yi Taifu what it was about just telling him to bow. The emperor stood aside and watched, and Qingtian bent down to Yi Taifu's face and said what he needed. There was a blow and Yi Taifu grabbed his damaged eye. Then Qingtian said that he needed to teach him a lesson. Qingtian raised his hand and Yi Taifu fell screaming to the floor in pain. Emperor Dongfang Hong pointed his finger at Qingtian and shouted at him not to get conceited. This is his territory. And Qingtian looked at the emperor and said that since this is his territory, it's great. He came here to ask a question. Who gave him the heavenly powder? Emperor Dongfang Hong angrily asked how he knew about this. Zhang Daoling grabbed Dongfang Pai and brought a pill to her lips. He shouted for the emperor to speak, otherwise she would have a hard time. Emperor Dongfang Hong put his hands in front of him and shouted in fear that they should talk. The heavenly powder was given to him by an outsider, but he doesn't know his name. Zhang Daolin continued to hold Dongfang Pai. He asked angrily where the man was. Emperor Dongfang Hong replied loudly that he was always at the princess's palace. Zhang Daoling abandoned Dongfang Pai and ran shouting that he would go and find him. If the Emperor Dongfang Hong cheated him, then pay for it. And Qingtian looked at Emperor Dongfang Hong, who was smiling. He thought something was wrong. Dongfang Hong is acting too strangely. Perhaps this is another trap. And Qingtian told Huang Yao Yao that they should go after Zhang Daolin. The girl confidently shouted yes. They went outside and there were thousands of guards standing in front of them. The commander shouted to Emperor Dongfang Hong that the imperial army was assembled. The emperor shouted joyfully that they had finally arrived. He also told Qingtian that this was his territory. Emperor Dongfang Hong continued to cheerfully shout that the palace was now surrounded by 8,000 soldiers, and a protective field was operating inside. How he's going to fight him? And Qingtian frowned at him. He thought he knew it was a trap. Young Master Yi sadly thought that Zhang Daoling was an even greater danger, and Qingtian blocked Huang Yao Yao with himself. The commander shouted to his soldiers to attack, and Qingtian flashed his red eye and shouted that they had asked for it. A demonic beast appeared, which lifted all the warriors into the air, who screamed heart-rendingly. Emperor Dongfang Hong stared in horror at his new colleague Qingtian. Emperor Dongfang Hong thought in fear that his god's heart was seeing a beast, what Qingtian also used. Young Master Yi looked at the emperor and shouted that it was his turn now. The emperor put up a defense around himself and shouted that this was impudence. He must see the power of the emperor, and Qingtian was surprised to think that it was a protective body made of golden kai. Emperor Dongfang Hong released a golden dragon on Qingtian to kill Young Master Yi, and Qingtian repelled the emperor's attack with his strength, which he had previously hidden. The emperor was defeated by this strong and lightning-fast lunge in Qingtian, so that he was slammed into the wall without a chance to continue the battle. And Qingtian decided not to waste time and with an exclamation began to advance to defeat the emperor. The emperor couldn't move from the shock. Only one question came to his mind. Why was this weakling of the first level able to defeat him with his power of the 4th rank god of war? Quickly recovering, the emperor grabbed the soldier standing next to him and put him in front of him so that Qingtian's blow could not hit him. And although the soldier was defeated instantly, this short time gave the emperor a chance to evade the attack in Qingtian and conduct his own attack, consisting of meanness and cunning, fast as lightning. The emperor decided to capture Huang Yaoyao as a hostage in order to manipulate Qingtian. The main character was very angry at the despicable act of the emperor, so that he summoned a strong demon, similar in design to a robot. The demon looked terrifying, about like the flaming flames from a newly risen volcano, which fused into one big scorching fire. Exclaiming in surprise, the emperor lost coordination, so that it was not difficult for the demon to defeat the emperor, moreover, completely without the ability to continue the battle. After flying very far away, the emperor stopped resisting Qingtian as well. Throwing aside his pride, the emperor admitted his defeat, unable to contain his resentment at this humiliating defeat. And Qingtian threatened him that anyone, even if it was the emperor, would dare to threaten his people, would not escape punishment for his act. And at that moment, there was a sharp attack by Qingtian, which plunged the emperor's hand into oblivion. The emperor's sharp cry about the endless pain of losing his limb shocked his daughter, Dong Fanpai, who made her reflexively cry out, "Father," and Qingtian, as if laughing at the heartache of his future daughter-in-law, offered the emperor two outcomes of events. The first was that Qingtian would ask several questions, which the emperor would have to answer. In the event of this outcome, the emperor was free from the beckoning hands of nothingness itself, which were about to devour him. The second was to abandon cultivation and serve Qingtian. Obviously, for the pride of the emperor, the second outcome of events was unacceptable. Without hesitation, the emperor spat out that he was ready for the first outcome of events. Chuckling, Qingtian blurted out that he values his life too much. After a little delay, he asked the emperor two questions that sounded like this: "Who is behind this and who wants to fall into the void of Zhang Daolin?" The emperor immediately said that he was forced to do these atrocities by the demonic clan. While enduring the unquenchable pain, insulted Qingtian and assumed that he had guessed everything. But the emperor did not give out the whole truth. He was afraid of the mysterious mentor Zhu, who probably threatened the emperor for not disclosing secret information that he could be defeated. And Qingtian wondered why the demonic clan needed Zhang Daoling so badly. After chewing on the words about not knowing why the demonic clan Zhang Daolin, the emperor blurted out that he acted on the order given to him by the Demon King. At the same time, the emperor said that if he did not obey this order, the Demon King would give him a terrifying state of being defeated without the right to life. The emperor drew an analogy with the mysterious man in the cloak, who was just the Demon King from the mysterious Wolf clan. Interested in this answer, Qingtian asked if the emperor knew where this Demon King from the Wolf clan was now. Without thinking for a minute, as if driven by nothingness itself, the emperor said through his teeth that this Demon King from the Wolf clan is now in the free and vast palace of the princess. And Qingtian, satisfied with the answer, threatened the emperor that today fate was kind to him and he could breathe freely today without fearing for his so miserable life. But if he thinks about going back to his dark and self-serving affairs, he will force him to beg in Qingtian for his speedy demise with his own hands. With a tremor in his voice, clearly frightened, the emperor blurted out that he understood and he was not going to do this anymore. And Qingtian turned to Huang Yaoyao with an offer to go with him to the princess's palace. With a sense of humility, Huang Yaoyao stated that she agreed to this proposal. At this time, the emperor, who clearly harbored a grudge against this weakling of the first level, seems to have accepted the sharp jump in strength in Qingtian to the level of the emperor, plaintively praising the good concealment of his true strength in Qingtian. Enduring endless pain, the emperor gloatingly thought that Qingtian would clearly come to an end in the battle that would soon unfold in the princess's palace. Dreaming of his speedy demise, he gritted his teeth and tried to drown out this unbearable pain. Huang Yaoyao, having moved a little away with Qingtian from the battle with the emperor, asked her master, with a clear sense of doubt in their direction of walking to the princess's palace, whether they were keeping their way correctly. Qingtian's answer immediately eased Huang Yaoyao's mind. He stated that he immediately sensed something was wrong in that direction, only when he was on the territory of the emperor. Above the beautiful building, executed in the style of ancient China, there was an evil energy that foreshadowed any traveler who tried to approach. Only pain and suffering that foreshadowed his departure into lifeless oblivion. And Qingtian was not at all confused by this caustic, cursed, and evil energy, so he declared to himself with an ardent exclamation that their path lay precisely in this building, called the princess's palace. Suddenly, a powerful clot with cursed and, clearly, so hateful, malicious energy burst out of the building. Howling to the skies, he terrified anyone who tried to approach him. And Qingtian immediately became worried about this release of cursed energy and felt a bad premonition. With a note of doubt, he clearly did not want to think about it, realized that Zhang Daoling, His colleague could go crazy and become a source of release of evil, uncontrolled cursed energy, which now reached the very heavens and struck fear into everyone who tried to look at her. Jumping up sharply, he grabbed Huang Yao Yao and with obvious irritation, told her that they should not waste time and go straight into the abyss of this bunch of cursed energy. She was taken aback by such a sharp movement of her master, but instantly suppressed this feeling. And Qingtian, holding Huang Yao Yao in his hands, set himself up for this audacious act. But the subconscious mind clearly rather wanted to warn its owner about the danger that threatened his colleague, Zhang Daolin. At this time in the princess's palace, Zhang Daolin completely surrendered to this fascinating and so frightening evil and nasty cursed energy. His mind was filled with echoes of the past, asking Zhang Daoling for the salvation of his parents and revenge from their penetration into the abyss of nothingness. Having asked himself for a moment, still not losing control over the mind of common sense, Zhang Daoling wondered where in him so much of this recently appeared in him, evil and terrible cursed energy, which at the moment captured more and more parts of his body. Wincing in pain, he heard a voice, which he followed into the princess's palace. In front of Zhang Daoling, who was being captured more and more by the cursed energy, there was a monster that looked like a man in the guise of a wolf. It offered not to resist this energy and demons, who at that moment enslaved Zhang Daolin, simultaneously joining the devil cult. This creature did not hide its desire to fight with the possessed Zhang Daoling, who was the first in all Tianluo. Baring his fierce fangs, he teased Zhang Daoling and offered to show him what he was capable of in his new form. With a sharp movement, without waiting for Zhang Daoling's response, the creature rushed into a furious attack, splitting the objects and walls surrounding it, moving towards Zhang Daoling. With the belittling of Zhang Daolin, he questioned his ability to fight and suggested that he simply surrender to the embrace of omnipresent nothingness. This blow went right through Zhang Daolin and he groaned from the sharp pain. After regaining consciousness, Zhang Daoling aimed his fist, which instantly burst into flames, at his opponent. Dodging easily, the creature stated that Zhang Daoling's attacks were too slow. He asked the creature about the question that had been tormenting him for a long time, whether he had brought his parents into oblivion, and why the creature should kill him. With an obvious grin, the creature told him to guess if he was the killer of his parents. An angry Zhang Daoling told him to answer his question immediately. Suddenly, Zhang Daoling was overwhelmed by fear and impotence. The creature's last attack made it possible to completely subdue Zhang Daoling to the demons that he had become obsessed with recently. The grinning demon suggested that Zhang Daolin stop clinging to reality and let himself be completely absorbed. Then they will give an opportunity to defeat such a strong opponent, and, with such an alluring offer, find out if this creature killed his parents. Engulfed in flames from the wild flames that fought with demons trying to seize control of Zhang Daoling's mind and body, he screamed about the impossibility of the events that are happening to him now, and was horrified by the speed of absorption of his energy, which he calls Tao. With a furious cry, Zhang Daoling fell to his knees, and because of the endless pain, he was ready to stop fighting right now and give all of himself to these demons who were devouring him at an incredibly fast speed. He shouted, as if trying to call his master, told him that he could no longer fight and the darkness was consuming him. The dark, corrosive, cursed energy did not give rest to Zhang Daolin for a minute, because of which he stopped fighting. With a shout, Zhang Daolin said that he could not resist these demons and it would be better for him to be absorbed by this dark, cursed energy than he would continue to suffer in impulses not to give up his mind and body. But an unexpected cry interrupted his agony. It was also Qingtian, his master. He urged Zhang Daoling not to give up and fight to the end for his mind and body, which a couple of seconds ago he was ready to give to the insidious, scary and grinning demons who rejoiced at receiving another soul into their eternal slavery. Engrossed in pain and suffering, Zhang Daoling asked who addressed him with these words. Suddenly, his consciousness cleared up, and he shouted out a word that meant a lot to him: teacher. The creature standing in front of Zhang Daoling put on display its vast, ready to send anyone into oblivion, grinning and striving to destroy the intruders who got into their battle. Zhang Daoling, worried about his master, spoke in a voice that was broken due to the heavy battle against the creature and insidious demons. He asked not to approach Qingtian either, so that this sinister, mysterious, terrible, and heartbreaking cursed energy would not harm him. And Qingtian did not listen to the pleas of his colleague and cursed at the creature that used a terrifying for an ordinary mortal dark seal against his brother. He unleashed a massive hurricane of his energy on the creature and angrily declared that those who had done this to Zhang Daoling had lost their fear and composure, because now it was their end. Entering the stone path, even from Qingtian's feet, a strong and powerful energy came out, capable of destroying any opponent. With a smile on his face, he approached Zhang Daoling, his colleague, and declared that such a dark seal would not be able to cause him any harm. The stuttering Zhang Daoling, from happiness, began not intermittently to let tears out of his eyes, which expressed gratitude to his comrade and master. He was amazed by Qingtian and couldn't be happy about it. The creature, shocked by Qingtian's reckless action, began to think, not without trembling in his head, how he could counteract the dark seal because it was created by Mentor Zhu himself, drawing an analogy with an ordinary person who would certainly be absorbed by a dark and terrible cursed energy from which he would hardly be able to get rid of. The creature was horrified, and Qingtian told Zhao Daolin to wait a little longer because he was going to destroy this terrible dark seal, declaring that in every seal there is an eye that can be grasped and broken. He fished this seal out of the dark energy emanating from Zhang Daoling and sealed it in his energy, turning it into a narrow square. With a wave of his hand, he began the destruction of the dark seal, which had previously caused fear and pain to any mortal person. Mentor Zhu, who was watching this, who was clearly shocked by this number, ordered the creature to defeat and destroy Qingtian. A creature that had no right to vote, like a pet dog, immediately agreed with the mentor's order. Unexpectedly, this creature snatched out a pill, which it immediately consumed. With a ferocious roar, a terrifyingly powerful energy burst out. It stated that last time Qingtian almost killed him, but this time he swallowed a demonic pill, so his strength became equal to the mid-level Emperor stage. Having accelerated to superhuman speed, the creature with a furious roar attacked Qingtian, telling him that he could not defeat him, because he had become many times stronger. Zhang Daoling, clearly frightened by the sharp jump in his opponent's strength, tearfully began to ask Qingtian to drop him and leave, because he could have suffered significantly from this ferocious attack of the creature. In a calm voice, Qingtian replied that he was not going to give up his work halfway, and that if he left Zhang Daoling now and ran away, the seal would be impossible to seal. He was going to find out how strong their enemy was and was ready for this ferocious attack of the creature. With an incredibly strong blow, the creature swung at Qingtian and was preparing to destroy him. But suddenly, he was thrown aside like a rag doll, without leaving even a scratch on Qingtian. The creature flew to the side, struck by the shield that Qingtian defended himself with in the last seconds before delivering such a dangerous attack from him. Aside from the battle, the Emperor suddenly appeared with his advisors, both Tai Feng and Dong Fanxing, who wished for the death of Qingtian for such a shameful defeat that he inflicted on him a few hours ago, sentencing that after his destruction, he will torture Qingtian's body for 3 days and 3 nights until his hatred for this man leaves his heart. The Emperor, confident of the demise of both Qingtian and his advisors, was thrown back a few steps. Startled by this, he wondered what was going on here. The creature, clearly dissatisfied with its last attack, in which it had invested all its strength, tried to deliver an even stronger, crushing blow to Qingtian. But, as with the first blow, he couldn't even touch and move Qingtian. Clearly provoking the creature, he said that it tickles him or gives him a massage. Zhang Daolin, who was standing next to him, could not hide his shock at what was happening, to such an extent that his eyes literally popped out from what he saw. Annoyed by what he saw, the Emperor gritted his teeth and said that this blow could have destroyed the entire Imperial Guard in a second. And Qingtian survived and did not even get a scratch. The Emperor's advisor, Dong Fanxing, declared that this man was just a monster. The second advisor to the Emperor, Tai Feng, could not contain the shock of what he saw, that he did not say a word about it. Mentor Zhu, incredibly shocked by this event, ordered the creature to immediately destroy Qingtian as well. Gathering all its remaining might into a fist and with a furious roar, the monster pounced on Qingtian, wanting to destroy him as soon as possible. And Qingtian, who was already pretty tired of this creature, said that he had not finished fighting with him yet. With a strong blow of the energy turned into a fist, he sent the creature flying, destroying its chances of victory completely. Having finished with this annoying creature, and Qingtian began to give instructions on what to do to Zhang Daolin, because he still needed a little time. First, he had to get rid of the demon. The demon tried to force Zhang Daoling not to listen to Qingtian, but he obediently followed all the instructions given by his comrade and master. And Qingtian said that Zhang Daoling should listen to him carefully. To begin with, he had to use the true divine Tao technique. Then, he had to merge with the Tao and create heaven and earth with it. The annoying creature stood up again and said that Zhang Daolin could not be helped. He would soon be defeated by the Dark Seal. Zhang Daoling began to read excerpts from a book given to him by his master and at the same time began to cultivate. The demon, who had not expected this, was shocked. And Qingtian, who was watching this, said that he was risking his life to give Zhang Daoling a second chance and told him not to let him down. After doing everything that Qingtian told him, Zhang Daoling freed himself from the dark seal and pure energy began to come out of his eyes. He thanked his master and comrade, and Qingtian, for their help. Suddenly, Zhang Daoling began to glow all over and a god appeared before him, who began to raise his level to the level of the god of war. Zhang Daoling began to move to the first rank of the god of war, then to the second rank of the god of war, the third rank of the god of war, and finished his transformation at the 9th rank of the god of war. The creature that was already waiting for Zhang Daoling's demise clenched its teeth and froze in obvious shock from what was happening. It exclaimed what was going on with Zhang Daoling and suggested that he was still able to break through to the 9th rank of the god of war. And Qingtian, who was still destroying the dark seal created by Mentor Zhao, smirked at the creature's exclamations. Without hiding his joy, he said that Zhang Daoling's progress was part of his plans and he was very pleased with him, as he met the expectations imposed on him. Under a swift strike of azure blue lightning, Zhang Daoling broke through to the Emperor stage, accompanied by a shout as gusty as leaves in the wind, which brought him to a new level of strength. And Qingtian, delighted with this outcome, began to watch as in the next moment, like a hurricane, the second eye on the seal began to be removed, which limited his full-fledged power, capable of pulverizing everyone who stood in his way. The emperor and his retinue, who were on the sidelines, who had already been shocked several times by the events that Qingtian was also doing, could not hide their new surprise at Zhang Daoling's breakthrough to the emperor stage. Dongfang Xing, the emperor's advisor, said that it was not to be expected from a genius from the dragon and tiger sect. With a broken smile, the emperor declared that today they had finally lost to Qingtian as well. Releasing his overwhelming energy, Zhang Daoling pronounced the name of his crushing technique. It was called the technique of the true divine Tao. While reading out the lines to activate the technique, he once again stood in the ubiquitous pose. The creature, without hiding respect and shock, said that the actions performed by Zhang Daolin were incredible. He only listened to Qingtian and reached a powerful level at the emperor stage. With a cry, the creature began to retreat, as Zhang Daoling had reached a level that he had no way of defeating. Emperor Zhang Daoling's stage was several steps higher than his. Powerful as a flock of meteorites flying through the atmosphere, Zhang Daolin's technique achieved its goal. The creature with a furious cry was defeated and turned into ashes. After defeating the creature, Zhang Daoling fell to the ground, after a powerful attack that pulled out all his strength. Recovering, Zhang Daoling shouted out to his comrade and master, and Qingtian, that the terrifying dark seal had provoked a powerful, dangerous, and terrible demonic energy, probably coming straight from hell. And Qingtian ordered Zhang Daoling not to move and wait until he destroyed this annoying dark seal. Having poured a powerful stream of energy into his hands, Qingtian was preparing to defeat and destroy her with one quick and sharp blow. With a powerful flow of energy, and Qingtian destroyed a cloud of cursed energy that stretched to the heavens and carried death in itself, splitting it into many small particles. Like a hurricane, his energy lifted the wreckage up and whirled in a charming dance. Mentor Zhao, clearly annoyed by this action, and Qingtian shouted that he had ruined everything again. After cooling down, he thought a little and wondered why he was also here. Huang Yaoyao, worried about her master's condition, and Qingtian and his comrade Zhang Daoling rushed to them as fast as possible, shouting out if anything had happened to them. The battered Zhang Daoling began to apologize to Qingtian, to whom he, by his unreasonable actions, added problems. Despite the tearful exclamations of his comrade, Qingtian told Tom that he was done with the Dark Seal, but the demonic cursed energy is still in him, so it can rise up and break out of Zhang Daoling. Throwing him a bag of pills, he said that they would help to temporarily restrain the demonic energy. Delighted with such a generous gift, Zhang Daoling thanked his comrade and master and Qingtian. Not far from their beautiful, friendly idol lay a creature that had received deep wounds after Zhang Daoling's powerful blow on it, saying that he can't die now, because then the hope of the demonic clan will run out. With a neat gait, Qingtian also approached the creature who could not get up because of his wounds. He asked the creature if it wanted to escape from them now, to which it blurted out, with obvious irritation in its voice, that it was he who had almost defeated it last time. And Qingtian asked him why they wanted to destroy Zhang Daoling. Suddenly, a wall exploded to the right of Qingtian, and a man with a brown beard flew out of it shouting that he would save his younger brother. This old man sent the creature into oblivion with a powerful blow. Flying to the side, it uttered its last breath. Confused, Qingtian asked why this old man would destroy the creature he had just fought with. The old man, with a touch of pride, declared that it almost killed his younger brother. With obvious doubt in the old man's words, Qingtian asked if he really was Zhang Daoling's older brother. Hiding a grin, the old man thought that if he had not taken decisive action, his crimes would have been revealed. The mysterious it, according to the old man's thoughts, was close and could not reveal himself at the moment. The emperor, frightened by the old man who was Mentor Zhu, decided to flee from this place as soon as possible. Thinking that the mentor began to destroy witnesses, he, worried for his life, tried to hide. The old man shouted to the emperor to stand still and make no attempt to escape from the scene of the battle, accusing the emperor of helping with the demonic clan and attacking the future head of the sect. He soared into the air and rose above the emperor. Unable to escape, the emperor fell to his knees and tearfully begged the mentor to spare his life. With a sharp movement of his hand, the mentor declared that the emperor did not think to cheat, and then defeated the emperor with this weak but accurate attack. Falling to the ground, the emperor breathed his last. Surprised by this event, Qingtian thought that under two fortunate circumstances, this weirdo appeared, who eliminated the only people who were connected with this case, and that there was clearly something unclean. While Qingtian was busy with his reasoning, the old man accused him of encroaching on the life of his dear younger brother, Zhang Daoling. Huang Yaoyao immediately rushed to protect her young master without worrying for her life. Exposed to demonic energy, Zhang Daoling said that his brother should not worry, because the Lord saved him, and asked him not to attack Qingtian as well. Frowning, the old man thought that he could not kill Qingtian today, so he had to postpone this desire for the next time, threatening to destroy him with his own hands. Suddenly, the great mentor of the Dragon and Tiger sect appeared behind Zhang Daoling and told him that he should return to the sect. Huang Yaoyao exclaimed, recognizing the great mentor of the Dragon and Tiger sect at this moment. Zhang Daoling exclaimed that it was a mentor, and the old man said that he was glad, because the great mentor of the Dragon and Tiger sect had finally appeared before them. The supreme elder of the Dragon and Tiger sect ordered Zhang Daoling and the old man to come to the Dragon and Tiger sect with him urgently. He offered to rid Zhang Daoling of the demonic cursed energy that had been poisoning his body and mind until now. Shocked by the statement of the supreme elder of the Dragon and Tiger sect, Zhang Daoling could only squeeze out a nervous exclamation. But it did not have the proper effect. Seizing Zhang Daoling and the old man, the supreme elder of the Dragon and Tiger sect, without even waiting for Zhang Daoling's answer, quickly, with the speed of a morning spring thunderstorm during sunrise, went to the Dragon and Tiger sect, creating an unknown bundle of energy. And Qingtian clearly did not expect such a turn of events, so he could only shout after the disappearing, like the last ray of light at sunset, a bundle of energy so that he would not take Zhang Laoling. But after leaving behind the princess's palace, the clot of energy disappeared from sight, giving Qingtian only a faint breath of wind mixed with the pure energy of the supreme elder of the Dragon and Tiger sect. Forcing out a nervous laugh, Qingtian swallowed and smiled an annoyed smile, similar to the smile of a primate, wondering how he would now deal with the last 3 points to resolve the shackles of the seal that limited his incredible strength. Shouting out that he had a little bit left to open the seal, he was a little annoyed. Worried about her master, Huang Yaoyao asked Qingtian to return, because it was too late and the sun had gone far below the horizon. In addition, there are still a huge number of strong enemies in the Imperial Palace who can attack Qingtian. And Qingtian, in a calm, affectionate voice, asked her not to worry and not to hurry so much from the Imperial Palace, because there is still one place they need to visit. After asking Qingtian where they needed to get to, Huang Yaoyao began to look around, looking for the place where they needed to get to. Smiling, Qingtian replied that they needed to get to the Heavenly Temple on the territory of the Imperial Palace. The building of the Heavenly Temple was made in the style of circular towers, of which there were about 8 pieces, with a high peak on the last tower. And Qingtian said that he had to check this place, because Huang Longxi, Huang Yaoyao's grandfather, pointed out this place to him before his death in the courtyard of the Yi house. He hoped to find what the old man had indicated in this heavenly temple. Unexpectedly, the arrogant junior emperor turned out to be on the sidelines, who was clearly taken aback by the death of his father. Exclaiming who could kill the emperor, he ordered the guards to find the murderer. Qingtian also appeared in his field of vision, who clearly resembled, in the opinion of the emperor's younger brother, the murderer of his father. He immediately ordered the guards to capture Qingtian as well, but the head of the Imperial Guard said that his father had been brought into oblivion by a man from the Dragon and Tiger sect, and not Qingtian, and therefore he could not arrest and execute him. Hiding his disgust, the head of the Imperial Guard thought that his master had definitely gone mad, because how could he capture a person who survived an enemy strike with the Emperor stage? Shouting, the Emperor's younger brother in a serious tone ordered the head of the Imperial Guard to seize Qingtian, because he only accepted that his father was defeated by Qingtian, and not by any person from the Dragon and Tiger sect. He screamed from the insult that Qingtian inflicted on him in that case in the store, when he inflicted a humiliating defeat on him with a sharp and weak blow, and this is a great opportunity to take revenge on him by sending him into oblivion. Qingtian abruptly entered into this awkward conversation, who said that the Emperor's younger brother was not tired of forcing other people to destroy him. He said if the Emperor's son wants to defeat him, then let him do it himself and not use his subordinates so selfishly. Sharply parrying Qingtian's suggestion, he said that Qingtian should have been defeated even during their meeting in the store when Huang Yaoyao was choosing her clothes, and he really wants to find out how exactly today he will not escape the chance to fall into oblivion. Also adding that in the event of his death, the beauty of Huang Yaoyao will get to him. Instantly losing his temper, Qingtian went on the attack and dealt a powerful blow to his abuser with the words that his ears had already been blocked by his screams, which carried no meaning. The Emperor's younger brother, as well as in the skirmish in the store while choosing clothes for Huang Yaoyao, flew many meters back from such a powerful attack from Qingtian. With a cry, he fell to the floor, clearly having lost a couple of teeth. After a couple of moments, his servants and acolytes rushed to the Emperor's younger brother, who tried to help him, and the head of the Imperial Guard, without hiding a smile, ordered to issue a decree in the news that the prince had a hidden, terrifying illness, and after a long struggle with it, he died suddenly. Having accepted the instruction, the soldiers of the Imperial Guard went on an errand. Ignoring this action, Qingtian, along with Huang Yaoyao, slipped through the Imperial Guards and went to the Heavenly Temple. As if inviting, Qingtian extended his hand to Huang Yaoyao, whose face was painted into a shocked grimace for a moment. Quickly recovering from this state, Huang Yaoyao extended her hand in response. After 15 minutes, both Qingtian and Huang Yaoyao reached the Heavenly Temple, and Qingtian asked Huang Yaoyao to stay outside because he needed to go alone, exclaiming that it might be dangerous there. Huang Yaoyao wanted to go with him, but Qingtian abruptly cut her off, saying that it was not dangerous there. Persuading Huang Yaoyao to stay in front of the entrance to the Heavenly Temple, he went to it. She screamed for the gentleman to be careful, and Qingtian replied that she should not be afraid, since there are no those who can cause him significant harm. And Qingtian said that old man Huang Long, she said before his death that there was a mysterious, terrifying demonic animal, and an old but useful ancient book under the Heavenly Temple. If what he is looking for is under the Heavenly Temple, then there will be a passage under it to get what he craves. Approaching the altar, Qingtian pulled a small stick, which was clearly a religious object, and gently moved it from its place. Suddenly, a faint click abruptly appeared, which began to open an old and ancient passage under the Heavenly Temple. Entering the passage that appeared, Qingtian touched and accepted that it was indeed an ancient structure. Saying that the old man Huang Long, she had not deceived him, he began to descend the steps to an unknown place for him, coming out to the deepened place, and Qingtian said that this could definitely be the abode of the immortals. He continued to descend to it. Horrified that this staircase really goes too far underground, he, grinning, declared that he hoped not to get into the earthly kingdom. Suddenly, he tensed up when he saw the seal that was put only to restrain the demonic clan. He remembered that this seal was used to seal high-rank demons. If she's here, then a high-ranking demon is sealed from below. So, Qingtian also needs to be careful, because with a wrong step he can release such a strong demon. Descending even lower, after opening the seal, he noticed a huge demonic beast that was clearly in the stage of sleep from the seal. Above him, at the same time, there was a book that Qingtian needed, which he called the Heavenly Book. Rising into the air, Qingtian stretched out his hand to the side and reached for the Heavenly Book. He thought to himself that the first book, the Canon of the Way and Virtue, was invoked with the help of Huang Yaoyao, and the second, the Breath of the Scorching Sun, was right in front of him. And Qingtian tried to touch the book. Suddenly, the system discovered that Qingtian's target was surrounded by an unknown force that could not be determined. The joyful Qingtian, not having time to realize this, forced out a nervous laugh. Beneath him, a huge eye that was the size of a human suddenly opened. The demonic beast woke up from a dream, asking Qingtian who he was and what he was doing here. Angered by the unplanned uninvited guest, the demonic beast persistently asked Qingtian who he was more than last time. Just a little taken aback by the awakening of the great demonic demon, and Qingtian thought that he was not very glad that he woke up right now, because it turned out to be very awkward and misunderstood. Pulling off the mask of surprise from the unexpected awakening of the demonic beast, Qingtian thought to himself that it was worth exposing his sword and energy. After all, this misunderstanding could escalate to a full-scale battle between him and the demonic beast. These reflections sowed a note of doubt in Qingtian's mind as well, forcing him to think about whether his trip to the heavenly temple and his presence here in the secret passage made sense. His panicked conclusions eventually suggested to Qingtian that this might actually be a real heavenly reader. With a sharp jerk, Qingtian threw off his hands of doubt, clenching his fist at the same time, which destroyed the emerging sword in the scabbard of pure energy like the breath of a nightingale's song. Pretending that he wasn't very smart, Qingtian told the demonic beast, suppressing a nervous laugh, that his brother misunderstood him and he wasn't up to anything, but he was just passing by and happened to be here. And Qingtian pondered in his head that now it is impossible to make abrupt, unjustified and self-satisfied decisions that could bring him a threat and even injury. Enraged, the demonic beast raised its huge, like clouds in the sky, eyes and opened its destructive grin, preparing trouble. And Qingtian, he said that his body smells very delicious and he has not felt such a hopeful delicious aroma for a long time. Opening his eyes in surprise, Qingtian even lost his composure, albeit for a fraction of a second. Straight at him, with terrifying and murderous speed, was rushing the huge mouth of a demonic beast that had not eaten for a very long time. He asked Qin to let him eat it and satisfy his heartbreaking hunger. Instantly, like a sparkling lightning bolt on a rainy day, Qingtian jumped away from the murderous maw coming at him. He did not hesitate to attack the demonic beast, so that lightning of unprecedented beauty appeared next to him, as if the thunder god himself decided to help him in this battle. The demonic beast could only spew out a terrifying scream and immediately fell to the ground, as if bowing to Qingtian, who was looking at him with a smirk on his face. And Qingtian suddenly felt that the energy of the demonic beast was very familiar to him, only he could not remember where. The epiphany came immediately. The same energy was met by Qingtian in his previous life, when he destroyed the demons of hell for a chance to get a new life for himself. It was the energy of the Chaos members, and Qingtian realized that the demonic beast was imprisoned here by a seal that violated the laws of nature. He muttered this phrase as soon as he thought about her, and Qingtian was sure that this demonic beast definitely had a hidden secret that he had to find out. And Qingtian decided to get closer to his recent abuser, who tried to eat him, saying that this demonic beast definitely wants to eat. He offered his help in solving this issue. Not believing his own eyes and ears, the demonic beast asked Qingtian if this was true, and he was going to help him. After answering approvingly, Qingtian said that he had to tell him something first. The question was the book located above the demonic beast, at the same time, enclosed in an energy core. He had to explain to Qingtian what kind of book it was and what it was like. Instantly returning his former intimidating gaze, the demonic beast declared that he was a demon of drought and he came from another world, different from this one. Unknown persons threw him here and bound him with a seal, which was called the burning prison of the 9 dragons. Fixing his gaze on the book, the demon of drought said that it was a heavenly book and there was a lock from the seal installed on it. Rejoicing in his, albeit insignificant, victory, Qingtian smiled that this might be the true heavenly book. And Qingtian told the drought demon that he knew a little about seals and was willing to break the lock of this mysterious seal to help him. The drought demon said that it was useless, because even if he gathered all the strength and power of Tianluo, he would not be able to destroy this seal. Without listening to the drought demon, Qingtian tried to touch this seal located in the energy core. But just as the drought demon had said, not only would Qingtian not be able to destroy this seal, he couldn't even touch it. Crying out, Qingtian thought that the shackles of the burning prison were made of the ridges of the 9 dragons, where the writings of the 9 worlds were written on each of them. Also, there are more than 1,300 inscriptions in this secret room, each of which penetrates the life force of dragons. The drought demon tensed up sharply, because it is impossible to break this seal. Still thinking to himself, Qingtian said that his second core is an attribute of the seal, and if you open it, you can find the weak point of this hated seal. And Qingtian regretted that Zhang Daoling was not around, because if he had been here, it would have taken him much less time to break her. Exclaiming to himself that Zhang Daoling had let him down at such an important moment, he abruptly tried to escape from the den of the drought demon. Speaking of which, the drought demon has nothing to worry about, because if he can't break this terrible seal, he can at least find him something to eat. But he will have to wait a couple of days. Not believing Qingtian's words, the drought demon said that it was not worth deceiving him and all these were just to escape from him. But when leaving the drought demon, Qingtian said that he would definitely keep his promise. After spending a long time with her master in the heavenly temple, Huang Yaoyao began to worry and think that Qingtian was still not there and something could have happened to him. As if hearing the pleas of his concubine and assistant, Huang Yaoyao and Qingtian came out of the heavenly temple, while shouting Huang Yaoyao's name. Like a starfall, Huang Yaoyao rushed to her master, not holding back a smile from the fact that nothing had happened to him. Wrapping her in his arms, Qingtian pointed out that she was already completely exhausted while waiting for him in front of the heavenly temple. The joyful Huang Yaoyao only nodded and agreed with Qingtian's words, who now said that they were returning to the flower pavilion. Around the building of the flower pavilion there were blocks of ice that appeared from a completely incomprehensible image. After asking a question, Qingtian said that the lack of light in the flower pavilion is strange, since there should be a brisk trade now. The words that brought him back to reality came from Huang Yaoyao. She said she was very cold, which she hadn't felt before. Suddenly, a blue energy sword flew out towards both Qingtian and Huang Yaoyao, threatening the lives of both, and especially Huang Yaoyao. With a sharp movement of his fingers, Qingtian created nimble vines and deflected the attack of the stranger who attacked him and Huang Yaoyao. The old man who appeared before him said that he did not expect anything else from the man who was able to tame Zhang Daoling. And Qingtian looked at him with a look of contempt and arrogance and asked who he was. The old man turned out to be the current director of the Qingtian Academy, Qin Zhaozian. He said his name and said that he had been waiting for Qingtian for a very long time. Standing in a state of passion, Qingtian thought that this man was really very strong, because if he hadn't noticed the broken branches of the willow spirit in time, he would certainly have suffered. Qin Zhaozian said he wanted to tell Qingtian two things. First, he wants Qingtian to rid this city of his clan's influence. Secondly, he should go to the south because he will not accept him into the Qingtian Academy. Qin Zhaozian had no idea how Qingtian had obtained the consent of the previous director, but as long as he was the director of the Qingtian Academy, he would not let Qingtian set foot on the territory of the Qingtian Academy. With an arrogant look, Qingtian asked Qin Zhaozian who he represented, the Emperor or the Qingtian Academy. Qin Zhaozian replied that he represented both the Emperor and the Qingtian Academy, and even if the Emperor was not destroyed by Qingtian, someone must take the blame by appearing before the court. In an arrogant tone, Qin Zhaozian said that he did not want anyone to join the Qingtian Academy. Chuckling, Qingtian let out a nervous laugh. He asked what would happen if he refused to comply with Qin Zhaozian's demands. He replied that Qingtian should not make hasty decisions, because fate could be very cruel, and he gives him 3 days to think. If Qingtian doesn't do as Qin Zhaozian told him, then he and Huang Yaoyao will be destroyed. Suddenly, a strong female cough was heard behind Qingtian. He saw Huang Yaoyao, who was struck by the previously unknown technique of the director of the Qingtian Academy, Qin Zhaozian. Worried about Huang Yaoyao, Qingtian rushed to her, catching the girl already flying down. He asked her in a trembling voice what had happened to her and why she had fallen. Stammering, Huang Yaoyao replied that she was very cold. The smile on Qin Zhaozian's face spread in front of the helpless Qingtian. He said that Huang Yaoyao had fallen under the influence of his technique, referred to as the technique of the god of cold, and now if she was not warmed, she would fall into oblivion in 3 days. Distraught by this turn of events, Qingtian declared that he would not allow a cowardly and insidious attack against a weaker enemy. Without listening to him, Qin Zhaozian disappeared from sight, leaving behind a black trail from moving to another point in this city. Qingtian's evil gaze was directed directly at the place where Qin Zhaozian was standing a couple of seconds ago. He shouted out to the already departed enemy that he would never force him to submit to anyone, adding that as soon as Huang Yaoyao recovers, he will sort it out and destroy Qin Zhaozian. And Qingtian abruptly rushed into the flower pavilion, with Huang Yaoyao in his arms, to help her get rid of the cold god technique. In the main hall, the entire staff of the flower pavilion lay exhausted, probably from Qin Zhaozian's stealthy attack. Seeing his master, Manager Gui abruptly tried to jump to his feet, but due to the pressing pain in his head, he fell exhausted again. After a couple of seconds, recovering, Gui got to his feet. After making sure that Gui had regained consciousness, Qingtian asked him to bring him a vat of hot water, like the mouth of a volcano. A little taken aback by this, Gui asked again what he needed to bring. But without waiting for an answer, he went to fulfill the instructions of his master. Putting Huang Yaoyao down, Qingtian said he would definitely help her. Calling out to the system, Qingtian asked her to give him a fireball. Taken aback, the system said that he needed a breath of pure energy from the sun, and Qin was going to use it to replenish the fireball. And Qingtian declared that she was completely right in what she wanted to say. Frowning, Qingtian looked worriedly at Huang Yaoyao, who was burning all over because of the temperature difference in her body. Having fulfilled the order, the staff of the flower pavilion brought an extensive wooden vat with hot water, from which steam was coming in a column. After reporting to Qingtian, who thanked them for their help, they retired to the street. Taking the exhausted Huang Yaoyao in his arms, Qingtian gently put her in a vat of hot water. Stepping over the side of the vat, Qingtian stepped into the hot water. Putting it in front of him, Qingtian said that this fireball would absorb the cold energy of the cold god technique that Qin Zhaozian directed at her. Huang Yaoyao opened her eyes with the last of her strength and stared at the fireball, giving out only a small and thin sound that was heard only by Qingtian. He immediately became concerned about Huang Yaoyao's condition, so he encouraged her with words that she should hold on until she got better. The fireball was stirred by the movement of Qingtian's hand and came into action. He began to draw out the cold energy of the cold god technique from the exhausted Huang Yaoyao. Having stretched out everything, he froze in his pose and stopped his work. Slightly staggering, Huang Yaoyao almost plunged under the hot water, but a quick lunge and Qingtian managed to catch her and hold her to him. He was mentally glad that this method of helping Huang Yaoyao was really effective. At the same time, in the territory of the Dragon and Tiger sect, the Supreme Elder helped pull the cursed demonic energy from Zhang Daoling. Trying his best, Zhang Daoling thought about how Qingtian, his master and colleague, would also wait a little while until he was cleansed of the filth that was seizing his body and mind. Mentor Zhu and another member of the Dragon and Tiger sect speculated whether Zhang Daoling would be able to withstand all the tests this time. Agreeing that it would be very difficult for him, they continued to observe his attempts to purify himself from the cursed demonic energy. 3 days and nights later, Huang Yaoyao regained consciousness after the fireball drew out all the cold energy of the cold god technique from her. Opening her eyes, she saw her master, who was clearly worried about her well-being since he decided to look after her himself. Embarrassed, Huang Yaoyao wanted to ask a question, but Qingtian also said that he only helped her get rid of the cold energy in her body and did not do anything extraneous from her. Suddenly, the flower pavilion building staggered to the side and Huang Yaoyao fell on Qingtian. He was surprised by this sudden earthquake and became alert. On the street in front of the flower pavilion, Qin Zhaozian suddenly appeared with his ice golems. He was on the shoulders of one of them, shouting out that he had given 3 days to think and Qingtian to leave Tianluo, but he was still here and now only destruction by his hand awaits him. Manager Gui, outraged by Qin Zhaozian's arrogant act, declared that they had all sworn that they would give their lives for their lord and master in Qingtian, and therefore they would protect him. Taking up arms, the security staff of the flower pavilion rushed into battle with the outnumbered enemy. Offended by such a savage act, Qin Zhaozian said that the security staff had no right to interfere with his execution of the sentence. He aimed his ice golem straight at the ranks of the security personnel. A battle ensued, where Qin Zhaozian declared that he would destroy everyone here. Watching from afar in the flower pavilion, Qingtian said that he did not even have to look for Qin Zhaozian if he himself had come to his hands. Calling Blackie over, Qingtian told him and Blackie's other companions that they needed to defeat all the ice golems and try to eliminate Qin Zhaozian. After dealing with the security staff, Qin Zhaozian told his ice golems to go straight to the flower pavilion and bring him and Qingtian. Unexpectedly, a huge monkey that was the size of the flower pavilion itself fell from the sky. Scattered pieces of ice from the former ice golems forced Blackie to dodge them. As he approached, Blackie waved his hand back and prepared to strike at Qin Zhaozian. In a state of shock, Qin Zhaozian cried out that there were 2 demonic beasts on Qingtian's side and now it would be difficult for him to cope. Bringing a powerful blow, Blackie jumped on Qin Zhaozian like a cat. Suddenly, an icy block of crystalline rock formed in his path, which blocked Qin Zhaozian from being hit by Blackie. With a sharp jerk, splitting the block, Chernish did not notice Qin Zhaozian. Due to the numerous fragments from the block, Chernish's view was halved, which gave Qin Zhaozian a chance for his counterattack. He created a huge icy hand that rose above Blackie and flew straight at him, trying to destroy him with its huge weight. Qin Zhaozian confessed that he did not expect to see the demonic king in Qingtian's submission, but he still won't help him, because Qin Zhaozian was going to destroy them both with his own hands. Without listening to Qin Zhaozian's chatter, Blackie soared into the air, and prepared for his next attack. Using countermeasures, Qin Zhao Zion summoned a dozen ice golems, who immediately prepared to attack Blackie, and Qingtian, enraged by Qin Zhao Zion's actions, shouted to Blackie to destroy him faster. He told Blackie that Qin Zhao Zion was fighting with blocks of ice, and to defeat him, you first need to break the ice blocks. With an inspiring shout, Chernish said that he would fulfill the task presented to him. Having gathered all the ice golems in one place, Chernish shouted that it was the turn of the Firebird to fight, and with a sharp jerk disappeared on the roof of the house. After chirping a couple of times, the Firebird emitted a fiery ray of flame from its mouth, destroying everything in its path. After destroying most of the ice golems, the Firebird passed the cue to a huge monkey, who destroyed the ice golems like toy soldiers. Smashing and destroying the ice golems, the trio of demon kings were getting closer to Qin Zhao's Yang. With a powerful blow, the huge monkey destroyed the last ice golem, to which Qin Zhao Zion replied that it was interesting that 3 demonic kings had gathered here. After the last word, an unprecedented energy field appeared under the 3 demonic kings, from which the trio was completely taken aback. Qin Zhao Zion asked how many other secrets are hidden in the Yi clan. A huge whirlpool of energy began to engulf the 3 demon kings until it completely absorbed them and disappeared without a trace. And Qingtian was left without his loyal allies and associates. Enraged, Qingtian shouted out that Qin Zhao Zion had created a spatial field unnoticed by his eyes, which engulfed his allies. Satisfied, Qin Zhao Zion shouted that Qingtian had no more aces left up his sleeve and he would die today. Fluttering like a butterfly on his first flight, Qin Zhao Zion climbed onto the balcony of the main hall of the Flower Pavilion, saying that only losers would hide inside. Instead of taking a fair fight and losing honestly, he entered the main hall of the Flower Pavilion. Opening the door with an arrogant movement of his hand, Qin Zhao Zion entered the main hall of the Flower Pavilion, hoping to find Qingtian there as well. He was angry when he didn't find him. Crying out about where Qingtian was, energy chains suddenly began to fly at him, which suppressed Qin Zhao Zion's energy. Taken aback by this development, Qin Zhao Zion lost his composure for a second, and Qingtian, shouting the name of Qin Zhao Zion, came out of the hidden energy field that he had created before the arrival of this dangerous enemy. Raising his fist over Qin Zhao Zion's face, Qingtian tried to hit him and hit him right on target. Flying away, Qin Zhao Zion hung on to the energy chains that Qingtian also caused. Grinning, Qingtian thought that a great moment had come, since he was able to get the talismans of the hidden field and the seals of the 7 locks from the system. Otherwise, in an unfavorable course of events, he would not have known at all what to do and how to confront Qin Zhao's Yang. Turning around, leaving his back exposed, Qingtian called Huang Yao Yao to him and offered to go rescue Blackie and the others who protected him to use these talismans. Huang Yao Yao exclaimed joyfully after these words, because her master offered it to her. Interrupting this idol, Qin Zhao Zion stated that he did not expect the use of skillful skills and seals and magic fields in his direction. Rising up, he easily destroyed the energy chains and freed himself from the shackles imposed by Qingtian. Pleasantly surprised, Qin Zhao Zion said that he did not expect this from Qingtian at all. Removing the malicious smile from his face, Qin Zhao Zion, picking up speed, began to fly towards Qingtian and said that he was a master of the Qinlan Academy of Magic Fields. Having reached his goal, Qin Zhao Zion pierced Qingtian with his energy, from which he screamed with terrible pain. Huang Yao Yao, who was standing to the side and anxiously shouted out the word master. At this time in the Palace of Truth, the peak of the first Jan, there was a huge outline of the yin and yang sign in the sky. Zhang Daoling, who was there, felt that something had happened to his master. Turning pale from this, he cursed and flew out like a bullet from a machine gun, in the direction where Qingtian was also. At the same time, in the Flower Pavilion, Qin Zhao Zion was able to catch Qingtian by mistake and used a previously unknown technique, binding him into strong energy chains. Qin Zhao Zion explained that it is a soul summoning field that destroys the soul itself. He said that even the director of the academy, Qinlan himself, would not be able to stop and destroy this magic field, let alone Qingtian. Therefore, he will die long and painfully. Suddenly, a strange object with the yin and yang sign fell into Qingtian's hands. Unable to believe what he saw, Qingtian, shocked, asked if it was really true. The strange object shone with a bright light and destroyed the soul summoning field, freeing Qingtian from the energy chains. Flying up, this object shone with even more light than before. Looking sternly at this strange object, Qingtian forced to release all his energy that was in it. Instantly releasing a huge amount of energy, the object illuminated the entire main hall with its bright golden light, shocking Huang Yao Yao and Qin Zhang Zion. The energy coming out of the object with the yin and yang sign jerked Qin Jiang and pushed him aside. And Qingtian said, mocking Qin Jiang, that he didn't really look like a master of magic fields. Huang Yaoyao, who was standing to the side, exclaimed joyfully that Qingtian was fine. And Qingtian, although smiling, thought that Qin Jiang had started creating a new magic field too quickly, and if it wasn't a divine level magic field, then he would be able to resist Qin Jiang with this item. Regrouping in flight, Qin Jiao created a secret spell in his hands, which, according to him, will not leave a living place on Qingtian's body. Opening a huge portal, Qin Jiao summoned ice humanoids with huge, sharp and deadly axes similar to pikes. The creatures that Qin Jiao had summoned rushed towards both Qingtian and Huang Yaoyao. A furious roar swept through the main hall and ended before it could begin. And Qingtian used the item to destroy all of Qin Jiao creatures. And Qingtian, without hiding a smile, said that this reception, according to Qin Jiang, should not leave a living place on it. Then why is he still in perfect order and Qin Jiang's creations have already been completely destroyed? Qin Jiao, with a distraught look, was horrified that his entire magic field had been destroyed. With a shocked look, Qin Jiao asked if Qingtian was joking so stupidly. Besides, he can't lose to such a weakling from the Yi clan. Creating a huge ice fist, Qin Jiao sent it straight at both Qingtian and Huang Yaoyao. And Qingtian recklessly grabbed Huang Yaoyao and tried to jump aside so that Qin Jiang's icy fist wouldn't hit them. An unexpected cry was cut off by the blow of an icy fist. Zhang Daoling appeared in front of both Qingtian and Huang Yaoyao, who repelled Qin Jiao's attack with his energy. And Qingtian did not expect Zhang Daoling to appear and was therefore very surprised. With the appearance of Zhang Daoling, the last 3 points of 1, 0, 0, 0, 0, 0, 0, 0, 0 were unlocked and Qingtian opened the second seal. Opening his mouth in surprise, Qingtian realized that the second seal was broken. Suddenly, a furious roar and a thunderbolt burst out of the sky, which struck the flower pavilion. After hitting Qingtian, the lightning transmitted his sealed power, and Qingtian said that it is a very pleasant feeling when the second seal of talents is finally opened. Calling the system, Qingtian asked how many attributes he had available this time. Flying up to him, the system congratulated Qingtian on unlocking the second seal, and said that 100,000,000 points were available this time. After repeating the system's response, Qingtian grinned and said that, just like last time, only 100,000,000 points were available to him. Accepting this, Qingtian told the system to add 99,000,000 points to the talent for creating magic fields. The system smiled and began to collect energy to add points. After a while, she said that the leveling of the talent for creating magic fields was over. Qingtian's characteristics also appeared. Health 100,000,100. Technique Despot's Pupil. Talent Magic Field. Number of points 9,900,000. The remaining points are not unlocked yet, and Qingtian was enveloped by a bright light energy that gave him the opportunity to soar above the floor. Qin Jiao asked what was going on here. A couple of seconds after the words he said, he was a little crushed by the pressure that suddenly appeared. Qin Jiao was taken aback by this pressure and assumed that Qingtian had also broken through to the next level of his skill. Doubting, Qin Jiao found it impossible. Such a weakling of the first rank cannot break through to such a level. Gritting his teeth, Qin Jiao stared at Qingtian. Sensing that he was being looked at, Qingtian asked if he was the one who called himself the master of magic fields, which could not be found in Tianluo anymore. And Qingtian, smiling, asked Qin Jiao to show how strong his magic fields are. Stretching out his hand, Qingtian began to release a light yellow light, which began to form into a spherical shape. By hitting Qin Jiao with this energy, and Qingtian caught him in his new, unknown to anyone magical field. Qin Jiao forcefully raised his head and asked what kind of magic field it was, and Qingtian replied that he had just created it and had not yet given it a name. Qin Jiao, not hiding his surprise, asked if Qingtian really had just created this magic field. After all, people even more experienced than him cannot instantly create such a thing. He cried out that it was definitely impossible, and Qingtian was clearly helped by the ancestor of the Yi clan. And Qingtian, pointing one finger directly at Qin Jiao, told him to stop saying this nonsense. And Qingtian raised his finger a little and rays of bright energy from him began to pour into Qin Jiao, which brought him great pain. Zhang Daoling was obviously glad to meet Qingtian. He said that they hadn't seen each other for a couple of days, and Qingtian had already mastered the magic fields at a high level. Huang Yaoyao, who was standing, also did not hide her joy for so much a quick breakthrough to a new level of her master. At this time, the exhausted Qin Zhao Ziyan, clenching his teeth, stood motionless. But suddenly, with considerable difficulty, he was able to break the magic field in Qingtian. Qin Zhao Ziyan told him to get ready for their next fight, because he would definitely win it, and not Qingtian. Raising his head, Qin Zhao Ziyan looked at Qingtian and said that he had won today, but at the Qinlan Academy he would arrange for him to never forget it. Using a teleportation spell, Qin Zhao Mayan instantly teleported out of the flower pavilion, and Qingtian said in frustration that his enemy, Qin Zhao Ziyan, had just run away and now he was too bored. Meanwhile, on the street in front of the flower pavilion, 3 demonic kings fell out of Qin Zhao Ziyan's magic trap field and flew to the ground with angry screams. Zhang Laoling, not hiding his joy, approached Qingtian and said that everything was fine with him, because he had scared him a lot, and Qingtian replied that it was all thanks to him. Sensing the cursed demonic energy, Qingtian asked why it was still in Zhang Daolin. He told the words of the great elder that it is impossible to get rid of the cursed demonic energy. She can only be restrained, so he secretly escaped from the place of her restraint. Zhang Daoling suddenly clutched his face and turned pale all over. He became ill and was picked up by Qingtian. He said weakly that the cursed demonic energy had awakened again, and Qingtian asked in a friendly way, did he really run away in such a weak state? And Qingtian said that he couldn't leave him in such a deplorable situation, so they would go to a place where there was something that would seal his damned demonic energy for a long time. Not believing what was said, Zhang Daoling asked where this place was, which would help him seal the cursed demonic energy, and Qingtian replied that it was in a room under the Heavenly Temple. The Heavenly Temple. Zhang Daoling looked at Qingtian, who had a huge bag of things. The guy told the young master and that he understood why he came here, but why was it necessary to drag so many things? And Qingtian replied that there was a demon under the temple. He promised to bring him food, so he brought it all. Zhang Daoling asked in surprise what kind of demon was there, and Qingtian replied that yes, it's time for them to go, the lookout is gone. Zhang Daoling and Qingtian walked up to the building. Zhang Daoling asked why the emperor's protective field had no effect on them this time, and Qingtian replied to Zhang Daolin that Dongfeng Hong was dead. The guy asked in surprise how it happened, and Qingtian did not answer his colleague's question. They entered the lair of the monster, which immediately opened its yellow eyes, and Qingtian threw things in front of the monster. The young master shouted to the drought demon that it was him. Zhang Daoling shouted in shock that there really was a real demon here. The monster exhaled steam from its nostrils. The demon opened its mouth wide and growled loudly at its guests. Zhang Daoling blocked Qingtian with himself and shouted at him to be careful. The monster no longer paid attention to them, but happily ate its food. And Qingtian answered Zhang Daolin's dumb question that the demon was just hungry. He didn't want to hurt them. The demon happily sniffed and said that it was delicious. How delicious. He thought that Qingtian wouldn't come either. Zhang Daoling looked at the monster in surprise and said, as soon as he started eating, there was no trace of the demon left. Is it definitely a demon? And Qingtian also looked at the demon in surprise. The demon stared with his golden eyes at Zhang Daolin, who was very scared. The guy squatted down and covered his head. He asked the demon what he was doing. The demon told Zhang Daolin that he was going to die soon. The demon inside him is mutating. He has no more than a month left. Zhang Daoling looked at the demon in surprise. Zhang Daolin said in shock that he smelled a demon inside him. Wow. And Qingtian told the drought demon that they had come to make a deal with him. The demon asked with interest what the deal was, and Qingtian replied that he would help break his seal, and he would help his brother completely suppress the demon inside him. The drought demon threw food from the bag into his mouth and said that it was enough to joke. The burning prison of the 9 dragons is a seal of the divine level. It cannot be broken. And Qingtian took out the yin-yang magic plate and said that before, yes, the demon was watching young Master Yi with interest. And Qingtian lifted the plate up and shouted that it was already possible. The demon seal was enveloped in flames. He shouted loudly what was going on. The writings holding him back are disappearing. And Qingtian saw the book that was on the demon's back. The young master also said that the most important thing in opening the seal is its eye. If this book is the eye, the demon rolled his eyes with impatience and thought that he could really break it. And Qingtian directed his power at the book and thought that it should just be destroyed. The book shone red and Qingtian thought in horror that no, it wasn't an eye at all. A fire samurai from the book appeared in front of Qingtian. He started attacking the young master and Qingtian, shouting that whoever dared to break the seal would die. and Qingtian began to dodge the samurai's blows. Young Master Yi glared at his enemy. The drought demon shouted for Qingtian to leave faster. The demon said that this is the spirit of the destroyer, created by those who imprisoned him. If he doesn't leave, he will die. Zhang Daoling got up wearily and told Yi Qingtian to leave. It's not worth dying for him. Yi Qingtian looked at his friend in surprise. Young Master Yi said with a smile that he would not leave. The samurai is strong, but he is just a spirit guarding the seal. And Qingtian went on to say that if you don't separate the most important part of the seal, nothing terrible will happen. The samurai shouted and rushed at Yi Qingtian. And Qingtian grabbed the samurai's head with quick movements and shouted joyfully that he had found a real eye. Young Master Yi easily broke it in his hands. The samurai disappeared with a scream, and the demon seal collapsed. The drought demon said in surprise that it was unbelievable. The seal is completely destroyed. Suddenly, the demon has become several times smaller, and Qingtian stared at the demon in shock, who was also confused. The drought demon folded his paws and said that he was looking down on people. From now on, he will remember the kindness in Qingtian. And Qingtian received a notification from the system that the heavenly book had been discovered. The reader has also been found. And Qingtian looked at the little drought demon. And Qingtian happily thought that he finally had the third book in his hands. The book and the reader merged into one body. That's just how he can open the third seal. And Qingtian smiled slyly and said, "That's how it is. The breath of the drought demon will create a wave that attacks the seal." If he understood everything correctly, the third seal is Dantian. Both Qingtian and the drought demon looked into each other's eyes and didn't know what to say. And Qingtian broke the silence and shockingly asked the monster if he was a drought demon. The demon proudly replied that this was his real form. He looks very intimidating. And Qingtian didn't know what to say to the remark of the little and cute demon of drought. Zhang Daoling fell to the ground and started coughing. He gasped out that the demon had begun to act again. And Qingtian anxiously shouted Zhang Daoling's name. The drought demon gnawed the chain and glared at the two guys. And Qingtian asked the drought demon if he was familiar with the writings to restrain demons. Can he help his friend seal the demon inside him? The demon spat the chain into Yi Qingtian's hands, who took it in disgust and waited for an explanation. The drought demon began to explain that anti-demonic writings were carved on this chain of dragon ridges. Let him put it on. And Qingtian asked in disbelief, "Is it really that simple?" The demon asked that he didn't believe him. Young Master Yi put a chain around Zhang Daoling's neck. Zhang Daoling grimaced in pain and screamed loudly. The drought demon told him not to worry, it's a common reaction. Writing expels dark energy. After that, it will be completely cleaned. And Qingtian nervously said that this means how, and he was so scared. Zhang Daoling was sitting on the floor with pain on his face and loudly said that he felt better. Zhang Daoling smiled slightly and said thank you to Yi Qingtian. The young master helped his friend to get up and asked if he had anything to do with it. They need to go. Zhang Daolin needs to rest. Above the 9 heavens, a servant came to the Lord of the 9 heavens with a report. He started saying that Qingtian had already broken the 2nd seal. Vladika Evil replied that they could not allow him to continue in that spirit. He must convey his order, let the 9 gods be prepared below. He is going to release them into the lower world. The servant asked that the master wanted to transfer his mind to the gods, and then arrange a hunt for Yi Qingtian. Vladika replied that it was true. His body cannot descend into the mortal world, but his mind does. He will show him who the real lord is. The guy was running with a long ball down the steps and thought that tomorrow there would be an exam at the Qingtian Academy. He has to catch it. Red lights appeared in the sky. The guy thought what kind of noise it was. A light hit him and he screamed furiously. He changed his face and thought that Qingtian was the end. And Qingtian was holding a drought demon in his hands. He told Zhang Daolin that he had just gotten rid of the dark energy. He should get some rest. Zhao Daolai waved his head down and said, "Okay." The demon asked Yi Qingtian that he had just returned home. But why had he brought him? Young Master Yi scratched him under the chin and asked him what he didn't want to eat deliciously. He's got a lot of food here. The drought demon blushed and asked if it was true. And Qingtian replied that of course. The demon screamed to be given food faster. Zhang Daolin's teacher came into the room and said that he had finally returned. Zhang Daoling looked at the man in surprise. Huang Yaoyao said that the mentor was worried about him, so he waited here. Zhang Daoling scratched his head and said that he was fine. The master helped him get rid of the dark energy. The teacher asked in surprise what he got rid of. Zhang Daoling replied that yes, now she can't hurt him. The teacher touched the guy and said that there really wasn't any demonic energy. The teacher thought that everyone said that Qingtian was a weakling. But it's not that simple. The teacher turned to young Master Yi and said that tomorrow he would take the entrance exam to the Qingtian Academy. Does he want to participate? And Qingtian replied that of course he would go. Young Master Yi thought that if he got into the academy, he could get into the King Cheng sword sect. He made a deal with his wife. If he gets into the sect, she will marry him. The teacher said that if so, would he allow Huang Yaoyao to join the Dragon and Tiger sect? And Qingtian asked in surprise what? The teacher touched Yao Yao and a girl in a white robe appeared above her head. The teacher said that while he was with her, he discovered that she possessed an extremely suitable body for cultivation. If she is next to him, then she will have a great future than in the Yi clan. And Qingtian asked in surprise that her body was suitable for cultivation. Huang Yaoyao anxiously said that she wasn't going anywhere. She would stay with him. And Qingtian sadly thought that the mentor is one of the strongest cultivators. If Huang Yaoyao is with him, he will learn much more than with him. He doesn't want to deprive her of such a future. And Qingtian put his hand on the girl's face and told her to go with the mentor. She has to wait until he graduates from the academy, and he will come back for her. Huang Yaoyao wanted to object, but Qingtian also interrupted her. He said there were no objections. He will visit her often. Huang Yaoyao said that it was fine then, but don't forget to come to me. And Qingtian said he would definitely visit. The teacher put his hands on Huang Yaoyao and on Zhang Daolin. He said he was taking them then. And Qingtian shouted after her to study hard with her mentor. He will definitely pick her up. At the same moment, everyone disappeared. The drought demon didn't understand the sad moment and asked where his food was. And Qingtian put a huge number of different goodies on the table. The demon shouted joyfully that there was so much food. And Qingtian watched the demon swallow the food and told him to eat more slowly. He will be preparing for tomorrow's exam for now. And Qingtian asked the system what if he broke the second seal, so he can learn a new technique. She should choose which one for him. The system appeared with a yellow notebook and put her hand on Qingtian's shoulder. She said she was on her way. Divine Dragon and Elephant Strike will help you get the power that destroys mountains and rivers. Does he want to try? And Qingtian replied that, of course, he wanted to. The system touched the guy's head. Young Master Yi thought that he would have to fight Qin Zhao Xiang tomorrow after all. The story of the young master continues, and Qingtian was training to pass the academy exam. The drought demon was eating his cookies and shouted loudly that Qingtian had strong energy. Qingtian was focused and did not respond to the drought demon's remark. The monster still asked the question that he is only the first rank. How can he release such strong energy? Qingtian Academy. Qin Zhao Xian was in the courtyard of the academy together with his assistants. His henchmen told him that the installation of the intoxicating field was completed. His other assistant said that he had purposely made it work only on Qingtian. It was safe for others. Qin Zhao Xian asked how the other 3 exam fields were doing. The assistant said that 3 more fields are installed at the entrance to the academy. They have also undergone special changes. Another henchman laughed and said that it was 4 against 1 kid. The director overdid it a little. Qin Zhao Xian angrily thought that Qingtian, as soon as his foot sets foot here, he will not come back. Passers-by near the flower pavilion shouted that some strange light was coming out of it. It can make you blind. The next day, and Qingtian finished training for the exam. At this time, the drought demon was sleeping soundly nearby. Young Master Yi gathered his strength into a fist and broke the concrete board like a toothpick. And Qingtian smiled slyly and said that now the force of his blow is comparable to several tens of thousands of kilograms. The little drought demon looked at young Mr. Yi with interest. And Qingtian clenched his hand into a fist and confidently said that it was time to go to the academy and take the exam. Young Master Yi grabbed the drought demon and shouted that they were going together. He was taking him with him. The drought demon irritably asked why he needed him for the exam. He doesn't want to go. And Qingtian replied that there could be a lot of delicious things in the academy. The monster shouted joyfully that it was really true. A lot of young people came to the exam. They were standing in front of a tile on which all the necessary information was written. One girl shouted in surprise that the exam had already begun. The guy said that he expected this from the academy. They will use magic fields and seals to test them. And Qingtian, with a demon on his back, shouted to be allowed to go forward. And Qingtian asked with a grin why it was so noisy here, what everyone was staring at. One guy asked who it was. He was told that the guy looks familiar, can't remember in any way. Some guy shouted how they could not know him. He's a weakling from the Yi clan. And Qingtian, the young master, did not pay attention to the shouts and insults thrown at him. And Qingtian lowered it to the tile with the information and said that it means that the exam begins from here. You need to destroy 4 magic fields. It's very strange. And Qingtian went on to say that not everyone among the newcomers understands magic fields. And why was it necessary to do such a task? The little drought demon asked where the food was. The old man told Qin Zhaoxiang that this year's exam was too difficult. Go through 4 fields in a row. He thinks that only half of the participants will remain at the end. Qin Zhaoxiang replied that the academy only needs talented people. The less mediocrity passes, the better. The fat guy threw off his robe and went to the center. He quickly went to the test and shouted that it was just a field. Let him pass. As soon as he approached the field, it lit up purple and threw the guy back. The guy fell with tears in his eyes and did not want to get up. Both Qingtian and the little drought demon looked at this man in shock and didn't know what to say. 3 guys ran to the field that they were next. They were all thrown away, and then the next daredevil. And Qingtian was surprised to think that these fields are so difficult to pass. And Qingtian went to the field shouting that he would show them how to destroy them. Some guy with a laugh said that this weakling approached him. He looks cocky. The bald guy replied that he was rumored to be of the 1st rank. How can he destroy this field? And Qingtian touched the field and thought that he needed to find the eye first. Qingtian closed his eyes and felt the eye of the field. He squeezed it sharply and thought that then he needed to destroy it. The field crumbled into small pieces. Everyone shouted in surprise. The participants shouted that it wasn't his imagination. He made it so easy. The guy in shock said who just said that he was a weakling. And Qingtian looked in front of him and saw 2 more fields, red and blue. And Qingtian jumped high and shouted that he was going to have some fun. The little demon fell from the shoulder of young Master Eye. The guy stepped on the red field, but broke not only it, but also the stones that were under it. And Qingtian did a somersault in the sky and jumped onto the blue field, which also crumbled into small pieces. The guy screamed in horror that he had just destroyed 2 fields. Another guy who also participated rolled his eyes in surprise and said loudly that he had easily crushed the eye of these fields. Are the fields of Kanglan Academy really that weak? The old man scratched his beard and said that it was not bad. That guy is from the clan and has potential. Qin Zhaoxian angrily thought that Qingtian was also rejoicing early. Qin Zhaoxian made special signs behind his back and thought that today he would definitely kill Qingtian as well. Young Master Yi placed a little drought demon on his shoulder and told the crowd that he had moved on. And Qingtian conceded to the first step of the academy as a new field appeared that also had fiery tentacles. A young master was captured by them, and thousands of swords flew at him. And Qingtian angrily said that the academy really worked hard to set up this exam against him. Even protective fields have been installed everywhere. The participants said that spatial fields are constantly changing. If it is wrong to destroy them, then you will get stuck in them for a long time. Someone said that this time the exam difficulty was greatly increased. The guy shouted in surprise, "What is it?" He was pointing at the swords that were flying towards Qingtian. The young master also said that there was something wrong. He broke his shackles with ease, and Qingtian dodged and shouted angrily that it looked like this protective field was created specifically against him. The swords continued to chase young Master Yi. He easily evaded them, and Qingtian angrily clenched his hands into fists and thought that yes, they only attack him. Obviously, the work of Qin Zhaoxian. Power sparkled in his hands. Qingtian's fist had increased 1,000-fold, at the end of which was an elephant with huge tusks. The young master also thought that since he decided to set a trap for him, he would play along. And Qingtian hit all the defensive fields and smashed them. The participants shouted that he had attacked all the defensive fields. Wow, he single-handedly dealt with them. How is this possible? Red swords continued to fly at Qingtian. He raised his hand angrily and a red spear fell into it. The young master held the weapon at arm's length, which exuded tremendous strength. And Qingtian said that since Qin Zhaoxian likes to play so much, the guy shouted what he was doing. Someone shouted that it looked like a 2-sided halberd was the eye. And Qingtian used his power to hold the spear in the air. It sparkled and exuded blue lightning. And Qingtian shouted loudly that he would play a big game with him. The spear began to be thrown from one side to the other, and Qingtian began to change the appearance of the trident, which a couple of seconds ago almost flew into him. After that, the trident began to shake from side to side until it bent itself to a huge amount. And Qingtian, reasoning to himself, has already changed the eye and patterns of this magic field. And if Qin Zhaoxian can't get his magic field back to its former form, then all the students won't be able to get out. Qingtian also thought that once the students were hurt, Qin Zhaoxiang would not have the opportunity to stay away. And Qingtian began to draw in pure energy, laughing and imagining how difficult it would be for Qin Zhaoxiang to cope with this problem. While Qingtian was putting his plan into action, The other participants were surprised that he was able to get out. It was impossible, because you can only get out of the magic field by destroying it. Meanwhile, in front of the entrance to the Qingtian Academy, in front of the gate, where the participants will finish their performance in the first round and move on to the second, a considerable crowd has gathered, waiting for the first participant at the gate. The head director of the academy, Qingtian, asked Qin Zhaozian what was going on this time in the exam and why no one else came out. Qin Zhaozian, having withdrawn into himself, thought that this was very strange, since the intoxicating field was installed only against Qingtian. Therefore, everyone else should have returned long ago. And Qingtian walked out of the aisle with a flourish. The drought demon, who had been sitting and watching for a long time, asked Qingtian why he took so long. Qin Zhaozian was taken aback by the appearance of Qingtian first. The chief director did not give this case a look. The people standing behind them began to ask who he was. Some of them remembered that he was the son of both Jai Feng and Qingtian. One of the crowd of people said that he did not expect to see this weakling first. And is everyone else even worse than Qingtian, a weakling from the Yi clan? And Qingtian came out of the gate and asked Qin Zhaozian if he expected to see him. He told Qin Zhaozian to take his time, because he would deal with him soon. Qin Zhaozian was taken aback by this, shouting about how this is even possible and why the intoxicating field has changed. The chief director said that the intoxicating field has not changed, but has exceeded the level. A servant standing nearby asked how it could raise the level, and Qingtian said that someone wanted to kill him, so he changed the magic field quite a bit. And Qingtian said one warning, in which they absolutely had to destroy the magic field. After all, if they don't, everyone who took part in the exam will remain imprisoned there. And Qingtian said that their daughters and sons might be there, and if they don't get out, then the Qingtian Academy will have problems. Qin Zhaozian gritted his teeth and whispered the word "you." Nearby in the crowd, one of the people shouted that it was impossible to raise the level of the intoxicating field. Another person agreed with him and added that if the director of the academy Qingtian is not capable of such a thing, then Qingtian is definitely lying. The portal behind Qingtian began to change and turn golden. Qin Zhaozian shouted out that even though he did not know how Qingtian got out of his intoxicating field, but let him not think of deceiving him so easily. Running to the portal, Qin Zhaozian held out his hand with the palm of his hand and tried to destroy the altered intoxicating field, but nothing happened. Qin Zhaozian was confused for a couple of seconds and asked Qingtian if it was really impossible to enter there. And Qingtian smiled slyly and asked if anything had happened to Qin Zhaozian. He asked him to continue, because he thought he was the best and coolest of all. Qin Zhaozian did not notice how he continued to press his hand on the portal, lightly pushing Qin Zhaozian away. A huge energy fist burst out of the portal. This fist struck directly at Qin Zhaozian. Unable to withstand the blow, he flew off to the stunned crowd. Qin Zhaozian shouted and asked Qingtian where he got such high knowledge in the magic fields. And Qingtian replied with a broad grin that maybe Qin Zhaozian would try to break through this magic field again. Qin Zhaozian suddenly raised his head and told Qingtian with a big smile that the students inside were not ordinary people. Therefore, he should release them soon, or else Qingtian will have problems. Breaking into a smile, Qingtian asked what he had to do with it. The magic field was installed by Qin Zhaozian, and no one would believe that a weakling like him could change it. And Qingtian was silent for a second, and then suggested to Qin Zhaozian to force him to destroy this magic field. And Qingtian pointed his index finger straight at Qin Zhaozian and said that if he didn't apologize now, he would then beg him to release the stuck students. Qin Zhaozian tensed, because he realized that Qingtian also wanted to embarrass him. Resigned to this, he put out a wry smile and thought that since his magic field could not beat Qingtian, then he would kneel down and ask forgiveness from Qingtian so that he would free the students. Qin Zhaozian thought that a real man knows how to adapt, and then next time he will definitely destroy Qingtian as well. Everyone shouted in disbelief that Director Qin had conceded defeat. Qin Zhaozian lowered his head low in shame, and Qingtian told Qin Zhaozian that since he had bowed his head, he would first help him regain his honor. And Qingtian touched his field and broke it. Young Master Yi told Qin Zhaozian that if he insulted him again, he wouldn't get off so easily. Qin Zhaozian angrily told him that just wait at his place. People started coming out of the field. They shouted joyfully that they had finally come out. One guy laughed and said that there is no hopeless situation. Qin Zhaozian started to leave, before shouting that all participants should be taken to the entrance of the Qingtian Valley. The second stage of the exam will begin in an hour. The assistants shouted, "There is." An hour later, people were standing in front of a high mountain. and Qingtian happily thought that the real exam had finally begun. He's already on his way to his wife. The guy from the Myo-chun estate looked at Qingtian and thought that they had met again. Qin Zhaoxian stood on a large rock and began to say loudly that according to the rules, the first task is to enter the valley of Qinlan and kill demonic beasts. Qin Zhaoxian went on to say that this year is different. Some of you came here through connections through your fathers to become students of the academy, so he increased the difficulty of the magic fields for the exam. People began to whisper they acted on connections. What a shame it is. The guy shouted that they should remove such from here. We need to find out who it is. And Qingtian angrily thought that he was trying to annoy him again. The old man watched everything and thought that this young man was able to withstand the ridicule of the crowd. He has a rod, but will he be able to withstand the next test? Qian Renjian approached Qingtian. He told young Master Yi that the director was talking about him, and Qingtian didn't want to answer anything, and didn't know what to say. Qian Renjian went on to say that he had already angered a huge number of people. Does he want to pay him that he checked it out? Although he is skilled in magic fields, but he is only the first rank. He doesn't have the strength to handle everyone. And Qingtian sullenly replied that he did not need it and began to leave Qian Renjian. The little drought demon on his shoulders smiled maliciously and laughed. Qin Zhaoxian, standing on a rock, continued to explain the rules. He said that in order not to have empty conversations, he would announce the rules of the second stage. Once in the valley, the students who killed the monsters get points. The first 30 in terms of the number of points pass on. Qin Zhaoxian said that for a beast of the first rank, 1 point, for a beast of the second rank, 2 points, and so on. He asked, everyone understood everything. The participants loudly shouted yes. Qin Zhaoxian said with an evil smile that it was great. Everyone went to the forests. Someone shouted that the second stage of the exam had begun. Everyone go ahead. One of the participants shouted that the first place would be his. Qin Zhaoxian and his assistants watched Qingtian. He asked them how things were going. They told Qin Zhaoxian that there was no need to worry. The traps are already set. Qin Zhaoxian said loudly that this time he would not believe that Qingtian would be able to escape the monster wave. Qin Zhaoxian's assistant was watching Qingtian and the little drought demon from a tree. When both Qingtian and the little drought demon got closer to the tree, he sprayed a flask of purple demon over them, which enveloped more and more territory. The wolves smelled this smell and became aggressive and angry. The assistant laughed angrily and said that taste the ferocious demonic beasts. The wolves' eyes turned red and they growled angrily. The wolves quickly ran and growled all the way. They knew where to go. Qian Renjian followed closely behind Qingtian and the little drought demon who was sitting on his shoulder. And Qingtian asked Qian Renjian why he was following him. He said he didn't need a guard. Qian Renjian replied with a smile that they were just going one way, that's all. Qian Renjian cunningly thought that this Qingtian was able to destroy 4 fields in a row. He's definitely hiding something. If he goes after him, Po will benefit. Some guy screamed in horror that he needed to be saved. There are animals ahead, someone should help him. Both Qingtian and Qian Renjian looked at that guy in surprise. The wolf opened its mouth wide and growled loudly. He jumped on the guy and hit him with his paw with great force. The same thing was done by other wolves with great cruelty. Both Qingtian and Qian Renjian, along with the little drought monster, jumped into a clearing full of wolves. The guys looked at the wolves, who were surrounded by purple light. Qian Renjian looked at the beasts and shouted loudly that these beasts are very fast. And Qingtian shouted that something was wrong here. The young master watched the wolves carefully. There were more and more wolves, and their red eyes looked at people as if they were prey. And Qingtian thought that there were suddenly so many of them. The Volga took Qian Renjian and Qingtian along with the little drought monster into the circle. Qian Renjian shouted, "What's going on here? Some kind of nightmare. There are too many of them." The wolves flashed their red eyes and came closer and closer to the guys and the little demon. They made a small circle and ran furiously at Qingtian, Qian Renjian, and the little drought demon. Young Master Yi and Qian Renjian got into a fighting pose with a shout. Why did everyone rush at them? The wolves began to attack, and Qian Renjian fought them off with his sword. He shouted at Qingtian to leave. He will try to detain them. Qian Renjian continued to say that if you don't get out now. A huge wolf appeared from behind and Qingtian, who jumped on young Master Yi. Qian Renjian pushed Qingtian away and stabbed the wolf with his sword. He shouted that it would be impossible to escape. The wolf thrust its sharp claws forward with a menacing growl. The wolf slammed its muzzle into Qian Renjian's stomach. The guy crashed into a tree, and the wolf continued its offensive. And Qingtian, not interested, said that he also said that there was no need to protect him, which he continues to risk his life for. The little drought demon shouted joyfully that there was so much meat. Qian Renjian clutched his side and stood leaning on his sword. He shouted angrily that if he had known in advance that the beasts were so strong, he would not have tried to protect him. 3 wolves furiously jumped on the wounded Qian Renjian. The guy looked at the monsters in horror, and Qingtian did not noticeably push the wolves away from Qian Renjian. The wolves hit a tree and fell, but they didn't get up again. A little monster of drought with a cute squeak rushed at the ox and began to bite off pieces of it. The demon cried with happiness and shouted that he didn't think there was anything delicious here. Qian Renjian looked at the little demon and asked what it was. The drought demon absorbed the crystals that lay in the wolves' bodies. He had eaten so much that his stomach was like an inflated balloon. He stroked his tummy and said in a relaxed way that he felt very good. Qian Renjian pointed in shock at the demon that was sitting on a mountain of dead wolves. He asked Qingtian in surprise that it was his pet. Young Master Yi awkwardly replied that you could say that, but he himself had just found out that he liked to eat them. Qian Renjian said admiringly that it was cool. A new group of wolves with a furious roar rushed at the little demon of drought, who, as he continued to eat meat and wail admiringly that it was very tasty. Wolves from all sides clung to the little demon of drought. Qian Renjian pointed to the mountain of wolves in shock and asked that his pet was surrounded, if Qingtian also wanted to do something. And Qingtian replied with a proud smile that there was no need to be afraid. The beasts of the 1st and 2nd rank are not his rivals. The mountain of wolves lit up with yellow lights, and then all the wolves were in the sky and rapidly fell to the ground with a howl. The drought demon grew in size, raised its paws to the sky and growled loudly. His roar was raised by a strong wind. Qian Renjian held onto his sword, which he stuck into the ground. Qian Renjian, when the wind calmed down, looked at the huge demon. Around him lay a huge number of pieces that used to be wolves. Qian Renjian screamed in horror that everyone was dead. The demon grabbed a new piece and brought it to his paste, but Qingtian also intercepted it. The demon looked perplexed at his master, who took the food from him, and Qingtian explained that his points depend on the crystals that are in the wolves. He'll let him eat them later. Qian Renjian's eyes widened several times from shock. The drought demon became small again. He frowned and asked Qingtian that he was trying to use his power. Young Master Yi happily picked up the drought demon in his arms, and Qingtian told the demon that he was behaving like a stranger. Doesn't it mean common? His stuff is still his. The drought demon looked at young Master Yi in surprise, and Qingtian laughed at the demon's expression and said he was just joking. Just look at how the demon of drought frowned. Qian Renjian looked at the human-demon communication in surprise. Qian Renjian thought that wow, and Qingtian raised himself a cool pet. This guy is just not a cut diamond. And Qingtian used the ring to absorb all the diamond glasses. He put the demon back on his shoulder and said that these beasts were probably worth a lot of points. A drought demon, just his lucky star. The little demon proudly replied that he had cleared the way for him. All the points were obtained in the ring, and Qingtian, he said that everything was fine and it was time for them to go. On a high tree, 3 people with not very good intentions were watching the young master. One guy held his sword in his hands and said that Director Qin said that if they killed Qingtian as well, they would immediately get into the academy. Maybe we should start acting already. His friend replied that Qingtian's pet is very strong. We'll have to wait. The guy with the arrows was holding a smoke screen. He said that especially for him, he brought smoke confusing monsters from his clan. With its help, even a 5th level beast can be deceived. The guy pulled out the plug and blew out a lot of smoke. He threw it at the feet of both Qingtian and the demon with the words that they should get ready to look at both. Young Master Yi and the drought demon stared in surprise at the smoke that appeared out of nowhere, and Qingtian loudly asked what it was. The mercenaries hired by Qin Zhaoxiang, under a veil of thick smoke, attacked Qingtian and the little demon of drought. Counting on a poor view from both Qingtian and the little demon of drought, the leader of the mercenaries fired an arrow exactly, as it seemed to him, at the target. And Qingtian did not even move and repelled all the attacks of the mercenaries, sending them flying with powerful lashing blows. When the thick smoke screen passed, and Qingtian stood without a scratch, while holding the arrow that was broken in half, which the leader of the mercenaries fired at him. At the same time, in front of Qingtian lay the defeated Qian Renjian, who took on some of the attacks of the mercenaries. The leader of the mercenaries, shocked by Qingtian's actions, lowered the bowstring and thought that this was impossible. But Qingtian still counterattacked in the fog, defeating all his men. He stood in a stupor for a while before he pushed off from a large tree branch and jumped in the opposite direction from Qingtian. The leader of the mercenaries convulsively recalled the words of Qin Zhaoxiang. He said that Qingtian is just a 1st rank and really, this is the power of the 1st rank. And Qingtian looked contemptuously at the leader of the mercenaries and thought that he really decided to run away. and Qingtian rushed from the place with the words that he did not allow the leader of the mercenaries to run away. Trying to hide, the leader of the mercenaries realized the fact that he was brazenly and basely deceived by Qin Zhaozian, and Qingtian is on a completely different level. Looking straight ahead, the leader of the mercenaries saw a strange guy in front of him, whose name was Mio Chun, with a katana at the ready. Immediately stopping, the leader of the mercenaries asked who he was and why he blocked his way. Mio Chun did not answer, but only raised his hand over the head of the leader of the mercenaries. The leader of the mercenaries was overwhelmed by a terrible energy pressing from all sides. Mio Chun lowered his arm a second later and struck the leader of the mercenaries with an incredibly strong blow, from which he instantly fell to the ground, unable to even get up. Both Qingtian and the little drought demon stared at this strange guy with despicable looks. One guy from the nearby crowd exclaimed, asking who Mio Chun was and why he decided to kill people in the exam. The other replied that he didn't know him, but he didn't look like this Mio Chun was friendly. The third noticed that this Mio Chun was only staring at Qingtian and was not taking his eyes off him. Throwing off his katana, Mio Chun released a huge and powerful energy that was directly oozing out of him. Breaking into a smile, Mio Chun said that they had finally met, and now it was time for his death. Qingtian narrowed his eyes and asked incredulously if they knew each other and who he was. Mio Chun suddenly looked at Qingtian with a crazy look with a smile from ear to ear, and released a huge amount of his energy, summoning a huge energy katana the size of a multi-story building. He shouted out to Qingtian that he was called the Lord of Heaven. Channeling the energy katana with a simple wave of his hand, he forced Qingtian to take this blow on himself. And Qingtian easily grabbed the energy katana with both hands, but the power from this blow severely cracked the ground under his feet, and Qingtian shouted that it was him. Opening his mouth wide, Qingtian yelled that he had long wanted to take revenge on him and destroyed the energy katana, breaking it into many pieces. And Qingtian jumped off the ground towards Mio Chun, gathering his energy into a fist and preparing to strike. He said he wanted revenge for the last time. Qingtian's energy took on the appearance of a huge golden dragon and, with a furious cry, found directly on the Lord of Heaven and Mio Chun's body. Waving his katana, the Lord of Heaven and Mio Chun's body repelled Qingtian's attack and said that he had grown up quite quickly. With a lightning leap, the Lord of Heaven and Mio Chun's body got close to Qingtian, while summoning a huge number of small energy katanas that stared at Qingtian. The Lord of Heaven and Mio Chun's body shouted out that this angers him even more, so Qingtian must urgently accept his demise, otherwise he will do it himself. The crowd of participants who were watching this fight began to fly away from the high energy pressure of both Qingtian and the Lord of Heaven and Mio Chun's body. At the same time, one participant even took off his pants from such a burst of energy. The small energy katanas of the Lord of Heaven and Mio Chun's body began to fly at lightning speed into Qingtian. And Qingtian looked at them sternly and in the same second transformed his energy into an even bigger golden dragon. Qingtian's energy in the form of a golden dragon hit the Lord of Heaven and Mio Chun's body, and threw him several meters away until he flew into a tree. Having fallen into a stupor, the Lord of Heaven and Mio Chun's body, not believing what he was doing, and Qingtian asked himself how he could, because there is no cultivation in him. Then how could he summon such a dangerous force? Gritting his teeth, the Lord of Heaven and Mio Chun's body thought that if the worldly laws restraining this body did not work, then he would have killed Qingtian with one blow. And Qingtian was creating an energy corridor with his fist, along which his powerful energy was flowing. The Lord of Heaven and Mio Chun's body abruptly stood up and repelled Qingtian's attack, while conducting his counterattack. In the air, both Qingtian and the Lord of Heaven and Mio Chun's body began to exchange powerful attacks, as if arguing over who would get tired and fall faster from the other's attack. After conducting his most powerful attack, Qingtian flashed his red eye and imprinted the Lord of Heaven and Mio Chun's body. With a sharp jerk, he hit him, throwing the Lord of Heaven and Mio Chun's body to a very long distance. Mio Chun, or the Lord of the Nine Heavens, hit the tree hard and screamed loudly in pain. One guy said in amazement that this man's cultivation base is at least the realm of the god of war. Was he actually shot down by Qingtian? And Qingtian looked at the defeated guy and asked with a laugh, "This guy is really the Lord of Heaven. He's so weak." The drought demon made a strange face and looked at Qingtian. A silhouette with red eyes appeared behind the tree. The drought demon sniffed and said something strange is happening with this breath. He feels that this person is still alive. And Qingtian looked at the drought demon and said that he must be mistaken. This man's internal organs are damaged, and he is already dead. The demon didn't say anything, but just looked at the Lord of Heaven in another body, who was lying on the ground. The drought demon and Qingtian walked away, The young master also said that it was time for them to go score points. Blue smoke came out of Myo Chun's body. The guy grabbed him. He thought angrily that he didn't expect this guy to be very strong, so it wouldn't be wise to date him and his current clone. He said it looks like some measures need to be implemented. This guy turned out to be one of the 9 gods of Long Fan. 2 hooded guys were following Qingtian through the portal. One guy asked what means there were in this son's body to make the monster follow him. His friend looked at Qingtian and replied that he had heard that Qingtian enjoyed the patronage of the ancestors of the family. It seems to be true. The guy asked what they should do. If we don't kill him, Dean Kin will definitely punish them. Suddenly, they heard some noise and quickly turned around. One of the 9 gods of Long Fan attacked these people with the words that, for example, this. He put his swords behind his back and looked at the stone totem. The guy said it was so troublesome that he almost got his hands dirty. He touched the totem, which was immediately covered with red light. One of the 9 moons of Fan said that it should be the control unit of the beasts of the Kanglan Valley. Red clouds appeared in the sky, and the guy shouted that now he and Qingtian would play big. At this time, Qingtian was also destroying demonic bulls. He exhaled wearily and looked at the other participants. They were running away from demonic boars. The beasts tossed people into the air with their horns and fangs. One guy shouted for everyone to run away. These monsters are crazy. The demonic boars ran at Qingtian. One of the participants shouted to him that the monsters had changed and it would be too late if he didn't run away anymore. Qingtian did not move the estimate, and the little demon of drought drooled, imagining how he would eat demonic boars. The young master also thought that it was all strange. Is it possible that this is also one of the assessments? The drought demon thought that boars smell so delicious. He wants to eat them. The demonic boar was already a centimeter away from Qingtian's face. The young master grabbed the boar without a drop of fear and began to swing it around his axis. Then Qingtian threw the demonic boar with all his might with the words to make it disappear. The boar hit the rock and there was a strong explosion with the release of fire. One of the participants shouted in surprise that Qingtian really fought one-on-one. The guy added admiringly that there are 2 monsters of the 3rd level, and they were destroyed. And Qingtian angrily said that the academy had launched an animal control system to conduct the assessment. This does not correspond to common sense. The little drought demon said, once all the monsters change, he is afraid that not many people here will be able to return alive. The demonic boars burst out of the rubble with a menacing roar. They began to merge into a single organism. Both Qingtian and the little drought demon looked at everything in surprise. A huge half-man, half-bull appeared in front of them. Qingtian was confronted by a monster that appeared due to the fusion of 2 demonic boars and hit him. And Qingtian flew off to the side and his fall raised a large dust curtain. The crowd of words stared at Qingtian. One participant from her asked if he understood correctly that 2 demonic boars had broken through to the 4th level. Another asked what was going on here at all. And Qingtian, who was under the dusty veil, realized that this monster was not going to let him go. He was targeting only him and no one else. He realized that in order to defeat this monster, he needed to use the initiative. And Qingtian suddenly flew out of the dust curtain and hit the monster many times, but did not cause any damage to it. The boar monster slowly turned around and looked at Qingtian. And Qingtian calmly began to walk away from the monster. One guy from the crowd asked what he was doing and why he stood on the spot, as if petrified. The other said that he didn't know either, because the blow that Qingtian had inflicted didn't hurt at all. Maybe the monster was scared and therefore didn't feel it. The monster that was standing motionless took a step forward and fell into the magic field of Qingtian, which instantly attacked him and threw him into the camp of the defeated. The monster fell to the ground with a prolonged squeal and fell silent. The frightened participants put their eyes out at this and swore in shock. And Qingtian stated that if the beast control system is not broken, the monsters will fight them already at a higher level and therefore they need to unite to counter this threat. Besides, soon the monsters will be driving around on wheels and they will definitely not be well. The participants from the crowd did not believe Qingtian either and said that the monsters were unreasonable, and where could they learn to fight on the rails, blaming Qingtian for spreading panic. And besides, it's scoring time now. How is he going to share them together when they meet the enemy? One of the participants called out to a certain hand and said that a group of dangerous monsters was approaching. A huge number of dangerous monsters rushed at the crowd of participants. The whole crowd began to run, saying to discard thoughts to pass this test, because this is a real animal tide. One of the participants suggested in a panic that Qingtian could really be right, because these monsters were really going to fight against them. Another, frightened by this animal tide, told them what to do, because there are so many monsters here and they definitely won't be able to escape. Suddenly, Qian Renjian appeared next to Qingtian, who told everyone that he accepted his conditions. After all, if they all unite, they will definitely be able to survive. One participant asked how they can unite. Even if you kill some monsters, others will come in their place. Another said he wanted to give up the assessment and go home. And Qingtian said that the reason why the monster changed is because who used the control array. He asked to unite and give him time to disrupt the formation of the beast tide and the dilemma will be solved. The disgruntled crowd asked why they should believe Qingtian. He replied that they simply had no choice. Here Qian Renjian intervened in a difficult conversation, who said that everyone saw the strength in Qingtian in breaking through the enemy's formation. In addition, he easily beheaded a level 4 monster. Qian Renjian asked if there was anyone more convincing than him. After waiting for a couple of seconds, the crowd cried out that Qingtian was right and they agreed to do whatever he asked. A wave of agreement passed through the crowd, and Qingtian told them to listen to him very carefully then. And Qingtian told all the participants to split into 2 teams. One of them will become a bait and will take away most of the monsters. The other will destroy the remaining monsters, and Qingtian will find the array as soon as possible. Qingtian broke through the ranks of monsters and assumed that if the induction was correct, then the array was on the mountain peak in front of him. But suddenly, 2 demonic monsters attacked Qingtian, which in a couple of seconds became 10 times more. Unable to cope anymore, Qingtian offered the little drought demon a lot to eat, although he had not allowed him before. The little demon of drought became huge very quickly and began to eat waves of monsters with ease. And without wasting a second, Qingtian went to look for a way to the top of the mountain. Climbing up, Qingtian saw right in front of him the control array he was just looking for. After stopping 2 steps in front of the array, Qingtian, with a sense of reassurance in his voice, said that he had found it. And Qingtian began to say to himself that the core of the beast control array had taken all their blood. And as long as the blood of the beasts is released from the eyes of the array, it can still be destroyed. Gathering the energy into a fist, Qingtian directed it towards the array. But unexpectedly, this attack was repelled by many katanas, and Qingtian was taken aback and asked if there was an ambush there. A strange man flew at him and said that it was great that he was able to find Qingtian so quickly. But he wasn't standing here to waste time for Qingtian, and now he quickly destroyed him. And Qingtian dealt another hard blow to one of the 9 gods. Young Master Yi shouted angrily, which is not surprising that the drought demon said that he felt a familiar breath. It turned out to be him. And Qingtian angrily asked if it was possible that he and Tian Dao were following the same path. One of the 9 gods held onto his injured hand and said that he wasn't afraid to tell him that this time, in order to kill him, he had lowered the level of the 9 conscious spirits and condensed the 9 sons of God. One of the 9 gods went on to say that even though Qingtian is really strong, he can unravel it every time he tests it. He has weaknesses. One of the 9 gods rolled up the sleeve of his jacket, which glowed blue. He shouted to Qingtian that sooner or later he would take advantage of his weakness to kill young Master Yi. And Qingtian gritted his teeth angrily and said that it turns out that they are all doubles of the lower boundary of Tian Dao. One of the 9 gods summoned magic swords, which he pointed at Qingtian. He shouted at Qingtian to consider himself already dead. And Qingtian released his power and shouted angrily that if one clone came, he would kill him. Another one would come, he would also kill him. And Qingtian soared into the sky and swiftly headed towards one of the 9 gods. Young Master Yi's enemy pulled out 2 swords from his back and furiously went on the attack. They started hitting each other one by one. Suddenly, they both stopped, and Qingtian lowered his eyes and said that he should remember it for his sake. One of the 9 gods coughed and fell from a large number of wounds. Today he lost for the first and last time. And Qingtian clenched his hand into a fist and destroyed the pillar with which the demonic animals were controlled. Qin Zhaozian ordered his subordinates to find out who activated the beast control system. We need to find out everything. He hopes that they understand. His assistant replied that someone had already sent information for investigation, and this is often used by Luwang Shenshan. Qin Zhaozian said that the flow of monsters must be brought under control, otherwise all those who participate in the assessment will die. Qin Zhaozian thought that others should be protected. As for this and Qingtian, if he doesn't do anything, they should throw him into the monster stream and let him fend for himself. The participants gathered in a crowd and were ready to defend themselves from demonic animals. Qin Zhaozian ordered his subordinates to go and rescue people. They put a protective field around the participants, which destroyed all the demonic beasts. The students were surprised at the termination of the exam and asked what was wrong with these animals. Teachers came out to the participants. One man said that the animal control system was broken. His colleague said that it was strange. This education was arranged by an ancestor, and it takes the old dean a whole day to crack it. Why it broke down so quickly? The little drought demon was sitting on a pile of crystals that had fallen out of various monsters. The demon ate them with great appetite and loud slurping, and Qingtian moved the crystals into the ring. And Qingtian told the drought demon that he was grateful to him for these crystals, but he was temporarily using them. The demon watched in horror as his food disappeared because of Qingtian. The little drought demon bit Qingtian on the head and angrily shouted that it was immoral for him to take his things again. And Qingtian awkwardly said that he shouldn't worry. It won't be for long, and he will return them when his exam is over. And Qingtian put the drought demon back on his shoulder and told him to stop being angry. The demon shouted that they should solve the problem with the assessment first. Qin Zhaozian looked at the crowd of people and thought that Qingtian was also gone. He must have died somewhere else. Young Master Yi appeared and asked Qin Zhaozian how he became like this. Qin Zhaozian turned around angrily at the voice and saw a healthy and Qingtian. He furiously asked the young master that he was still alive, and Qingtian proudly replied that there was no need to hope that he would die soon. And Qingtian added to his last remark that it was embarrassing. He is not only alive, but he will definitely pass the exam. Qin Zhaozian was approached by his colleague and said that all the points had been counted. Qin Zhaozian looked at Qingtian and gloatingly said that he would like to see how many points he could score. Young Master Yi flaunted his ring and said with a smile, "Good." And Qingtian poured a mountain of crystals with his height into the clearing. The drought demon looked at them angrily. The crowd shouted in surprise that there were so many. One of the teachers asked in shock how it was possible that he had killed all these monsters. His colleague also said in surprise that he must have done it all himself. Qian Renjian came out in front and said loudly that he could testify that all these monsters were killed by Qingtian, and he also saved all of them. Everyone started shouting that they could witness it too. Qin Zhuozin asked Qian Renjian how Qingtian saved them all, how he did it. Qian Renjian replied that Qingtian had also broken the control system of the beasts, otherwise they would all have been swallowed to death by the monstrous tide. Qin Zhuozin angrily asked what he had done. There will also be scoring now. Everyone looked at the director in surprise. After a verbal altercation between both Qingtian and Qin Zhaozian, one of the inspectors began to read out a list of statistics with the highest number of points earned today. Thousands of decapitated people received 1,023 points. Yuyun received 988 points. Dried Ginger received 766 points. The chief inspector said that the best 29 employees have been approved, and those who read their names are asked to prepare for admission. His assistant approached the chief inspector and said that Qingtian's scores were also being counted. The chief inspector stared and screamed a number equal to 5,939 points. He asked his assistant if it could be a mistake, and the calculation turned out to be incorrect. The assistant replied that the score was correct because he counted as many as 3 times, and the result was the same. Qian Renjian was stunned by these figures and said that this result surpassed the highest historical score of the Qingtian Academy. One of the participants confirmed his words and said that the previous highest score was 3,892 points. Suddenly, Qin Zhaozian appeared in front of Qingtian. He said that most of the points were earned not by himself and Qingtian, but by his pet, and therefore, according to the rules of the Qingtian Academy, it belongs to Zuo. And Qingtian replied that he had never heard of such a rule in the Qingtian Academy. Qin Zhaozian looked at Qingtian with an angry look and said that he was the director here and his rules automatically became the rules of the Qingtian Academy. If Qingtian does not accept this, then he should leave the test and not enter the Qingtian Academy. On the contrary, both Qingtian and Qin Zhaozian had an old grandfather. He told Qin Zhaozian that even if the points were removed from the pet, then Qingtian was still in first place and therefore he should be eligible for admission to the Qingtian Academy. Qin Zhaozian called him a teacher and quickly fell silent. Qin's teacher Zhaozian told Qingtian to come over to him, and Qingtian asked him what he was looking for here. Qin's teacher Zhaozian did not answer, but instead raised his hand with his fingers outstretched, right in front of Qingtian's forehead and, touching him, Qin's teacher Zhaozian enveloped Qingtian in a bluish energy similar to lightning. At the same moment, a huge sword appeared in front of Qingtian. Qian Renjian said that it was very similar to inheriting the sword intent. Qin Zhaozian shouted out that did the master, the old man, want to hand over the sword of the will of his life to this weakling of the first level, and Qingtian. When the master finished handing over the sword, he told Qingtian that Jai Feng had once been his disciple. This inheritance was supposed to go to him, but he insisted that Qingtian also receive it. The master said that this is the choice of both Jai Feng and himself, so he hopes and believes that Qingtian will be no worse than his father. And Qingtian continued to be wrapped in strange blue energy mixed with his golden and pure energy. Qian Renjian asked what the old director had done and why he had disappeared. Another participant said something was impossible. Why did the old director convey the intention to Qingtian to use the sword, even at the cost of his own life? And Qingtian abruptly released a huge pillar of energy that shot skyward. And Qingtian began to destroy everything around him and break through to his new level of martial skill. Qin Zhaozian did not understand how this child could borrow a sword with the intention of inheriting a breakthrough. And Qingtian said that it was very convenient and he did not expect to break through so soon and quickly. Moreover, Qingtian felt that there was one additional sword intent talent in his body. And Qingtian called up his body's menu. With one small squeak, the menu showed the characteristics of Qingtian. Combat Vein, First Class Combat Vein. The Mysterious Fang Ding. Health, 100,100 points. Cultivation Techniques, Imperious Disciples, Fist of the Dragon Elephant. Talent, Forming Sword Intent. Creation of Magic Fields, 99 million points. Qin's assistant Zhao Ziyan asked what they should do now, and whether they should accept Qingtian into the Qinlan Academy. Qin Zhao Ziyan said that since the old director has already spoken, then let Qingtian do whatever he pleases. However, he needs to be taken to the handyman's room on Qin Zhao Ziyan's orders. After accepting the order, Qin's assistant Zhao Ziyan approached Qingtian and said that he would now look for a place for him. One of the inspectors shouted out that everyone who read their names should follow her. The crowd went, and Qian Renjian was in it. After a quarter of an hour, both Qingtian and Qin's assistant Zhao Ziyan came to an old building that looked more like a cattle shed than a dwelling for people. And Qingtian asked if it was definitely a living room and not a utility room. Qin's assistant Zhao Ziyan said that letting Qingtian live here is already very good, so he himself will have to clean up and put this place in order. Touching the old and flimsy door, Qingtian went inside. He was very surprised when he saw a clean and well-maintained place for practice. Without thinking twice, Qingtian asked the system to help him choose a book about sword skills. The system picked up the book very quickly and advised Qingtian to take a look at it. Qingtian was presented with the book The Fencing Art of Heaven and Earth. Picking it up, he asked the system to add all the remaining 10 million talent points to the sword intent talent. A short ding sounded and 10 million points appeared on the account of the sword intent talent. The system embraced Qingtian as well. He cringed a little and said that he had just received the sword intent after not seeing it for a while, so he had achieved more success than last time. The system playfully asked if he really wanted to ask her to help practice the exercises, only this time with her. And Qingtian said no, she just stupefies his head, which makes him unable to concentrate. After these words, the system disappeared and Qingtian was left alone. He picked up a book and immediately a huge sword from his talent appeared over the house. The system said it wanted to give him medicine so that Qingtian would also wake up. And Qingtian opened his eyes and a chest appeared in front of him, which splashed out a yellow liquid. The little drought demon asked in surprise what it was. The breath on it is so strong. And Qingtian replied that he didn't know that either. It appeared when the martial art of Ipin was awakened. The demon angrily asked if Ipin Wumai could have such a sturdy internal tripod. Don't tease him. And Qingtian said he didn't tease anyone, although he doesn't know what's going on, but some secrets of his body must have something to do with it. And Qingtian sucked in the golden chest. The little demon of drought asked with interest what the secret was. And Qingtian laughed and said, "What is the secret?" And Qingtian just grabbed a stick and threw it up. It broke through the roof and formed a pillar of light. He said that, for example, based on his current cultivation base in the warrior realm, it can withstand an emperor-level strike. And Qingtian added that even a counter-murder. The little drought demon cried out several times in amazement that it was amazing. Young Master Yi said that he accidentally used too much force. A couple of friends were standing on the street. Suddenly, one of them pointed his finger up and shouted that there was something strange. His friend replied that it looked like someone had created a specially strong sword. And Qingtian, using the same stick, destroyed a huge boulder into 2 parts. And Qingtian told the drought demon that he feels that every time he swings his sword skills, he can accumulate an aura in his body. If he swings it a few more times, he will be able to rise to the 2nd level. The little drought demon shouted for him to be very careful, and Qingtian laid out the crystals on the ground. He said that last time he said that the beast crystals were just borrowed, and now he can use them up. That is, just take it and eat it. The drought demon happily asked what it really was, and Qingtian said welcome. The demon began to shove crystals into himself with great speed. And Qingtian thought that the drought demon breaks his 3rd seal every time there is. He doesn't know when he will finish breaking this seal. what damage it can cause. The demon removed the seal by only 1 unit with each piece. The third seal has 99,993,341 100 millionth left, and Qingtian thought angrily that this was all he got. The drought demon fell to the floor and began scratching his rounded belly. He happily said it was delicious, and Qingtian looked at the demon and said that he was too weak. The drought demon hissed angrily and said it wasn't, and Qingtian looked into the distance and said that there was a pleasant smell. The demon jumped on his back and pulled his paw forward. The demon shouted that they should go and look for it together, there must be the best food there. And Qingtian asked in surprise that he had not eaten yet. The demon happily pointed ahead and shouted that there were too few beast crystals here, and he couldn't eat enough at all. This thing is 100 times fuller than the beast crystal tube. The demon added that if he could eat it, he could go straight to the first level. They should go soon. And Qingtian asked in shock that this was really the case. The demon shouted in anticipation that he wasn't lying. They had to go. Qingtian ran through the forest and thought that the demon upgrade would definitely strengthen his attack on the third seal ring. And there was no reason to refuse. The guy asked in which direction he should go. The drought demon confidently said that they should go to the southeast. And Qingtian stopped in front of a cave that was surrounded by lava. The demon happily jumped in there shouting that he couldn't do anything. It smells so delicious. And Qingtian looked at his companion in surprise. The demon was jumping over the lava as a hand appeared from there, which grabbed him. And Qingtian cried out in alarm. The hand, along with the drought demon, disappeared into the lava. Suddenly, a demon consisting of rocks and lava appeared. The monster screamed how they had the courage to look into the treasury that he guards. This demon was from the Kanglan Valley. He is one of the demon kings, the fire beasts. And Qingtian thought that royal level demons were being introduced into this hole. And Qingtian took out his sword and shouted furiously that he had to let go of the drought demon within 3 breaths or he. The young master did not have time to finish, as the demon's hand exploded and a drought demon jumped out. The lava demon screamed what was wrong with this monster. The drought demon shouted that the guy wasn't talking about stealth attack martial arts. The lava monster grabbed the drought demon again. Immediately, a strong explosion was heard and instead of the demon's hands, a river of lava appeared. The drought demon increased and shouted that it was a very strong hidden breath, the power of blood suppression. The drought demon grew very big and directed its mouth at the lava demon, who cried and asked for forgiveness. He said he didn't do all this on purpose, he should be merciful. The lava demon screamed harder that as long as the drought demon was willing to let him go, he was willing to give him his heart. Suddenly, another demon appeared. He was also one of the demon kings of the Kanglan Valley. Qishu, he consisted entirely of trees. The demon from the trees grabbed the drought demon and shouted to his friend to do it quickly. The lava demon ran with his fists at the drought demon shouting that he was already coming. He punched him in the stomach, but nothing happened. The lava demon looked at his enemy in surprise. The drought demon smiled and asked that this was all he was capable of. The demon from the tree asked his friend with fear how he was doing. He's had enough to eat today. The drought demon shouted angrily that they were sneaking up on a small animal. The lava demon and his friend fell to their knees in front of the drought demon and shouted that they were very sorry. They know they were wrong. The drought demon looked at them carefully, and then with the help of his fist sent them into the air. He shouted at them to get out. The drought demon told Qingtian that it was a waste of time to compete with such low-level monsters. Now wants to go eat, it's more important. And Qingtian clapped him in shock and thought that he was worthy of being a beast from another world, and it was irresistible. The drought demon approached the lava pit, and Qingtian shouted to him to remember that his third seal depends on him. The demon jumped into the lava, which began to splash out strongly in smoke. The drought demon screamed that it was delicious, and Qingtian walked away from the lava pillar in surprise. The drought demon jumped out of the lava and looked very strong, and Qingtian asked him what he was going to advance. The drought demon released the flame and shouted that the energy of the red lotus of fire was very much boiling. The drought demon heard a noise and turned his head. He was hit by a strong lightning bolt, and Qingtian hurried to the demon with the thought that this was the transfer of thunder and lightning. He should help the drought demon. And Qingtian took the entire lightning strike on himself and asked the drought demon if he was okay. The demon smiled and replied that everything was very cool. This time it's good that he immediately raised it to a higher level. The drought demon added that, however, this thing still hadn't filled him up. And Qingtian thought gloomily that he had finally made progress. Before he advanced, the seal was removed very weakly. He wants to know if this attack will become stronger after advancing. And Qingtian looked at his seal, which had only 10 points removed. Now there are 99,901,320 100 millionth print points left. and Qingtian thought that miraculously, the attack on the third seal had been increased tenfold. And Qingtian continued to reason that at this speed, this seal would be split very quickly. It is very good. The drought demon looked at the lava demon and the tree demon. The drought demon asked Qingtian that these two guys were still here, what he was going to do with them. The young master replied that they almost ruined his plan. He should go and kill them. The demons fell to their knees in front of the drought demon and shouted that the master should forgive them. They won't do anything bad anymore. They want to follow the master's instructions to the left and to the right. And Qingtian cunningly thought that he was missing a few assistants that he could rely on at the academy. In any case, this is a good moment. The demons were waiting for Qingtian's decision as well. Young Master Yi put the drought demon on his neck and started to leave. He shouted to the demons that okay, he was taking them with him. The demons bowed and said loudly, "Yes, sir." They reached the Qingtian Academy, and Qingtian asked the drought demon what rank he was after the promotion. He's very curious. The demon of drought cunningly said that this is his secret. He will not reveal it to you. He just needs to fill his stomach every day. And Qingtian still wanted to know what rank he was. Suddenly, something or someone crashed into the wall behind them and an explosion occurred. And Qingtian asked the drought demon how things were going. The demon looked in surprise at the explosion behind him, and with a quick jerk, Qingtian climbed onto the tiles of the gate of the Qingtian Academy. Jumping in, both Qingtian and the little drought demon saw that Qin Zhaoxian was surrounded by 4 unknown people who were armed. And Qingtian told the little drought demon that it was a good show that definitely needed to be watched. The director of the Kangyu Academy, Chu Feng, said that the Tianshan Temple had allowed him to hide in the Qingtian Academy for many years in order to force the Qingtian Academy to surrender and serve the Tianshan Temple. Chu Feng added that Qin Zhaoxian couldn't kill even a little weakling and Qingtian. And this act disappointed everyone, so he asked Chu Feng to take the place of Qin Zhaoxian. Qin Zhaoxian told Chu Feng that killing Qingtian was a quick matter and he would die soon, and not to a bad person like him to point it out. After these words, Chu Feng's accomplices aimed their blades directly at Qin Zhaoxian and rushed into a swift attack. Chu Feng said that Qin Zhaoxian's breathing is so terrible that he wants to destroy it as soon as possible. And Qingtian, hiding behind the tiles, wondered how these people could be connected to the Temple of Heaven. The little drought demon asked if Qingtian also knew about the Temple of Heaven. And Qingtian replied to the little drought demon that he not only knows, but is also looking for it. The Tianshan Temple has repeatedly attacked the Yi family, which is a great disaster. Chu Feng swung his sword right in front of Qin Zhaoxian's face. He was able to step back at the last second and dodge the attack. Chu Feng shouted that Qin Zhaoxian had no right to disobey the Lord, so only death awaited him. At Chu Feng's command, he and his accomplices attacked Qin Zhaoxian. He was saved only by the magic field that he created during their unpleasant conversation. Qin Zhaoxian snorted that he would have his report before the Lord, but his turn would not be now. Moreover, Chu Feng made too many irresponsible remarks. He repelled the attack of Chu Feng's accomplices and threw them back, causing them considerable damage. Qin Zhaoxian said that as for Chu Feng, he spoke too badly about him in front of the Lord and today he should teach him a lesson. Chu Feng stated that a chess piece like Qin Zhaoxian dares to be so arrogant. He reached into his pocket and pulled out an artifact the size of a small iron shield and asked Qin Zhaoxian if he wanted to see the Lord. Chu Feng shouted for him to hurry up, since Qin Zhaoxian has every opportunity to do so. After exposing the artifact to Qin Zhaoxian, Chu Feng released a huge number of dark skulls, which immediately rushed towards him. They penetrated Qin Zhaoxian and, no matter how hard he tried, took possession of him. The skulls completely filled Qin Zhaoxian and went over the edge, began to come out of his mouth. Chu Feng immediately attacked the defenseless Qin Zhaoxian. He said that today he would not destroy Qin Zhaoxian, but would turn him into a bad person who would live in disgrace forever. Having finished their business, Chu Feng and his accomplices quietly went to the exit. The wounded Qin Zhaoxian moaned that it was very disgusting. Both Qingtian and the little drought demon jumped out from behind their hiding place to meet Chu Feng and his accomplices. Chu Feng told his accomplices that today they all contributed to the elimination of Qin Zhaoxian, and after he returns, he will pay tribute to the Lord and remember their merits to him. The bald accomplice thanked his comrade and commander, and Qingtian stood in the way of Chu Feng and his accomplices. He said it would be impolite of Kangyu Academy to just leave like that. Chu Feng asked who he was. One of his accomplices said that this man was familiar to him. Another asked where he had seen him. He said it was Qingtian, trash from the Yi clan. Chu Feng said that it's really hard to find a place where you can walk through iron shoes, so he needs to be caught and interrogated. He said to make it a priority to catch Qingtian as well. and Qingtian hit Chu Feng with a sharp jerk. He collapsed to the ground, unable to fight. Chu Feng's accomplices arrived in shock. One of them asked if he had imagined that Qingtian had defeated Chu Feng in a matter of seconds. With a lightning leap, Qingtian grabbed two of Chu Feng's accomplices by the throat and put them against a tree. He said that the Tianshan temple was plotting against his Yi clan, and if they wanted to live, they should lay out all the information they knew about the Temple of Heaven. That accomplice of Chu Feng, who was not captured by Qingtian, jumped out behind him with a huge axe, shouting for his comrades to be released. The little demon of drought jumped right at this accomplice and accurately hit him on the head, so that the axe flew out of his hands. Taking Chu Feng's bald accomplice by the scruff of the neck, Qingtian told him to lay out all the information. He replied that if he was going to fight against the Temple of Heaven, sooner or later he would be punished. Without wasting a second, Qingtian slammed the bald accomplice into a tree with his blow, saying that he had committed too much stupidity. Approaching another accomplice, Qingtian repeated the question. The confused accomplice said he would tell everything he knew. One of Chu Feng's accomplices was pinned to a tree by Qingtian. He said the Venerable Sir had recently descended from the Temple of Heaven. He studied at the Qingtian Academy. The guy went on to say that as far as he knows, there is something in the Qingtian Academy that wants to get the Temple of Heaven. The Lord asked them to test them first, and then he would plunder the Qingtian Academy. And Qingtian angrily asked when this venerable lord would do it. The guy replied with fear that he did not know about it. The Temple of Heaven has its own plan, and I don't have access to other secrets in its humble status. And Qingtian said he had one last question. Where is the Temple of Heaven? The guy replied that he didn't know, and Qingtian tightened his grip on the neck of one of Chu Feng's accomplices. The drought demon looked at the guy who was lying on the ground and asked why he was still killing him. And Qingtian replied that removing weeds and roots was the most basic truth, and leaving them alive would only get him into trouble. Both Qingtian and the drought demon began to leave the young master and thought that there would definitely be no peace in the Qingtian Academy lately. He should open the third seal as soon as possible and gain strength faster. Qingtian Academy. The girl was standing in front of the new students of the academy. He said that he congratulates you on entering the Qingtian Academy. Today is the time to divide everyone into classes. Is there anyone who hasn't come yet? Qian Renjian replied that he needed to report to the teacher that Qingtian had not come yet. The girl asked, and Qingtian. Suddenly, the young master appeared and apologized to the teacher for being late. The girl sadly thought that it was also Qingtian, because of whom the old director died. The girl grabbed Qingtian by the hand and led him away with the words that he was from the handyman class. He has nothing to do here, and Qingtian asked in surprise that he was a handyman. He was brought to Chen Fu, the head of the handyman class. He said it was the right thing to do. From now on, he will study to be a master of all trades. Let him pack his things and follow him. The drought demon laughingly said that he was so unhappy that he was going to become a handyman. Qingtian was shocked and didn't respond to the demon's taunt. Chen Fu came closer to Qingtian and said that he seemed very insecure when you looked at him. He will remind you that there are rules in the Qingtian Academy, and those who disobey will obey the criminal law of flesh and blood. Qingtian looked at his supervisor and thought that his face was disgusting. Chen Fu threw a mop into his hands and told him that there simply weren't enough toilet cleaning supplies today, so he should hurry up. And Qingtian angrily threw a mop in Chen Fu's face. He shouted angrily that more than anything, he hates it when others teach him to do something, so he should just get away from him. The students shouted in shock that it was amazing. Even with the teachers at the academy, he dared to fight. Chen Fu started to get up shouting that Qingtian was also looking for death. He rushed at the young master and with his fists, Chen Fu shouted that he was going to kill Qingtian as well. The teacher intercepted Chen Fu's fist with ease. She looked at Qingtian and told him that it was Qingtian Academy, not his family. He should pay attention to such things in the future. Besides, if he doesn't want to sweep the toilet, he'll go and feed the fish in the pond first. And Qingtian angrily asked the fish in the pond. The girl asked that he didn't want to go again. Young Master Yi replied with a smile that he didn't. He is a little interested in fish farming. He's going to look at the pond. And Qingtian thought that it was better to have one more thing than one less. I'll just find a step and go down first. Chen Fu angrily told the girl that she couldn't just let him go. The girl told him to just stop. Although she doesn't like him either, after all, he is the heir to the old director's sword. Chen Fu said he gets angry when he talks about it. It's because of Qingtian that the old director died. And Qingtian walked and wailed that he could not find the pond. He remembers that it was here somewhere. The demon of drought shouted that the pond was down there behind the stone. And Qingtian looked down and saw a girl by the shore of the pond. This girl turned out to be Lai Yu, the granddaughter of Lai Hao Ran. She looked at the goldfish and asked when it would grow up. The girl with a smile told the fish that it would be great if she could, says she really wants someone to accompany her. The fish jumped out of the pond and sprayed the girl. Liu covered herself from splashing and shouted that the fish was very naughty. She stumbled and fell screaming into the pond, and Qingtian screamed that she had fallen into the water and rushed to her aid. He jumped into the pond and grabbed the girl by the waist, and Qingtian, along with Liu, got out of the pond. Young Master Yi hugged the girl and told her not to be afraid, he was nearby. The girl woke up and Qingtian said with a slight smile that she should be careful when feeding the fish in the future. The girl said, exhausted, thank you. Liu quietly said that he was the first person other than her grandfather to take such great care of her. And Qingtian asked the girl who her grandfather was. She replied that her grandfather's name was Lai Hao Ran. And Qingtian shouted in surprise that she was the granddaughter of the old director. Liu got up from the ground and said that yes, her name is Liu, and what is the name of her savior? Young Master Yi said his name was Qingtian. The guy added that she could just call him brother, and the girl blushed and thought that this was the groom her grandfather was talking about. Qingtian noticed the girl's agitated face and asked what it was. The drought demon told Qingtian, which goes without saying that he must have scared her. Liu blushed and turned away from the guy. She shouted to him that nothing had happened. She just doesn't know what to say. Thank you, brother, and for the rescue. And Qingtian proudly replied that her grandfather was kind to him too, and it was right to save her. Suddenly, a goldfish jumped out of the pond again, and Qingtian asked Liu that it was her fish. The girl replied with a laugh that yes, this fish was given to her by her grandfather and his name is Xiao Hong. And Qingtian said that her fish is quite interesting. Just look at how much energy she has, she will quickly turn into a dragon. And Qingtian used his power to make a dragon sphere. He told Liu that her girlfriend was kind to him, and this carp was left by her grandfather. Then he would do her a favor. And Qingtian threw the sphere into the pond and the waters bubbled. A huge golden fish jumped out of it, which turned into a dragon. She exclaimed delightedly that her fish had really turned into a dragon. And Qingtian said that he had just given him a dragon soul ray. This will allow him to transform variably into the body of a dragon. However, this does not mean that it is really half a dragon. And Qingtian told Liu that she needed time to digest what she had heard. Liu kissed Qingtian on the cheek with joy. Qingtian blushed and touched the cheek where the kiss was. Liu told him with a smile that she was grateful to Brother Yi. She has something else to do, so she leaves first. And Qingtian watched her with fascination and thought with a smile that it smelled delicious. Chen Fu approached Qingtian and started shouting that the teacher had asked him to feed the ring. He's lazy here. If he still wants to stay at the academy, he has to run errands. And Qingtian angrily asked Chen Fu that they had no grudges. Why then did he always bother him? Chen Fu loudly said that he was publicly shaming him. If he wants to avoid trouble, he can get down on his knees and apologize now so he can think to forgive him. And Qingtian punched Chen Fu in the face with a shout to make him think of him as a big cat. The teacher grabbed his face and angrily shouted that he was his teacher. How dare he beat him? He has his ID card, so he won't be able to use it in the future. And Qingtian asked what kind of ID. Chen Fu shouted that the freshmen of the academy will have a card, which is in the hands of the teacher who conducts the assessment. Chen Fu angrily went on to say that he couldn't graduate from the academy without a freshman card, let alone go to a special hall and get a mission. Chen Feng took out Qingtian's identity card and said that since he was making a fool of him in public, he would not give him this card. He wanted Qingtian to live like a dog all his life. Chen Fu didn't have time to do anything before Qingtian punched him in the stomach. And Qingtian grabbed his ID. Young Master Yi said that it was too easy. Chen Feng got up from the ground and shouted at Qingtian that he was going to sue him. And Qingtian left. The drought demon said he was very brave, but was he supposed to call teachers names? Young Master Yi replied that he had never thought to stay here all the time. The drought demon asked where he was going then and what he would do. And Qingtian replied that he would help him keep upgrading until he became stronger and his third seal was broken. And Qingtian walked up to the main hall and said that the only way he wants to break through is to eat better products, and they are hard to find. The drought demon said that everything was fine.